forget how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's gonna happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. The life we have chosen has prepared us for this. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disasters and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Hello and welcome to the Rally Cry Collegiate series featuring Madden. It has been a long road and we are here for every step of the way. I'm FBI Tugboat. I'm here with my man Novanta. Novanta, how are we feeling on the day?
Well, did you miss me there, Tugboat? It's been a while,
absolutely.
but I'm
Absolutely.
back in the booth, back in the capper seat for more Madden action. And look, I can tell you I'm excited, but you already know. You know the level of competition. You know what's at stake here. You know it's going to be an epic day today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Our fourth and final open qualifier. Well, no, excuse me, not open qualifier. This is the finals of the open qualifier. Excuse me. Top 8 have punched their ticket to a chance here for a whole lot of cash and maybe a little bit more. We'll talk about that one in just a little bit. But yeah, so we're gonna have I guess the past couple of weeks we've only had 2 best of 3s on broadcast. We got 3 of them coming in for you today, folks.
Yeah, can you imagine that? Look, we talked about what it means to beat your opponent, but you got to do it in 2 out of 3 times. And you're seeing 3 different brackets or 3 different sets of that. So anyone in that tournament who's still in the game is probably taking the most notes possible to know what the competition will look like.
Absolutely, absolutely. Especially given these matches, obviously broadcasted out to you, fine folk. Can easily imagine that we might have up a couple side tabs over here watching what these players are kind of picking out. As it is, I want to talk a little bit about now, like exactly what is on what is at stake here. What is the stakes here for this competition, folks? We have been going through. Rally Cries provided this fantastic opportunity for a bunch of colleges across the United States of America thus far. We've had 4 open qualifiers. The top 4 players are going to be getting paid out here. There's $2,500 into first, $1,500 into second. Third place is going to be getting themselves $500 as well as fourth place. There you go. There you go. There's the Madden College Championship down there, 5K. But the big news, the tale of the take here, Novanta, if you will.
Well, you can get the prize money already in the hands, but there's also that ticket, that pass, that opportunity to be in the building for the NFL draft in Detroit this year. So not only you get to come cash, not only you get to show some pride for yourself and your school, you get to be around the real future of Madden and NFL today.
Like quite literally the next step of Madden talent. We got a FGC series, a Counter-Strike series, and a Rocket League series as well. Thousands upon thousands of dollars being given away here for these competitions. But I can tell you, there's not going to be a Street Fighter 6 draft that these players are going to go into. Not going to be a Counter-Strike 2 draft that these players are going to be going to.
Imagine.
No, that would be Counter-Strike 2 draft. That actually seems like something that could be possible within the next few years, right?
I love it.
Obviously a little bit different, but yes, the live sport, the next generation of IRL talent within the National Football League, the highest present stage within professional or within American football. Absolutely love it. First and second will be fighting for their chance these players will be fighting for their chance. Top 4, 3 and 4 get paid. Top 1 and 2, $25, $15, but also the chance to go to the NFL draft, Detroit, Michigan, April 25th to 27th. Fortunately, we have this beautiful machine called Google that we can look up that information. If it's not the 25th through 27th, then a chance to compete live. I'd absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Take a look at the. Oh, go ahead.
Well, real quick, I have to give a shout to the family at Rally Cry. As we speak right now, we have the Madden series, the Rocket League series, and the CS2 series happening concurrently on all the Rally Cry channels. So definitely, sit back and relax. Your Saturday is pretty much locked in with high-grade esports content.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. We got to figure it out for you. No need to go pick out your restaurant. Go pick out what movie you want to see at the movie theater. What game you need to download. Nope. Just stay tuned right here for some high level collegiate esports. We got Damo Lander 15 and King Lon 23 coming in first to do battle in this awesome series presented, of course, by the Army National Guard.
Well, you talk about what a clash this is going to be. We have a little bit of a word of what the teams are going to be. Can I be the one to spoil their talk about? Can I do it?
Absolutely.
We have
Absolutely.
the Chiefs against the Chiefs, and you've been watching this week to week. You know the Chiefs are a very popular pick, but the fact that you're in a mirror match means you got to have a little bit more resources. We're going to see who's going to be the clever one when it comes to that one. But hey, look, more time, my homie Travis Kelsey. Why the heck not?
Absolutely. Chiefs on Chiefs. I'll be seeing red on this one. It is a mirror matchup, and it is a matchup that we have seen several times thus far. Well, said it before, and I will say it again. This is the Kansas City Chiefs did not make it to the Super Bowl back to back by accident. They definitely didn't win both of them by accident as well. We have seen a lot of Bills, solid bit of Eagles as well. A couple of Eagles players spread throughout. A little bit of the Lamar Jackson led Baltimore Ravens as well. But Kansas City Chiefs far and away the most represented team within these competitions.
Well, we were saying that before we're going live. Just once, I want someone just to say, you know what, we're going with the Chargers, or I'm going with the Bengals, or I'm going with the Bears. If you win the title this one with the Bears, I will give you an Ovanta buck myself, which has no cash value, because that's
There you
pretty awesome, right?
Yeah, no, that would be amazing. I think it should count as two wins right there. You take a W as the Chicago Bears, then yeah, especially if you're playing like a goated squad like the Kansas City Chiefs. Getting this one ready to go. We are first match of the day starting right now.
Yeah, best of three, which means you do have a little bit of an extra life if you drop that first game, but you can't do that twice, or else you'd be going home, right? Kicking off on that side, we are underway.
It's a booming kick. Harrison Butker to the right. Oh, no, excuse me. That's a much better kick, a much more fieldable kick. And Valdez Scantling still going to call for it, even though they started on the 11-yard line. Phew. What a way to start off the day here, pissing off Navanta. Not a good idea, guys.
Run it everything back. I want you to at least try, man. If you have 11, try to put another 2 or 3 yards in it and make me feel just a little bit better. But King Lon is going to be in the red, and you have Damon Lander or Zademo Lander in the white. And so we're going to make sure we have our wits about us to make sure we don't confuse who has the ball. But already, if you have any kind of catch, you are obligated to run 70 yards. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. Exactly. Send it all the way to the house for six. Damon Lander, as you said here, the away colors. We will be switching this one, of course. We've had a couple players ask about that one. Yes, between home field advantage and who is the home team at the home field. That will change throughout of this. Pacheco bullet pass and now completes this one for a big booming run down the sidelines for about 20 of them.
Yeah, talk about a warning shot there, right? Already you have a fast pace of play, and already you know that the juke buttons are educated. This could be a really bad day for Demon Landers. You got to shut that down quick to put yourself in the game on defense.
Yeah, the good news is, of course, is Damo Lander has an Isaiah Pacheco of their own. Oh, the jokes to be made there just completely. Yeah, there is no limit. There is no limit. Rasheed Rice getting out for about a 9-yard pickup. The rookie, this receiving course squad for the Kansas City Chiefs, getting something going, moving chains at least a little bit closer.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about Madden is that it's really built to be a simulation, but you can really play an arcade style of play. And we've seen that already here. Out of the shotgun, these
Ooh,
long hurt bombs
oh
are that
come
connected.
on.
I was about to say you're playing NFL Blitz, but apparently it was overthrown.
Yeah, so I'm not really sure if that wasn't a plant the feet type situation. Patrick Mahomes, that would not been the very first ball to hit for him to throw it out, and that also would not be the first time for him to try and get a post play penalty flag thrown from a referee. The pleading, everything more right there, not going to happen. Not in this one. 1 minute and 7 seconds into this competition, 3rd and 1, the first real test that this King Long offense has faced thus far.
You know, I always wonder. I know we're talking about resolve and keeping yourself present, but you see that bracket, and what a completed pass there, and we have ourselves the first down. I was gonna say, you see that bracket? Is it kind of intimidating? You try to? Is it kind of like you have to rush yourself to make sure you run up the score to show everyone you're not to be messed with?
Man, well, looking at some of these, we've seen UMYP, we've seen Ferraro. These are really good players that are obviously have that competitive spirit, right? Like that nature, that heart of the competitor, right? Otherwise, they would not. And both of those players got really close earlier, but now they're here in open qualifier four, still keeping the dream alive. Patrick Mahomes' little slide down at the end. 3rd and 5. I said earlier the 3rd and 1 was the first real test of Vonta.
Yeah.
Run that one back. Check that. In fact, if you're Jim Rome, right? We're gonna be looking at 3rd and 5 now. I don't know why I just loved that so much. Everyone makes
That
fun of him for that, but
that is such a throwback reference. Do the kids even know about Jim Rome? I don't,
Rome
I don't
is burning people.
know.
That's from a time when it was just so dramatized as well. Oh, like, yeah, ESPN stuff. Like, I mean, not that it's not dramatized these days. I just feel like they say even less. I don't know. 6 points, now 7 on the board here for King on 23.
Well, call me Chris one more time. Or like just like that. We have ourselves the first score on the board. And I was saying the pace seems to be a little bit quicker, even for this tournament, which tends to be a faster pace of play to begin with.
Yeah, you were out here jet setting, skipping around the world. Australia action, the land down under. And
Yeah.
every American's forced to obligated to try and then produce a terrible attempt at an Australian accent whenever we do it. A
Well,
shrimp on the Barbie, blah blah. There you go as well.
I gotta
But
try it, man. I gotta tell you, Australia, right?
there you go. There you go. Man's had some hands-on experience. But yeah, last week we were talking about what we were talking about. Or I was here on with Rob, right? And we had some very, very elongated games. There was not very much quickness to get to the ball, to get to the line of scrimmage, consistently snap this one. We had quarter-long drives. Obviously, these are only 5-minute quarters. We had quarter-long drives more so than we had multiple touchdowns per quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they both provide two different kinds of tests. When you have a fast pace of play quite like this, you only have a small window for audibles. You got to make sure that your player control players are really on point. But on the flip side, when you have those long, quarter long drives, it really becomes a mental strain. The brain turns to soup, like doing the
There you
SATs.
go.
And what a catch there. So you got to make sure you're locked in and locked on, short and long, in the course of a game.
Talking about tests on a collegiate broadcast, Novanta, come on. You're not going to give these students any rest for the weary?
God, give them what they want or they don't want. I don't know.
I feel that. Michael Hardman took a bomb just a second ago. Couldn't find this one, couldn't quite get under it. Now, 2nd and 10 coming in for Damo Lander after they just perched themselves a lot more wiggle room after the attempted catch and run on the kickoff return. Got up to the 16, if memory serves. Jarek McKinnon, not a man named Isaiah Pacheco. Who'd have guessed it? Color me surprised.
I am surprised. That was not in my notes at all, but did all the hard work getting really up to the line of scrimmage. And I was going to make a whole comment, but you don't have to rush to retaliating points. But that's exactly how it's done. Just take your sword, you eat up yards on every drive, and get closer to the red zone.
Speaking of, there's a man named Isaiah Pacheco. It's like not Who Framed Roger Rabbit. It's Where is Carmen San Diego? There's Isaiah Pacheco Diego. I don't know.
Absolutely, I was a big Carmen San Diego fan. Like no one could tame her. She was so dangerous.
Dude, yeah. There you go. And there's Isaiah Pacheco with a bomb over to the side. Uh, there's a lot to be said for a lot of the cartoon feminine representation for the time. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Carmen flew the world, had a whole network, was an entrepreneur, collected
It's
artifacts.
like
I mean, she was actually a
mysterious.
good
You know what I'm
person.
saying?
Yeah,
Like very like that's really what got me.
right.
Jet setting. Wonder if she ever skipped down to Australia for a little bit of wrestling, right?
Oh yeah, look, I would say this: the Australian culture, man, it's almost like a universe two version of us, and I mean it in the most possible way. I mean, I felt so much at home, even though my accent was different, even though I looked different than everybody else. I would love to go back.
Would love it. Would love it. Had a brother spent some time in Auckland, New Zealand for a while as Pacheco gets the methodical 2-yard run. This is mostly from kind of like the trend setting, the pace setting here, showing now a Damo Lander that they're not just a passing squad. Speaking of passing, though, right under it, that's Johnson. Lucky number 13 is rocketing this one back down to the other side. Now on the 37-yard line as Damo Lander has just taken a market advantage.
Oof, you never want to have an interception, but the hands are out like the buffet line is right serviced to go the other way. You don't want to do too many of those. That would totally break a game from the mental standpoint.
Really would, especially given the King Long had started this one out. Pacheco dancing left and right, cutting some rug like he's major pain out there and getting another couple of yardage on top. Keep those chains, guys, a moving.
Oh, it's all about momentum now, right? You go any other way. Here's a really chance to knock out an opponent, even though they struck first.
There you go, Travis Kelsey. We were wondering when he would get involved. Just like Travis Kelsey is the that might be a bad joke. Never mind. I was gonna say Travis Kelsey is first responder and then do the
Hey, I heard he's a good player, by the way. I mean, I heard he's okay. I heard Travis Kelsey is, he's a stud coming up.
absolutely. Absolutely. Very famous for a reason, one of the greatest tight ends in the business.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that he does that at a high level for so long just says that here is someone who's focused and dedicated, and as dedicated as the men and women as part of the National Guards. They are civilians and soldiers, and Guard service is part time. Soldiers in the Guard can work full time, go to school, and fulfill their training at a minimum at 1 week in a month with job specific annual training. Learn more at nationalguard.com.
Ooh, but that's gonna be Mahomes getting drilled down right there. But a fantastic point. Want to give a huge shout out to the folks over there at Army National Guard. You kind of broached the topic, but the simple fact is they can do these things part times, and as well as the soldiers in the guard, they can qualify to receive those education benefits. That's both from state and federal tuition assistance programs. So whether you're doing a full time stuff, whether you're taking some part time tech stuff, Army National Guard, if you choose to get involved, help you out too. Speaking of, Patrick Mahomes gets zero help on that one, just has to throw it away. 3rd and 10 coming up.
Yeah, I imagine that being under pressure, throwing the ball away. Smart move, but you will see a lot of players when they're actually in that moment will try to scramble. Good thing for having the resolve to throw it away.
See how this squad doth do it. King Law really in the hot seat right now. After scoring first, allowing a score, and then throwing a pick way to the outside. Miko Hardman Jr. barely even catches this one inside. It's 4th and 5. I'd say there it is time to make a decision, but this is Madden 24, and there is no decision to be made.
Man, if there was a way to do like a microscopic challenge to make sure all the toes were inside the line, that would be one of it. It was close. It counts, but you don't want to do that all too often.
Yeah, like that was rather hard. You gotta just kind of trust the game on that one, I suppose. Rolling out. That's another pick. Lucky number 13 with number 2 when it comes to pick status. This is a rough start here for King Lawn 23.
Yeah, I know there's a whole thing where you want to have a chance to reset. It's like super early enough in the game, and you don't want to drop the game quite yet. You're only down by a touchdown, but I do think there's a situation here where every plan has been stopped and blocked, and here's not being
Oh.
stopped and blocked. Touchdown, Chiefs.
Pacheco is held out of touchdown scoring capabilities within the Super Bowl. That is not the case here today, even with, or excuse me, taking into account that he is technically playing on both sides. It's accounted for more of these touchdowns than not. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff.
Well, if you ever wanted proof that striking first, not always striking best, just like that, a blink of an eye. In the second, 21-7 going the other way, and Dame Atlanta's actually getting comfortable. You're seeing the pace large quite a bit, making King Lawn play their style of football, which is always the death knell if you want to win a game.
100% agreed. 100% agreed. That's going to be a little bit of something there. And now an extra 4 yards. The Novantas of the world can celebrate.
You know what? It's all about the effort, man. The effort. This is why I like college ball. No, I'm just kidding. But still, man, fair
Yep.
catch aren't fun. UFL, XFL,
Fair.
USFL. Come on.
Yes, yes. There you go. We got it back. Rob, obviously a fantastic commentator. Rob was not so much about the spring football. You got your spring football lover commentators back in the booth, folks.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because you were an USFL guy and I was an XFL guy. So we're kind of like in a weird marriage
Ooh,
here because of football. What a
there
chop
you go.
block. Is
There
that
you go.
legal?
Hey, it's okay. It's all right to be wrong. I'm glad that you can admit that, though.
Right. Wait, hey, hey, hey. I was like, yeah, you're right. Wait a minute.
Big bomb. Valdez Scantling not having any problems whatsoever. Both sides of the ball. This is, of course, King Lund basically needs this one now. You give this ball up to another Patrick Mahomes led Kansas City Chiefs. Let's check out this one in picture in picture. Big shout out to our Rally Cry replay staff as well. Valdez Scantling catches this one's a quarter of a second later. There is no way in heaven or here on earth that he's able to keep that one involved and not drop it the
See,
incomplete pass.
I'm with you. Had it been another touchdown, had it been 28-7, you would wonder whether or not someone would rather just drop the game, call the forfeit, and force game two. But yes, as it is right now, they're very much in the game for King Long. So this is super important for them to score on this drive and almost there get the first down.
Yeah, that makes this a little bit easier, but man, when you got an arm like Patrick Mahomes and you rely on the legs right there, spread out across this, and that was like the what the 18 or so. You have a lot of yardage, you have a lot of green ahead of you, and a lot of space to choose from. As it is, back in the gun yet again, Pacheco going to get stopped right on the line. That is going to be a first down to move these chains and keep the offensive dreams alive for King Lawn.
But this is why tournament play is so different because had you had a realistic or like a injury situation, I probably would not have Mahomes doing so much. But who needs that with a pass, a dime, the touchdown?
King Lawn looking like King Von out here. Another touchdown as this
Okay.
one just got a lot closer.
Oh wow, I like that. All right, tugboat, wordplay, props, props, props. But
Got to.
yes,
I
with
changed
the
one
one
letter. I changed
point
one
after
letter.
touchdowns we have, hey man, that's writing right there.
Love
One
it.
score separates two teams. What a play there! We see that in our picture in picture.
Yeah, so wow, 35 points already, 2:18 on the clock. We're gonna get a 2-minute clock stoppage and a trio of timeouts here for the squad. Now, not bringing it out. Okay, 2 minutes 18 seconds. There's none. You're really playing with time at this point. I am of the opinion that why waste 4 seconds, especially crucial 4 seconds for the 2-minute warning.
Just because it's a smart play doesn't mean it's a cool one. You know what I'm saying?
There you
Just
go.
go for the run anyway. Run the risk of getting fumbled.
Style never dies, people. Never forget that. Never forget
Yeah.
that. Hartman Jr. right outside. Now, probably going to take this one down to the 2-minute warning or so, unless they hurry it up. Yeah, this will be down to the 2-minute warning, and both players get a little bit of time to think about what they want to do.
I do like the fact that we saw in the first quarter a lot of these plays were like bombs that were overrun, but now we're just threading needles left and right. It kind of becomes like a game within the game is who's more accurate with his upfield passes as or those 15-yard, 10-yard, 8-yard darts. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Like it doesn't always, again, smart plays, flashy plays notwithstanding. Sometimes it just behooves to move the chains, get short runs, and I mean, it became a meme, right? Isaiah Pacheco and the way he runs, right? Like how he like stamps against the ground a little bit. But the simple fact remains that the man is absolutely talented, and he's on this squad for a reason. Constantly moving the chains might as well be his middle name, albeit a very long one, and that's going to be another first down.
I have to look this up. What do you say? Behooves? Is that like a SAT word again? Are we doing more collegiate stuff? Like, let me know.
I'm sorry.
Be-
I'm sorry. It's spring break. I'm not supposed to do it to
Behooves.
these guys.
I know what's going on here. I didn't come here to learn new words. I came here to say the ones I already know. But you're absolutely right. I love the fact that Pacheco's found a way to do his own lane and never really faded and never tried to do anything else to make anyone happy. What works for you would double down. Kind of like how Pitbull does makes kind of rap music for himself. You know what I mean? Like no one's favorite rapper is Pitbull, but he's still doing it.
There is not a target market for Pitbull people. He's just entertaining to one person and one person only. And we all, he has such a good time doing it. We all just kind of go along with it. Have
Yeah.
for 15, 20 years.
Ballet.
Pacheco, wide open. Barn door open over here? Question mark?
Yes, the answer is yes, but I understand because there was a lot more targets that was even further down. And when you play digital Madden, there's always like look for the biggest kind of receiver, but that mid pass was awesome as well.
Pacheco, quick run out and dash out to the right side. King Lawn now with the timeout, anticipating 15, 20 seconds or so. The Pacheco runs make sense, but you really only have so much time to play with if you're Damo Lander. This one going down. There's another timeout, the last for King Lawn. And this is more so advantage Damo Lander at this point, right? Because now they can just completely control this clock, run it all the way down. Even taking three at this point to make it a two possession game is not a bad idea.
Yeah, I know conventional wisdom is to run the score, and I'm not saying it's a bad idea. Go ahead and do it, but you got to give praise to alternate strategies too. You walking in with the lead after running the time really puts a different kind of pressure on your opponent to come up with something more creative. And I always say creativity will win the game, but if you're pushing someone to think creatively and they don't have an idea, that's as good as gold, my friend.
100% agreed. 100% agreed. You got to come up with something worthwhile, and it looks like both players are doing that individually in offense. Yes, this was Damo Lander on defense with the two picks thus far. That kind of seems like a thing of the past. Pacheco twisting and turning up to
Uh,
up. That
ooh,
looked like it was inside.
well, he got the assist from his opponent, but yeah, I thought it was also across the line, second and goal in inches, centimeters, millimeters. hairs, blades of grass.
Blades of grass. That's what we're going to start doing. But Mahomes to Valdez Scantling for 1,700,492 blades of grass. That's going to be 6 points on the board here for Valdez Scantling, right up the middle,
Well, that would have
or at the left
been
side. Excuse me.
what a service of the left side there, because I think everyone was looking up the middle, but just going behind a conversation in the background, sneaking behind, and then there's your second score. You needed 28-14.
That's done. It's done. A very high scoring game thus far. 7 seconds is no real time at all. This is maybe bomb territory for. I mean, that's the only thing really possible. And leave a player controlled player back. You can kind of prevent any sort of kick six opportunities,
Oh,
or of course any
boo.
hail mary interceptions that come all the way up. I did this time. I mean, what's the practical difference between 7 seconds and 3 seconds? I definitely try and take this one out at this point.
Yeah, no idea. Look, that's more of a jestful boot. Please don't like come after me in the chat. I'm just saying, you should run. You're down by 14, end of the half, whatever, man. Let it ride.
Yeah, I mean, just if you can't make it all the way, then dash out with 1 second or 2 second to go. Because I mean, this is a four slants. Is everybody going out there? Okay, maybe a little bit across the other side. Hartman Jr. is going to pick this one up. Excuse me. We just got a bomb across the middle of the field. Clock
Well,
stoppage right here.
I'm going to
Seconds to go.
be made to eat my words if they score here.
Same, same. Valdez Scantling across the middle. That's not going to be enough. Into the second half we go. Kinglon is not able to find anything right here, and Kinglon will be kicking it off to Damo Lander. Start off this second half.
Well, that's gonna be the story of that first half. You had King Long scoring first at a pace that was pretty fast. I thought it was gonna be a faster game, but Demolander not only got on the board, but slowed down the pace and worked to their advantage. So now the pressure's on King Long. What do you have to do? You already lost the pace game. Now you gotta put something on the board. What's gonna be the tactics? What's in the bag of tricks?
Especially given that it's a two-score difference now, it's a defensive stop. Everything the Damo Lander has come up with so far has been a touchdown, especially given that a couple of these drives started really, really close off the back of some interceptions. It's really going to need a defensive stop right here to shake up like the scoring, because everybody just seems like they're getting six at the end of every single one of these drives. That's how King Lon has got to stop this one and take back the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, defensive stops are always a good thing, but I always wondered about King Lon's use of player controls on defense. Maybe a second gear is there, but I haven't quite seen it as of yet.
Gotta agree with you. Gotta agree with you. Figuring this one out a little bit more. We've seen some decently heavy man coverage as well, just flipping through these like ever so quickly. Obviously, audibles come in on the line of scrimmage as well, but I mean, it's 2024. Zone coverage is just so much more so the move for teams that want to succeed.
Man, take me back to my football days when I was a house, 5'8", 275, being on the line, being a nose guard. Yeah, zone coverage looks great, but I never saw that far. So you let me know, Tugboat.
Saw it from afar. Johnson right there. Johnson being the star defender on either side of these teams. Now King Long coming up with the tackle for a little bit of a loss. 4th and 1, still decides to throw it. Valdez Scantling right up the middle this time. And now to the house for another 6 points.
Oh man, I had my pearls clutched in hand because it was a story about energy, a story about making it happen. Look at this replay here. Okay, or after he comes back, and that the point's good. Look at the replay here. He was able to catch the ball and do a perfectly strategic juke to give him all the runway to go to the house.
Yeah, also just the misdirection, right? It's 4th and 1. Everybody in this entire stadium is in of Arrowhead is assuming that this is going to be a run up the middle, maybe a pitch play to one side or the other with Pacheco and back and Mahomes up front. Nope, it's a bomb right across the middle to Valdez Scantling, and then a user controlled move later. That's 6 points to the house. 3:18 left in this third quarter, Avanta.
Now, here's the idea. I know that you really can't quit if people paid money to see an actual ticket, but it is a best of three. If you're King Lons, you still try to get yourself back into the game. And, well, that's not how it's done.
Wow.
What a set. Well, I think it's incomplete, but Sac
Yeah.
City almost here or there. 35-14 is not looking good for King Lon currently.
There would be some ringing, and it's not just from the fans here. There'd be some ringing in the ears of Patrick Mahomes if that had actually happened. Pop out, no loss. Now a first down. Chain still moving here for Kinglon. Back to the gun yet again, surveying the field and opted for a second. Now that's Sneed with another pick off. Snead going the wrong way on this one for just a little while, but this is probably more so, hey, I want more yardage, so I can just give this rock to a man named Isaiah Pacheco and run this clock out.
Looking like Damon Land is about dancing on the face of their opponents. It could be seen as a little bit of poor sportsmanship, but I disagree. It's very critical to have the lead and to run as much time as you can. And speaking of running, Pacheco had a lot of room in front of them, and that was a gain of how much?
I'm not even sure, 30 yards or so. This other King Lawn, Kansas City defense allowed 341 yards so far, 218 through the air, so 100 plus from Isaiah Pacheco. They even got McKinnon involved in that a little bit. That's a huge bomb up and a perfectly timed user pick, giving this one back the other way. Cook is going to come down with the interception, and King Lawn now going to be starting their own drive on the 5.
Interesting. That was a interesting unorthodox arc, and just kind of seen it, target it, brought it down. Even though it was in traffic, it really wasn't bothered. And now, just like that, we're going the other way, which goes to show you sometimes a game breaker may not be a game breaker at all.
I completely understand. Barely got this one out. That's to Kelsey, the big man running down the side. Almost gets up to the first down marker as Mahomes was about to get just absolutely made one with the green down bottom on the left side. That coverage blown, barely gets this ball out and away. Audibles upon audibles, everything changing on the line of scrimmage right now. That's going to be Rasheed Rice on the post, on a big post across the body. That's another pick off. Boydo is going to be able to get this one in, and I'm thinking just the chronological resource time, y'all, for King Lawn is not going to be enough for a comeback here.
Yeah, that was the thing. I think that drive was the most critical for them, but just one Superman catch can switch fortunes once again.
Seriously. Seriously, that probably is, one of the nails in the coffin here for King Lon's game numero uno. The good news is, of course, Novanta. This is a best of three. King Lon's still going to have an opportunity after this. I don't want to count this game done and dusted quite yet, but a 21-point difference, three picks, excuse me, and another turnover here for Damo Lander's defense is exactly what the doctor ordered.
You know what I learned a couple weeks ago? They were talking about.
What did you learn a couple weeks ago there?
Most modern coffins have latches, so they're actually more definite than nails. It's kind of
Hmm.
like super secure. For what reason, I never know. But there you go.
That doesn't sound as dramatic, though.
Oh,
Also, I
right.
have to ask how you learned this.
Sometimes I get up, let's say up late, I look at Wikipedia pages to help me sleep, and it was a very,
Uh,
very dark rabbit hole.
the
But
Wikipedia rabbit hole. Got you. I've been there before, my friend. I've
you
been
know
there
what's
before.
terrifying? Also, looking up children's movies, but reading the plots instead of watching them, horrifying.
Oh yeah, no, dude. Brave Little Toaster gave me nightmares for years,
Oh,
years and years. The
absolutely.
nightmare scene with the forks, where they like extend and then come over and like angle above him, and then kind of come down as there's like a river of syrup or something like that. Dude, it was
Tugboat gets it.
terrifying.
Tugboat gets it.
Almost as horrifying to the Damo Lander defense as that King Long. Wait, no, excuse me, other way around. Almost as as terrifying to the King Lawn defense as that Travis Kelsey touchdown to the outside, 42 points on the board. We are looking at a 28-point game. 28-point game here for King Lawn. I can I can give them props for not giving this one up, but after a certain point, there just is not enough sand in the hourglass to bring this one back.
Yep, another latch in the coffin there, Tugboat. But I gotta ask you this. Yeah, there is some kind of fight for say I'm gonna play this all out. Maybe you try a brand new tactic you could apply in game two, because it's pretty much a foregone conclusion. Game one's all but lost for King Long.
I mean, if you take all of these things, you hold them constant, you play the same exact game, but you put King Lawn on a bit of a better defense like the Buffalo Bills, especially if you change up the playbooks of the coaches that you're using right there. Obviously, everyone's got their personal favorites. There are some standouts. I think this game goes a little bit different because the offensive scoring capabilities are pretty similar. Defensive capability is completely different. We were talking, that was Jordu, I believe, who was talking about that on the interview a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Well, here's a question for you there, Tug. What if you were in this
Here,
tournament and whoa, forget that. What a sack being brought down. I feel everyone's feeling it right now on that white side.
yeah, that's a ton of bricks hitting the backfield right here for King Lawn. They're going to feel every pound of it. Now taken off. That's a lot of room to work with. A first down plus a little bit here. Three rushes, eight or 24 yards, 8 yards per rush attempted here for Patrick Mahomes.
Well, I was going to ask you if you were in this tournament. Granted, you can't be because that'd be a conflict of interest if there ever
Hmm.
was one. Would you play a team straight with their playbook, or would you try to take playbooks from other teams to create a super team?
That's tough. I think it's easy to pick up the Sean McDermott or Andy Reid defense. Offense, I would probably. I mean, I'm pretty much gonna. If I'm playing competitively, I mean, Rob and I were talking about this a little bit. You're playing competitively, you're gonna pick pretty much one of three teams, one of four teams, I should say. Bills, Chiefs, Eagles, maybe, or definitely the Ravens. And all of those offensive playbooks work, especially if you're talking about the Ravens, just because that's so much more run heavy
Right.
than pass heavy, like your Patrick Mahomes led Kansas City Chiefs.
I mean, I hear you. What a pass that's also completed. But I think of the Street Fighter thing too. Like you have Rio, you have Ken. They're always in almost every game. They're almost in everything. But
Hmm.
imagine being that guy who wins a match with Dan. You know what I mean? Like the extra bragging rights is wholly worth it.
To check out the Rally Cry Madden series as Boy Doe brings down another one. User lurk, not user pick. That's another high step right here as Boy Doe looks to be taking this one to the house.
I gotta be honest with you. The way the positioning that Dan Melander has had, you would assume there'd be a lot more interceptions. Sometimes the game has really benefited King Lon for those kind of reads that even I saw up here in the booth, and they're paying for it now. 49-14 here in game one.
Yeah, brutal. Brutal. We're gonna hope that this isn't a indication of how the rest of these are going to go. We are not Damo Lander haters by any means, but it is fair to assess this matchup thus far, this game one, I should say, as a one-sided affair in every way, shape, and form.
I like to clarify that I am a hater, but it's not of Dan Melander. I hate everything else. TVs,
There you
movies,
go.
culture, blah.
There you
But
go.
Dan Melander for
Equal
cool.
opportunity hater. I love it.
Professional hater.
Professional hater. International professional hater, we should
Yeah, that's
say.
it. That's me.
2 minutes to go right here. I'm at this point just play it out, right? Kind of see what else Dan Melander is going to throw offensively or defensively, excuse me, and coming into the next little bit, especially if you're King Law and you're thinking about changing teams.
But there's also, as someone who got to be on stream a couple times in other esports, namely WWE 2K and Rocket League,
Mhm.
sometimes there is kind of a thrill, even though if you're losing, to be on stream and have commentary, and have chat, have your opinions as well. I can only assume if you're King Lon, you get a chance to experience that, just see what people are saying as you're playing. You can adapt that to other rounds of your matchup.
I can imagine that's probably the case for other commentators, but for you and I, definitely not, right?
Right. Yeah, what are we doing? We're like, yeah, man, forfeit. Yeah, we're the worst.
There you go.
We're the worst at it.
4 rushes, 13 yards. Isaiah Pacheco right there for King Lawn. The guy, like, well, we'll talk about this a little bit more in the post game, but this is a stat line that you'd have to have like amazingly impressive stats for pretty much every other offensive player, every other quote unquote skill position. For Pacheco to put up numbers like that and you not to come down with an L.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where there's no one really using the Chiefs and giving you like surprise or dark horse targets. I mean, Pacheco's good at what he does for a reason. So is Kelsey. Might as well use them. You know what I mean?
There you go. Noah Gray getting the other big man tight end involved. 49-14 is going to be the end result for our first game. Damo Lander will be coming back with the home field Kansas City Chiefs as well. So a bad situation in game number one that will hopefully improve across our game number two now, Devonta.
Yeah, absolutely. You score first, but then you drop the first game. That's always bad news bears for anyone in that situation. But what exactly happened is, well, you had an opponent, in this case, Diamond who really saw your offensive plays. Basically, put the pressure on you on those small, short, secure passes, force you to go out long for those bombs and Hail Marys, and they were kind of waiting for those interceptions. It was a very strategic way. Those interceptions came late in the game, but they were critical enough.
Yeah, like I just the interceptions are such, especially in this game, that it's such a momentum shift when they come in the first quarter, especially when there's already 21 points on the board. It's like we've already set down our scoring pace. It's going to be fast. It's going to be a lot of back and forth action here. And defenses are like, because it's so offensive heavy, the big definitive moves that you can make on defense are going to be so much more important.
Yeah, I think the important is the name of the game, right? Because you can try to do anything or keep what I do, and I know what I'm doing is keep swapping players and try to tackle the air. But when you have those intentional moves and you can't let your opponent know where you're going to go, it could be like the tightening of anaconda for anyone who's tried anything. I think King 23 figured that out the hard way. So in game two, I'm thinking a little bit looser. Go try to push back that faster pace when they were in the driver's seat to force a game three.
Yeah, and that's going to come off the back of if they play the Chiefs again, getting Pacheco involved, spreading the ball around a little bit more, and just simply, especially early, taking less risky throws. The first pick, like you should be able to take that and mentally write it off. The second and third picks, this is just off the back of bad mistakes, and I think there was kind of that pressure to like prove like, okay, I can still get it done, not just to myself, to my opponent, but obviously on broadcast as well. I can get it done with these long balls. I can throw into double coverage and thread that needle like Navanta was talking about. But then once like that challenge comes up and then you continuously have to do that, like you put yourself in a position where you have to come back, it's just a small snowball that eventually turns into an avalanche.
Absolutely. Devil is a stronger defensive team, but isn't the quickest defensive team. So I would say it may sound reckless, but just get rid of that ball as quickly as you can while that defense is setting up. You may get yourself some extra yards.
Speaking of like scoring plays as well, what we had a defensive touchdown. We had like what 9? Yes, 9. Jeez, 8 offensive touchdowns. Excuse me. No field goals whatsoever. Couple fourth down attempts coming on in. We are getting our confirmation from our go to production staff. We are going to be sticking with the same team, so neither of these teams switching off of the Kansas City Chiefs. We will be seeing a home team advantage switched from King Lawn in game number 1 to Demolander for game number 2.
I think that's it's 2 Demolander. Oh, that's not good. I thought it was going to go the other way to the loser of the matchup, because we all know, I think, with all the stadia in the game, that Arrowhead has like one of the better buffs. But if it's going to the guy who already won by 3 touchdowns, and I'm not really sure it's going to be a tough day for King Lawn. But you know what? Stranger things have happened. You find a way to climb Mount Everest, even though the wind is blowing at your face. You have a lot more of a different story to tell. So I hope that we have our game 3 situation, but the challenge is going to be all there for them.
Yeah, and King Lawn also has to dictate, like, if they get the ball first, then they have to get something going where they have a competitive nature in the second half again. If they're going to be kicking off in the second half, they can't be coming into this one from a behind position by any means. Get back to basics, short passes, other things like this, because King Lawn started this like 5 touchdown deficit around the time when he was forcing out moderate to long field passes that just weren't necessary.
And also, if you're watching right now on that Twitch, here's a chance for you to be the coach. Let us know in the comments below what you would do if you're King Lawn, try to force a game 3, but only after you subscribe. They'll be showing up here lurking, not subscribing to things. But no, we want to hear what you think. Interact with us people below on that Twitch channel.
Yes, absolutely. I want to give a little shout out here to the Army National Guard here for helping us out, making competitions just like this. Now, soldiers in the Army National Guard show up for the community, their state, and their country when they're most needed. So if you want to get involved, you can do more for yourself and for your future, because, again, soldiers in the Guard can qualify to receive education benefits if they choose to further their higher education, which, again, is part-time. You do not have to be in the Army National Guard full-time. People further their higher education both part-time and full-time while still maintaining that once-a-month obligation for the Army National Guard. If you're interested, Google Army National Guard, just like it's spelled, and it's actually right over there above Navanta's head as well. So even easier for you guys.
Oh yeah, going back to Arrowhead, I don't think Taylor Swift is going to be in the audience, but she should, because it's right here. It's going to be a monumental clash.
But she should, exactly. See how this one goes. No kickoff return attempted here for the first. We are continuing to get this one figured out. I believe, they're just going to be picking. They're just going to be picking plays at this point. Just be picking playbooks and other things like this.
Yeah. There's something kind of unsettling about Mahomes versus Mahomes, but we're taking a break back here in the studio. So we're getting everything situated and making sure everything runs as smooth as possible. Thank you so much for your patience. And yeah, we saw already that we're going to be focused. I know what King Lawn has to do. We know what Demolander has to do. Can Demolander repeat? We're talking about what King Lawn has to do. Once getting the win in hand, the last thing you want to do is having a series slip away. So let's see if they have that same focus as game 2 is up from the way momentarily.
That's a really, really good point too. All we talked about what King Lon had to change up and do. This just like the writing on the wall is this. This could either gone either way. This could have been King Lon taking a pick earlier. We saw King Lon take a pick. It was just not. It wasn't four of them, and B,
Right.
it wasn't as such like a really quantitatively important time, which is when that score difference really started to elongate. If you're Damo Lander, don't play this one like you're ahead. Play the exact same game that you played in the first one. Don't take really courageous, just over the top, arrogant plays when you don't need to. Get back to methodical professional football. Get it to it.
Yeah, I'm with that 100%. Getting stopped there for a 1 yard gain. I think the defense is also stronger from Damon Lanner's side. But my biggest critical note is that it takes a little bit longer for them to get in position, a little bit longer, a little bit slower than most teams in this tournament. It's kind of their sole Achilles heel. But once they get in position, they're pretty much unstoppable. So tighten that up, and then it could be a pretty easy game.
Okay.
But there are no easy games here. What?
We've been talking all day about how Damon Linder is doing fantastic. Then chucks this one like literally was trying to hit him in the face mask. Like Mahomes was mad at him, like was mad at his teammate technically who's on the defense, just when it's trying to chuck it, hit him straight into the face mask there. Just gonna wake him up and waste it down. There's be very, very glad that that was not a pick and that was not points like coming the other way because there was a lane opened up. 4th and 8, Damolander facing a little bit of pressure early, but Rasheed Rice is not unfamiliar to pressure, cuts downfield. There's a diving attempt. Number 13, Johnson. We will see you later.
Talking about being strategic. The pass was there, looking like it was going to be a slide, but decides to go for it and just juking or say a pre-juke, not once but twice to make sure they open the scoring.
Pre-jukes is juke. Hey, what's the meme? Yo, dog, we heard you love juke, and so we put a pre-juke in your jukes. You can juke while you pre-juke.
Oh man, do the kids even know that show anymore?
I almost certainly not. Almost, yeah. Pit my ride, dude. Pit my
Okay,
ride.
yeah, it's a classic. Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of those. That was one of those sick for the day. Put it on the TV shows. Oh, to be
Oh,
young again.
yeah. One more time. Watch those Jerry Springers, or you watch the Pit My
Oh,
Rides.
dude, Jerry Springer. Yes. You know they came up with a new Judge Judy.
They did. She went to my high school, by the way. Does that have to know about the
Yeah, oh yeah,
fact?
yeah. I think we've talked about this. So they have like a stenographer, and they have Judge Judy's like I think her grandniece or her granddaughter maybe, like interacting with chat.
Man, well,
Like
if you
literally, it's
that's
Brave New
cool.
World. It's
Yeah.
Brave New World.
What is your six programming? Listen in the chat below. Kind of reverse of a flip of the script. Dan Milano scoring first in this one. Let's see if King Lon has their response.
Kelsey left wide open. If you're King Lon, you can almost be happy that that was only 28 points. Kelsey is just simply, I mean, what he's got the double me power up. He's got that for a reason. Even when you single coverage him, he's going to get the advantage from just an absolutely goated ability lineup. Was that? Oh my god.
Whoa!
Okay.
It
Okay.
was a long bomb. Could have been a way to get an instant equalizer, but it was popcorn. Couldn't bring it down, and so we do it again.
Coulda, shoulda, and woulda. King Lon getting aggressive early, very, very close to an INT, and has enough time to write his memoirs in the backfield right now.
I
Is
don't know
that
why he would step back every time. It just
Patrick Mahomes in the 30-yard line? A
yeah,
memoir.
that is classic NFL blitz. 1st and 30. That's how you play the game.
Yeah, right. Oh boy, Valdez Scantling wide open as this zone coverage is blown in the secondary. Man, oh man, that's going to be King Lon putting a little bit of points on the board.
Yeah,
This is exactly what we were looking for in game number one. But if you guys remember, it's towards the end of the first quarter and towards the beginning first minute or so of the second quarter, where this one really started to break away.
that's one thing conceding points, but it's the other one to see someone Naruto run across the touchline. Yikes! But tie game. I love it. We
I
got ourselves a
That would
close
be
contest.
an awesome touchdown celebration, right?
Just
Like with the ball, and it would be really dangerous too, right? Because like I mean, holding it back like that obviously is decently dangerous while you're running and like bouncing your weight up and down, but also like legitimately putting it closer to defenders, maybe get it hit out. It would also probably get about a billion reviews on social media. So
no, yeah. If you're Naruto running a touchdown, you're getting like speared by everybody. So yes, this is the
Like,
most dangerous celebration ever.
oh, I thought that was excuse me, Excuse me, sorry, Travis Kelsey. I'll never doubt that one again. I thought not only that a pick, but definitely would have been a caught ball. It was. It was doubly wronger.
Yeah, it looked like it was gonna go through the defense, and maybe that's what happened. So up there, and this Matt Mahomes has all the time in the world, and it gets tripped up. But wow, like, everyone just opens up Red Sea style. I was like, oh, what's going on with Pat Mahomes over there?
Yeah, interesting stuff. Comes up, isn't content with the probably 1 yard gain, maybe with the slide. Not 100% sure. Wise decision to not try and have old Patty Mahomes taking hits. Got to keep him nice and non-bruised for Brittany on Monday. Number
Oof.
11.
What? I missed a
What?
touchdown there. I thought for sure it would be before the line, and no, first and goal. Okay, I'm about to say that was a touchdown there, but like just so good in those jukes there, man. Demo Leonard is so good at that juke. User jukes is fantastic.
Yeah, let's take a look at this one again, folks. Bomb right there, and then just gets horizontal with it for a second before he goes and gets vertical with it immediately afterwards. Crazy stuff. Also, I guess I just kind of noticed this, but Damo Lander's literally doing this with Pacheco, with Kelsey, and with Valdez Scantling. I think he has thrown twice to Rasheed Rice with one reception thus far.
I know it's gonna be a weird analogy to compare it to baseball. Sometimes you don't need all the pitches in the world if you're a pitcher. All you need to know is your location and targeting. That's exactly what's happening here. If you have the tools and no one can stop them, then keep using the tools that you have.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, man. Back home they'd say, "Don't fix it if it ain't broke, y'all." Well, I'd have to repeat that advice, but a running play abandoned Rasheed Rice. There you go, the rookie now getting involved here for the Kansas City Chiefs.
That is the worst New Jersey accent I've ever heard. I'm just, I'm
Oh,
just
dude,
kidding.
how I,
No,
I'm
please,
done. I'm
please don't
destroyed.
leave
I'm
me. Don't leave
finished.
me. I
I'm
need you to talk
finished,
about.
dude. This is insane. New Jersey.
Yeehaw.
Good
Okay.
God.
So we have ourselves
That's
a close game in the
amazing.
first. And I say already feels different than the first game, which is good because you want to be able for King Lon to find a way to get yourself in this contest and runs like that. It's how it's done. Catch the ball, move it upfield.
Love it. Up to the 21. Going to be a technical 4 yard loss, but still an opportunity on offense, especially with only 9 seconds left in the quarter. This is actually the same. Interesting stuff. So Damolander got the ball first this time, but the score line is the exact same, albeit there's about 30 seconds left on the clock for the same situation. Travis Kelsey, still cut right to the inside of the field. Going to be picked up first and a little bit more.
So this is what we saw in that first game when the pace is a lot quicker. It does benefit King Lon. I think they're still in the game. But if once Damon is able to slow it down because the defense is slow to transition, then it becomes theirs. So like that whole Anaconda situation before, if you're King Lon, you got to play as fast as possible to keep Damon in the black foot. Oh
Matt
man.
Patrick Mahomes almost doesn't get this one out. That'd have been a 25-yard loss or something like this. An NFL blitz first and 25. Seems like they're coming out to chalk this rock. But hey, that's Patrick Mahomes. He can put this rock anywhere.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. There's a lot of things you could have done, like throw it away and but didn't do that. And Pacheco got stopped right there as well. Not looking good on this drive for King Lon.
One rush attempt, 1 yard. Everything else come through the air for King Lawn 23 so far. This is going to be just another step back. Kelsey right out to the outside, takes a nasty hit, a lower hit right here. 4th and 1 now. No huddle for the what is being forecast as a run play. No, Pacheco rolls to the outside. That's a big end to Valdez Scantling right down the sidelines. That's going to be nobody on the defensive side. A much more competitive game we have on our hands now, Navanta.
Well, I was going to fold my arms and frown and say it was reckless, but what is better than scoring nothing tie game?
It's funny. It's funny. Yeah. The advice given. No. What are you guys doing? You young people not running the ball anymore. Isaiah
Right.
Pacheco, one rush attempt. What are you doing?
Well, my entire prowess at this game was hitting that Ask Madden button. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't say 4th and 1, go for a 35-yard pass downfield.
Hey, it's worked a couple of times now. Worked a couple of times. Dude, shout out to Ask Madden. Like when I was like a kid, like learning more about the great sport of American football, there was a certain point where I started like realizing, oh, he's saying, he's suggesting this play because of this. He's suggesting this play because of this. And I think that was one of the best ways to learn about this, obviously outside of hands-on experience playing the actual game yourself. But
Yeah.
even so, like playing position, You're not exactly privy to every single offensive or defensive, whichever side of the ball you play on, to every single call, right? Not exactly privy to like the reasoning and everything else like that. You just kind of get it.
Yeah, actually, I played more of 2K as a kid, but the reason why Madden was always superior, what a catch, and there's your first down and some. A little bit of that juke moves in there, and a little bit extra yard there as extra in the purse. But I was going to say, what makes Madden so good is because how realistic it is. You can play it arcade mode, but if you really want to know about like what routes and assignments are, they do
Mhm.
hold your hand, and it's the best way to really learn the game under the hood, so to speak.
Yeah, and Madden 24 so much more so. Mahomes looking real steady under the pocket right there. Damo Lander. Okay, okay, perhaps another. I mean, especially in a game, we're just trying to find differences between these two with 14 to 14, about 2.5 minutes left in the second quarter right here. Just seems like Damo Lander is just controlling Patrick Mahomes in the pocket a lot more confidently.
Yeah, I get it. Once the pace slows down, it's definitely a demo lander's game, and so it's better in the pocket. Oh man, better in the
Oh,
pocket, better on defense eventually. But it's the speed of everything. It really has to be methodical for Demo Lander to have an advantage.
Reed is upset that that pop play out, the forced fumble didn't happen within the middle of the field. This just goes to the outside. Pacheco, rocket in hand, 5 rushes, 5 yards. I think like three first downs though.
That counts for something. Let's go Chiefs.
Let's go Chiefs! Beat the Chiefs! It takes all of us to beat the Chiefs. Gonna say heavily loading up this right side now, drawing a couple defenders. Man coverage once again forecasted at least. These guys immediately move. Miko Hardman's getting sent out to the outside barrier. Doesn't even get to complete his route right there as the attention is drawn to left. Mahomes shakes right. Love that.
Y- yeah, it was almost so obvious he left that was going to go right, but thankfully it was caught pretty soon. Not sure if you could do that
Hmm.
same trick again back to back.
That's well, that's at least what they're forecasting so far. Kelsey with the post right up the middle. That seemed like Kelsey with the okay. Kelsey had what a step and a half and a what 6'7" if I remember right. At 6'7", every single step is going to gain you a couple of inches if your receiver is running, with the same steps per second, I guess,
Yeah.
or however you want to do it. Same exact play being forecasted once again right now, but no man coverage, zone coverage now being shown heavily loaded left side with zone coverage. That speaks to me now that you're going to shake this one to the right yet again. Short play is not going to happen. Right, Rasheed Rice cutting his way to the right side gets up to the first and a little bit more hit stick for King Lon though.
Yeah, definitely it felt like the fantastic juke play well, but once too often got stopped as soon as being caught. Thankfully, stopped the bleeding there on that pass.
Moving the chains. Pacheco gets 2 yards on this one. 2 yards. Alert the presses here, folks. Damo
Oh yeah,
Lander was getting so much more for Isaiah Pacheco in the first game of this best of three series, and that time just seems to be over.
this is what makes best of three so unique. You can beat an opponent on any given Sunday or every given digital Saturday, but you got to be able to find another way to do it again the second time, and that's where a lot of teams struggle. Look out! Woo! Sack and tackle counts there, and even though it's still a tight game, it does feel momentum is favoring King Lon currently.
Sack, tackle for loss, whatever you want to call it. It's 3rd and 14 right now. And Damo Lander is going to get put. I mean, if they don't get any more yardage on this one, then it truly is decision time. If I'm them, I go with a moderate throw, like a 9, 10 yard throw, and just try and get up there. So then I can make the decision to go for the fourth on inches, or just go ahead and kick this one, take a mild lead. That's going to be a bomb to the corner. Not whoa, way outside. Sorry about that, guys. I thought that was inside. I misread that completely.
Yeah,
50
I'll take a
yard.
mile lead, huge ass pass.
Yeah, let's take a
Hit.
look at this one again, see kind of how what happened there to mess this one up. Should be a perfect. Yeah, I mean, this is Harrison Bucker. It's only 50 yards.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was on the run, a little overthrown. Sometimes that meter gets ahead of you, and that's exactly where it went.
Yep. 17 seconds though. This is not undoable. Arrowhead gonna be rocking right now. Miko Hardman Jr. gonna take this one on the one, right up the middle. Sea of
Oh,
red in two different shades. Gonna be covering this field o green. and 14 seconds now. This is enough for what? Two moderate passes, then you really have to go for it?
Hey, I'm just glad they ran the ball. I'm all about that. But you're absolutely right there, Tugboat. At least two.
Yep.
But
Especially with two timeouts of apiece. King Lon just oh, he's got an allergy to the pocket like women's pants.
wow, did he like trip after catching that ball? There was no one around him. It looks like it was going to scramble to go nowhere. But hey, look, first down's a first down.
Zone coverage now being brought back right here. Is the first down, like you said, is first down, but clock was a lot of clock there was eaten up. And even if he catches this, yeah, that's not good. That was the longest last second I've ever seen in an NFL game. Okay, like it's like staring at this one, just kind of politely, like just like roll his eyes, like yeah, we'll get there when we get there. Don't worry about it, guys. We're
Game
gonna give
clock.
King Law another play. Whoa, I didn't know the rest were playing in Madden 24 now. Yuck, 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 yuck. The
Game
joke has to be
clock
made. Uh oh,
was like,
what up.
say it, Tugboat. Say it. Are you in awe? Are you shocked and awe?
I am at a loss for words. The writing is on the wall. Damo Lander plays much closer coverage than ever was necessary. And Miko Hardman Jr. with a deciding factor here. Now this field goal for Damo Lander seems like it's such like a more big brain play, right? Like take those points at the very end and then you play zone coverage. But the second, I mean, the second decision has to come after that, right? Like
Yeah,
play like on this very last play is the deep zone coverage. Everybody knows what is on the board right here. What are you gonna do? Try and take like a short INT for six? Like
yeah, it definitely was a situation of cascading effects, right? You had the longest second on the planet. The game clock was like, hold up, let him cook. Then the ball went over there, and now it's a touchdown. And it definitely has a momentum shifted. It's not a second half. Land's under some pressure now. Let's see how they respond, especially on defense as they have to kick off this go around.
in defense of Miko Hardman Jr., that defense on the left side looked like he hadn't been touched in that entire play. It just looked like had full time just a sprint right down the field. So, 13-yard line, no shade casted here, at least from this side of the booth. It was just an honest attempt, and kind of like a little bit of blown special teams play.
Just a little bit of blown, just a little blown. Yep.
He didn't get touched. He would have run slower if somebody threw him a dirty look.
My coach would say there's no such thing as little mistakes, and then if we lost the game, then
That's
we had extra practice the next day. So
Hey, little mistakes turn into big practices, it seems.
absolutely.
Big corner. Valdez Scantling is burned. How many corners on this one tonight?
Well, as the kids say, King Lon's in their bag now. I mean, just not being pressured, not being bothered. And what I was saying going into this one, decisions that happen quicker tend to work out for them. And as keep going to that situation, they come out on top. So why not?
I'm out on top, so why not? He's a poet. Didn't know it. Goes down to land down under. Comes back with some thunder. I don't know.
Hey, I
Second and
love it.
seven. Second and seven. Yeah. Well, we've been talking about pacing so far. Uh, it might as well be Isaiah pacing, not Isaiah Pacheco.
For sure. Yeah. And my man Tugboat doesn't drop the mic, he places the mic gently down. That's why I love it.
I
Yeah. Used to
in
rap? What?
movies in
What?
movies like mic drops make sense, but especially after working production, the entire idea of like disrespecting a tool of the trade is yeah, even just old man yelling in a cloud.
I mean, I'm with that cloud because I have it in my contract. If I do an event, you drop my microphone, I charge you extra.
Nice. I like that. I like that.
Yeah,
This
grab
should be
it.
standard. This should be standard. Like, hey, nobody cares about your feelings, just like Valdez Scantling doesn't care about your defensive opportunities. Nicely done here for King Lon, as that's another touchdown put up right here. This was the kind of breakaway plays that King Lon was looking for, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's very too early to call it, but definitely feels like a different flavor altogether. Dave Melander is under pressure that we ever saw before, so we're going to see how they're going to adjust to this. But a game three situation would probably be better for both these players as this tournament rolls on.
It's done. Done. We'll get updates for the rest of the bracket here. Yeah, no kickoff return. Want to turn attentions right here. I'll go ahead and give those as well because I'm pretty sure you have the screenshot. Damo Lander King Lon obviously still doing battle. UMYP putting Don't Vape down 2-0. Fantastic name there, Don't Vape. Ferraro, unfortunately, losing. That's Juice X Tay 10 2-0 fashion. Luke Step and Quran 91402 still doing battle.
And doing battles, what's happening right now on the pressure. Pat Mahomes had nowhere to go, throws it away. I do think, talking about momentum being shifted, it's completely shifted.
Yeah, 100% agree. 100% agree. This was all Damo Lander all day in game number one. And that is Valdez Scantling on both sides of this ball. That's a big one down the field. Sneed was the defensive powerhouse that first game. Two picks, one of them for a TD, one of them pick six. Zone coverage being forecasted right now. This is a heavily loaded right side. Got a little bit of time and only barely gets this ball out.
Got bailed out twice. Once in that run had so many jukes, I thought it was going to be a fumble. And then that sack, I thought was going to be a fumble as well. But yet, still survives to play another day.
I'd play another day. Same with the game. Not against it. Not against it. Hey, Kinglon showing up in chat. Appreciate you, Kinglon. I am enjoying your competitive nature as well. And Kinglon shouting us out saying he's loving the commentary.
Wow. Shout out to that, man.
It makes one of us, right? But
Yeah. Hey, I'm a fan of me. I love me.
I was completely kidding. Completely kidding. You'll never find a bigger Navanta fan than myself. You never find a bigger tugboat fan than Navanta, I'd like to think.
Anyway, that was a that was a completed run. I'm kidding. I love you, talk about. That's a completed run here, and then we'll see this Demolander really has a biggest opportunity here to get back in the game, so to speak, after having such a uninspired couple of offensive runs.
Yeah, the simple fact that Damo Lander's running game with Pacheco has been shut down so handedly in this is a massive, massive W for King Lon. Now, Kadarius Tony, the first look from either side of this Kansas City Chiefs, as he's going to get one off right here, but especially given that Mahomes is facing a lot of pressure. I mean, I'll take a yard over an incomplete pass. Just a, kind of barely getting this one out. Wharton pulled all the way down, and Patrick Mahomes will snap that one up.
Call the defensive sleeping, and I can't blame King Lon for this one. Demolander really has tried to run
Two,
on the slots left and right, and it decides to take it to the house up the middle by themselves. And now, with only about five or possibly four behinds, says a lot about what they can do to get themselves back on level ground.
two. Are you thinking two? Yes, sir. Let's go.
Oh
This is going
man,
to be the same lineup so far. The trips right with the time. Okay, moving it again. Man coverage once again forecasted, folks. Every time you see these defensive players move in motion, just one for one, pretty much guarantee that in front of his man and all the defensive blocking in the world. I wish really wishing you could put that one up, but boy, Joe is doing a fantastic job by themselves. Patrick Mahomes to the corner. The 2-point conversion is good, and Damo Landers 3-point field goal earlier is looking like it is being spun into gold.
yeah, just how they drew it up. Just draw back, waste all the time in the world, and have Pat Mahomes do it themselves.
Cole Hardman goes for the fair catch, and yeah, I mean, hey, he ran the touchdown all the way in. Logic follows that you're going to have similar defensive performances, or excuse me, different defensive plans coming into a similar kind of game plan. Like, given this wasn't like a 40-yard bomb, right? Previous defensive play follows. Have something similar after that one. Zone coverage on the first, zone coverage on the second. But Mahomes has every day, just all day, again, to get that one out. Now it's Pacheco, little bit of blocking, and that's gonna be a big one. This one's gonna go to the house, barring a dive for number 6. That's still not far enough, and Pacheco soars in for another 6 points.
It
King
was a
Lon
little
is
bit
doing every.
shaky. It was a
King
little
Lon.
shaky, but it
Oh,
made it happen. Sorry about that. That tugboat.
nah,
It was a little
you're
shaky, but
good.
it worked out.
100% agreed. The big difference here can be spelled out with Isaiah Pacheco's name. Damo Lander has, I think, 3 times as many receiving yards for Isaiah Pacheco, only 2 receptions thus far than he does for rushing. King Lon's Isaiah Pacheco, which is a weird thing to say out loud, it has like triple digits rushing yards.
You saw the narrative of Dan Milano coming back and chipping away. That right there is a touchdown that has a statement to it. One, that's pretty much slicing through your defense, and two, you got to come up with a plan C because A and B are officially not working.
What will they do in the gun and trips again? Now trips getting split up and more even look. Zone coverage forecasted from the defense here. That's going to be all the way out. Pacheco just with like a short reception. Try and keep this up and down.
Short reception, short secure passes, a way to get confidence back. But now the big element is the clock. You don't have that first half luxury anymore. It is late in the third quarter. And well, that's right. There's a curtain slam on the line.
Also, let me confirm this one. Damo Landers on defense. Yes, Damo Landers on defense. That's why a lot of these home field advantages now being employed. Perhaps the effect of Arrowhead really coming into play right here. If this is a tying factor, guys, this will be, oh man, the question marks right there. And this just, yeah, it's going to be impossible to try get this all off right here. You see the tunnel vision right there. Yeah, its Arrowhead is just so loud they cannot quite hold
Oh,
on to this one.
oh no.
Logic would follow. Oh no, Watson. Yeah, Watson's taking this one to the house. Home field advantage employs its effect yet again.
Well, there you go. There was the one sack that set up the pace. There was the pressure. The second one knocked loose, taken to the house. This one's becoming a little bit out of reach there for the other half.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Point after attempt comes in. Point after attempt perfect. Butker stays perfect on 3-point attempts and for extra points across 2 games of 4 off special teams performances from Kansas City Chiefs. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, here's the deal. I ask the question going the other way now? Do you hit that FF button and try to say, all right, time for a clean slate, or you play it out now, respect to your opponent?
It's a good question. Good question. I feel like another question that has to be, obviously I'm not the first person to ask this one, but I feel like another question that has to be asked is like, at what point do you just play 3 neutrals, right? What we see how irritating this is for Damo Lander on the offense. There's 2 question marks on 2 of his 4 receivers right here. Gonna make it darn near impossible to get it out to either one. You're literally gambling at that point, and that effect of randomosity, in my opinion, in competitive esports doesn't have as much of a role. Doesn't have much of a place, I should say, or should not have as much of a place.
So, what do you suggest then? Like everyone's plays in the
Three neutral
Meadowlands, or
for 3 neutral territories.
no? But I'm
No
saying,
home field advantage.
but I'm saying, like, where would you do it? Where would you want to have like Monterey? Would you want to have it in New York? Would you want to do it in LA?
A couple options in New York. Hey, everyone loves LA, right? That's what they say.
I'm okay with it. I can
Yeah,
take
there you
it, take it or
go.
leave it. Yeah, I live out here.
There you
It's
go.
fine.
That's funny. Bank of America Stadium. Yeah, like we're pretty much guaranteed that nobody's going to play the Panthers, right? Is that fair?
Oof. I
Maybe
mean, yeah.
Gillette for this year, and no Patriots, no Panthers getting shown up for selections for competitive players by any means.
Just making sure I'm keeping you to a hot take and not be like, well, somewhere. I don't care.
Oh, were we making? Oh man, yep. And then the confusion on the play yields another pickoff. This is King Long going big the other way. McDuffie cuts the middle, so not going to be able to get it down. But 20-yard line, red zone territory purchase here for King Long.
I hope you get to see a replay of that one because that was kind of the riskiest pass. And had it worked, wouldn't be much of an issue. But of course, that's picked off and it went the other way.
Question mark on top, can't quite know. Nice pitch play out to Valdez Scantling. The run is forecasted, and now that's going to be Kinglon right on the 3-yard line or so. Going to let this clock run about 30 seconds out. Yep, there it is. 10 seconds on the line to decide something here, Navanta.
I get it. Clock management's important in football and foosball, but it's always fun to see someone try to make that actually happen by quote unquote tripping on the 3 yard line.
Yeah, I mean, you see it a couple of I mean, I feel like you usually see that into the regular season when people realize like the writing is on the wall. We just have to take the W right here. It's not going to have an effect otherwise, and especially divisional rivals. We want to keep them out of any sort of scoring, winning, playoff intentions. Run
Scoring winning
yet
playoff contentions.
again. I'm sorry.
Scoring winning playoff contentions is the quote what you just said.
Gotcha. So it's scoring, winning, playoff contentions.
Uh,
Tattooed somewhere.
yeah, respect.
3-point attempt coming in right here. This will make it a 20-point game. It is 3 possessions. And those possessions pretty much have to yield touchdowns here for Damo Lander to come back in this game number 2.
I hate it because it's definitely possible and doable in 245 and Madden, even though the actual possibility of it happening here is pretty much slim to nil, to less than nil. Demolander had the lead, had the win, and now we have ourselves possibly, most likely, a game 3 situation.
Give them the opportunity here. Oh, with one timeout though, yeah, I didn't even notice that in my considerations coming up to this one. Tries to get the ball out, not gonna happen. Stop clock though, so he's not time eaten up on this one. Checo only yeah, but between Checo and Mahomes, they've only gotten 33 rushing yards between the two of them.
That's a telltale sign. The canary in the coal mine, as the old folks would say.
Throws this one out. Yeah, swatted away. Might as well have been a pickoff though, especially given what this kind of means here with some more time deleted off of this clock. 4th and 13. Madden, got to go for it.
Imagine having a lead that big and then saying, I have to be sure that I don't give up possession to run that clock down. It is an embarrassment of riches they're talking about.
Embarrassment of riches indeed. First down is going to be attained here, but at what? Well, excuse me. At what cost now with the 2-minute warning coming?
2 minute warnings and bound. I mean, being up by 20 points is a whole other thing. And that could have been another one. I mean, balls popped loose, wouldn't get recovered in time. But what would that be if you broke 50? If you broke 50 and won a single game here in this tournament?
Big 5-0. Love to see it. Pacheco takes this rock, gets to the outside right here. Still trying his demo lander. Gotta love the competitive nature.
Competitive nature can look at you so far. They're talking about, let's be real, a loss is a loss.
This is true. And loss is not going to get you on into the NFL draft come April 25th to 27th. First and second, folks. First getting $2,500, second getting $1,500, but both getting the opportunity to compete, play for what is essentially $1,000 match between the two of them in the at the NFL draft. Detroit, Michigan, coming up here, April 25th, 27th. What is that? About a month and a half away, Navanta.
Yeah, that is just surreal. It feels like it was going to be forever away, and it's around the corner. And well, last year's draft was history making for a bunch of reasons, especially for my Houston Texans. So imagine being right there, front row seat to see some
Mm,
lives change, and not just from playing a game like Madden. That is a fantastic opportunity, and I'm just being honest, and I'm being even conservative when I say that it
yep.
could be a game changer for anyone.
Yeah, I mean, any football fan should. It really should be the goal for any football fan to want to do once at least. I kind of see that and witness, be like, yeah, especially I think every single draft class there's at least one player who goes in and has a massive impact for 8 to 10 years, even if it's not a quote unquote skill position. And just being able to say like I was there when this team made the wise decision to pick this player up, see what they can do, and let them sing within the National Football League. I think that's a really I have not personally done that, and but I do think it's a very unique situation, a very unique thing to be able to say.
I can imagine if you went to the NFL draft this year, rally cry have to say, and me, FBI tugboat. I think that would be
Oh,
worth a
there you
prize
go.
in itself. You know what I mean? So maybe talk to the higher ups, man. Get you out there, Detroit.
Yeah, well, we will see. Navanta, Tugboat, Detroit, Michigan. Never been there myself. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. Yeah.
As it is, though, looks like here we're going to a game number three. Damo Lander and King Long gonna have to wait a little while longer to see who's gonna be pushing their way through this bracket, though. Mahomes, rock in hand, gonna be running up this one. Almost gets the first. Given that we saw a 49-14 game in game number one, mild advantage for Damo Lander, perhaps, given that there will be no home field advantage kind of action there. This one's brought back to a two-score differential, but even with the extra point and onside kick, still going to be 13-point game, even if they get the ball back.
Yeah, this one here is interesting because even though we've seen game threes before, it tends to be something trending, right? Like I've never seen two games be this lopsided either way so far in this tournament. It's kind of really hard to tell you. Like game three might as well be game one.
Yeah, yeah, they're just completely all the way back to this one. Tranquil does get hit, manages to hold on to this one. This game is over. Yeah, only one time out. That's three knees, and take it to the next.
Ah,
13-point game in this one. Decently close. Nope. Okay, excuse me. King Lon gonna be going for this one, so giving the opportunity to get a pick six and get an onside kick. Nope. Okay, well, never mind. Doesn't matter. It's just all touchdown throws all the time.
the disrespect. You didn't have to do all of that. Come
And
on,
he's going for
man.
two.
What the heck?
Love
Oh
this.
my
Love this.
goodness. That is a statement win to ever say, well, I lost game one. Well, I ain't losing game two.
He
Sheesh.
said, "No, this will be a 21-point difference.
That
We'll
is
be getting
just
that 21 points." I mean, especially after you get 35 dropped on your head, game number one, you want to make a statement.
just awful. I mean, congratulations, but just awful. I would do the same, but come on.
Hey, like I completely
Uh,
feel you, but also, what are you
yeah,
doing? What are you doing?
exactly. I respect it, but come
Completely
on.
out of line.
Yeah, do it again.
Yeah, there you
W-
go. Do another. Do it again. Do it again. We didn't clip it the first time. 54 seconds to go in this fourth quarter right here. Damon Lander is still going to try and put something onto this board. Okay, well, utilize the legs of Patrick Mahomes, 10 rushes, 65 yards, throw a touchdown on top, and I believe a 2-point conversion as well. It's a pretty good utilization of Patrick Mahomes. Man can be a threat, especially when the zone coverage is pulled back just so far and your user controlled player is not occupying the middle part of this field.
Look like Pat Mahomes going to run right into the locker room after having a game quite like this one. But unfortunate as it is, it looks like we're going to wrap up here, even though we have the timeout. I mean, look at that score line. That is just the video game numbers that would not be possible in the real world.
85 now going for what would be 92. Yeah, I mean triple digits within the game. Oh, there's the bomb. Miko Hardman Jr. gets it, and we get it. Oh, I didn't check it. King Long actually said he's like, "I'm gonna go for 50 for you. I got you. I got you." Man's putting on a clinic, putting on a
Wow.
show. Absolutely love it. Absolutely
Wow.
love it.
I don't know if I should say thank you or my bad. I'm like, oh, how about 50? I got you.
Oh, let's see, guys. Luke Step Coron 91402 still playing as well. UMP and Juice X Tay. Both of them are going to be having their ticket punched all the way in. So, game four, we go in just a little bit after King Lon. Looking for maybe not just 50, but 60.
This time it seems more than likely, to be honest with you. I mean, all it takes is one long
All
pass,
right,
and
all
there's
right,
the
all
knee.
right.
Okay.
Makes sense. Makes sense. This is not the 35-point differential in the first. And given that Damo Lander's gone for the onside kick every single time, missed it the first two times, like at a certain point, you just want to stop playing with fire.
I'm with it. And not to, I mean, definitely was a convincing and a thorough win from King Long, but I mean, it's not every day you put up 39 points and lose. Definitely was a good effort from Damolander, but definitely you have to deal with the idea you may lose this series now if things are continuing to trend.
39 to 53. I mean, after a game one where Damo Lander has the home field advantage, employs that into 7 touchdowns, 49 points, right? I believe all of the drives except for one ending in 7 points, right? King Long got a pick a little bit later in that game, number one. You can't be surprised that this is another high scoring affair, but I have to say, I mean, anybody is going to have to say, what is that, 92 total points between these two teams, especially given there's only a 14-point difference. Like you hear like 92 points, thinking like, oh, somebody just went all out, got 77 points. Okay, all right, like you just went crazy, and that person wouldn't give up, right? But 53 to 39 is a very very interesting score. Like you said, it's a video game, 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you hit 39 points and you're on the losing side. You go, what do I have to do? And I think that a lot of the things that didn't work out for Denver Lantern in this one, we saw a lot less interceptions. It definitely was kind of this who had the stronger idea and creative playbook, and that was all King Lon, which we were saying before. We said King Lon's more of the creative player, able to manufacture things out of air, and the defense was kind of slow on Demo Lander's side. I think that was exploited. So if you're Demo, what do? Well, you got to make sure you can do is slow the pace. Do not give any kind of quarter when it comes to King Lon and those quick decisions to get yourself back into this one.
It was really the two main things. One of those, the Damolander can control. One of them that they can't. That King Lon came forward to deploy this one into a win. Well, three things really. One of them, neither of them controlled. First, home field advantage. Obviously, we were literally seeing the perspective right there about how you literally can't see exactly who it is that you're even throwing to. So, second part is that Pacheco was just completely shut down. Rushing game outside of Patrick Mahomes was completely shut down. Therefore, Damo Lander, and so King Lon was just doing a fantastic job utilizing their own running game and getting that one going. Also, this wasn't a defense that was just constantly relying on having to get picks because King Lon put that pace in early. We are essentially looking at three different game. Wait, that series King Lawn. That series 2-0 King Lawn. Did we have names? Oh, do we have names backwards? That would make sense. Got it.
Okay.
I'm so sorry, guys. They live production. There's a lot of loops and stuff like this. Sorry about that. King Lawn. What seems like I got the names backwards. King Lawn actually won that one 2-0. So
Okay.
kind of extended the last game, a little bit, but given that they were playing ahead and trying to maintain a lead, it makes sense what they were doing within. Next series up is going to be UMPY versus King Lawn. So King Lawn staying on the stream right now, and UMPY coming on in from their victory against Don't Vape. UMPY beating the player with the best name in this bracket right now.
Yeah, so again, I guess congratulations are in order for King Lawn, and I guess that kind of made my notes make more sense, because I felt like there was two different sides. Like, people were swapping playbooks between them, but they were the same person. So props to that, 2 games straight. So they move on. Shout out GG to Demolander. King Lawn moves on. Thank you so much for that display, that second game.
Yes, absolutely. Big shout out there. We're going to be moving into our next series here in just a little bit. I believe that, so obviously that's going to be winner of Luke Step and Karan playing against Juice X Tate 10. We'll give you guys updates on that bracket as well. We are going to be back from a very short break in just a little bit while we get these two set up. Thank you guys again so much for watching. And the good news is we're only through 1 of 3 Madden 24 matches. Still 2 more to go. FBI Tugboat, Navanta here for the Rally Cry Collegiate Series. We'll be back with you guys in just a little bit. Hey, hello, and welcome back to the Rally Cry Collegiate Series. FBI Tugboat here with Novanta. We just saw a King Lawn dub, little 2-0 action, a shellacking both times. That was, what, 49 to 14, 53 to 39. That was Dan Molander who was able to bring it back like a little bit in the second game, but still a 2-score difference.
Yeah, so one thing about tournament play, it's all about momentum and how you're able to roll through. So with scores like that, you have a lot of intimidation factor to your advantage if you have a new opponent.
100%, 100%. Taking a look at up next, we got, UPYMD coming on, or UMYPD. I knew I had that wrong. UMYPD, they beat Don't Vape 2-0, taking on against King Lawn. That was Dan Molander, or Dub Molander. That's the way it is on the bracket. Dub Molander. We're maybe saying that wrong the whole time. Not 100% sure. Juice X Tay facing against the winner of Luke Step 47 and Karan 91402.
Well, yes, we have two participants coming off 2-0 wins. Something's got to give.
This does. Yes, it does. Right here, it'll be the Chiefs one way or the other. UMPY, King Lon, both reading the writing on the wall.
Oh, man, you know what happened the last time the Chiefs played the Chiefs? We all got confused, man. Let's see if we keep these two teams straight when it comes to different play styles and all that momentarily.
Yeah, we'll see how this one goes. Neutral territory either started with or given to one team first. Arrowhead Stadium gets loud, folks, and you'll see the effect within Madden 24.
Well, we got to give both the participants a shout out for making sure it's happening. We also have to give a shout out to the Army National Guard for helping us out here today. The soldiers of the Army National Guard show up to the community, state, and country when they are needed the most. They are civilians and soldiers. Service Guard is part-time. Soldiers in the Guard can work full-time, go to school, go to work, fulfill their training at a minimum of 1 week in a month, and job-specific annual training.
Yes, exactly. Army National Guard, guys, go ahead and Google if you are interested. And again, keep in mind that this isn't like a full-time commitment as well. They are the first responders for us here at home. Now, what that means, of course, is that there are a couple monthly obligations and whatnot. But again, monthly, not weekly, not daily, anything else like that. Most people within the Army National Guard go forth and they'll have day jobs, or they'll even go forth and further their higher education. Speaking of further and higher education, there is both state and federal tuition assistance available for those of you who are getting involved with the Army National Guard.
Wow, I am interested, and if you are interested as well, learn more at nationalguard.com.
So we're going to be heading into this one in just a little bit. King Lawn, they had a lot of like offensive prowess with Isaiah Pacheco. Again, guys, if you're watching that, sorry about the mix-up right there. Basically, say everything good we talked about the Molander, and then take it and apply it to King Lawn.
Yeah, that was a game one thing.
Yes, exactly. The biggest thing, of course, is just how much Isaiah Pacheco was able to get done, not just receiving or not just running the ball, which is what you'd expect, but receiving the ball as well.
Yeah, look, we've seen UMYP on previous streams before, but again, I think the biggest challenge for them today is how much you had King Lon's able to score in these games, putting up a 50 spot in that last one. So you have to be good, you have to be precise, and you have to score a whole lot of times to be in the conversation.
That's entirely fair. What is that? 63 points in the first game between King Lon, the Molander. 53-39 equals 92 if that quick math is adding up right there for the second game right there. This is Kansas City, and you can only anticipate that this one's going to happen again.
Don't ask me about math. I went to a liberal arts college, but you're absolutely right. I think the highest scoring affairs to them, you can't underscore quite enough. And so there's a challenge for there. But ultimately, again, much like our first series on the day, is knowing the playbook by default. The Chiefs are a very popular team. You have to know them in and out. So you're playing them on offense and defense. Well, it can be a lot harder to find ways to slot your way through to score.
Yeah, 100%. Defensively, I think the only other playbook you can really look at is like Sean McDermott's and the Buffalo Bills, but Andy Reid, again, Super Bowl reason 2 times, yada yada. Offense, both defense, has been tuned very specifically to this Kansas City Chiefs squad, and on both sides of the field, it's going to show out and shine. Really, this is going to come down to like who has played this team the most, because they're going to be able to read things like on the other side of the field so much more easily if they have like really spanned the field and played both sides of this ball a whole lot.
And then one of the things too, you can't really do it by like playing the Chiefs on all Madden or anything like that because the way we play user versus user, it's just a whole nother level. More shotgun plays, more drawing out the defense, more taking the time before Hail Mary passes. It's a whole different beast.
100% agreed. 100% agreed. Not going to get a kickoff return attempt on this one. Really examining the entire playbook. This is like when the robot gets a hold of human knowledge and just like flips the page and just like kind of blinks to like record it and flips the page and flips the page and just gets it all in immediately.
I was going to say this is the first time I had called tech support and they took control of my screen. It was like, oh no, the future is here. Gotta wait. I guess like we're just all right. Now it's time to play some football. I'm in.
There's a deep pass to start this one off. Did no, yeah, Valdez Scantling definitely did not get the toes inside of this one. It's like a
I
little
mean,
bit of a crisper connection to this game as well. This is just looking a lot better.
oh yeah, definitely. I do think that both players have been here before and they know the technical requirements. And what we saw already was a really impactful play. Didn't work out for them, but that shows both teams was not willing to play small ball at the gate.
Speaking of playing small ball, first attempt or first completion there in the second attempt, excuse me. 8 yards on the advantage here. 1/3 of the way through this football field is Kadarius Tony. There you go. So the simple fact remains that we did not see a whole lot of Kadarius Tony in the first couple of games for these two. Now, UMPY, we're just gonna call it Umpy. Umpy, we cool with
I,
that?
I would. I would.
Umpy, Umpy.
Yeah, yeah,
The simple fact
like
that Umpy's getting
lumpy
Kadarius
or
Tony involved.
grumpy or
Grumpy,
dumpy.
lumpy.
Dumpy,
Whoa,
yeah.
whoa.
Hey, hey, hey,
Sure, King Lon will be saying that one, especially if
hey.
that's another 49-14 shellacking. We've had King Lon show up in the chat as well. And folks, if you're watching along, let's hear it. Who are your predictions for this game to go forth and punch a ticket to a little bit farther along within the Rally Cry Collegiate Series?
Yeah, imagine if you get the prediction right, you too could be Nostradamus. But yes, Ampi moving themselves upfield. I wonder if they're going to strike first or where they're going. Looks like every bit the possibilities right there. Could be a touchdown. And that says no way at the end.
No small ball here. No small ball. Throws it long and throws it tall as King Lawn continuing their defensive attempts. Reed brought back just a little bit, haven't been forced to cover the corner. And Pacheco, after they roll out, that's a big blown tackle. And Pacheco gets across one, almost spins around the second as well. 7 plays for 60 yards right now for Umpy.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised to get Pacheco involved so early in this game, but already making an impact right there is golden.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Well, that wasn't the most graceful landing, but it's effective none the same. Umpy opens the scoring account there with a pass, a dart right in the end zone.
Yep. Harrison Bucker stays perfect across now, I guess, 3 games of 2 sides of Kansas City Chiefs. Can't be surprised about that one. Butker frequently the bailout player here for the Kansas City Chiefs when giving them points when they need them the most.
You know what? That's like the best role to be in, where it's kind of like, oh man, we messed up. Let's get tugboat. That's kind of cool.
They do not want me kicking our balls or kicking their balls. Not by any means, dude. I think that's one of those things that a lot of times people look at and be like, yeah, man, like I could definitely kick like a 30-yard field goal, right?
Yeah,
And then they bring people out on the field, and it's even worse when then half ice, half rink shots like they do in like the NHL, or like the half court shots that they try for the threes like in the NBA.
right. Yeah, it's almost impossible. For me, though, I always watch football and I'm like, oh, I could probably long snap into my 50s. And then I realize I don't have a chance. What am I doing?
Mm. Being a punter, though, being a punter, right? Like you go on, nobody has to hold the ball for you. It's just you picking it and kicking it, right? And it's also like a penalty if anybody touches you while you're on the field. So there's that.
Yeah, I got a feeling I'll break so many toes, though.
Speaking of breaking hearts here, that's Miko Hartman Jr. breaking the parts of the Umpy defense here. Is that's going to be really, really close to this end zone. Big bomb sets this up right across the middle. Pacheco almost gets this one slapped out, but 3 for 3 as King Lawn's Mahomes stays perfect.
Yeah, I'm a little worried though about those pass plays. I mean, they hopefully work and they're moving the chains and everyone's been moved up, but they have a kind of a lazy air to them. Hope they don't get picked off as the game moves on.
2nd and 2. 2nd and 2. What do you do? I give this to a man named Pacheco. Oh, the misdirection. Valdez Scantling. This is such a great play. It paid off earlier for King Lawn as well. Maybe Umpy watching a little bit of broadcast. Being forced to listen to us, Novanta.
Yeah, for hey, look, we have some good expert
There's
commentary.
Pacheco.
Sometimes once every 3 weeks or so, but it's there.
Give you guys the sound bits that you so knowingly want and need. Put Harrison Butker steps back, and we got a tie game here. Almost so King Lon's games at least start similarly when the other player is playing the Kansas City Chiefs. It seems.
Yeah, I gotta say that. I mean, we had a very small sample size, but that's something you should take home and if you're take note of if you're in the tournament, you also play with the Chiefs.
Are they fair? Fairly fair. King Lon opted with the same exact kind of kind of strat earlier. Kick it off to they're 9. Tantalize them a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Give them a little bit of reason to do it because frequently that's going to end in less than 25 yards. It's a fair catch on this one, starting at quarter way through this field.
Yeah, that's the best way to look at it, though. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of times where it's just smarter to do the fair catch, but if you're able to fool the defense, you can really give yourself a huge leg up if you know what you're doing.
Fair, entirely fair. Sets back. Almost in a Narnia right there. The middle linebacker now bites up. This is the entire field open on the right side, and realizing it, the player does. Reed is like right there. Yeah, a great job bringing Reed back on down. Like, yes, you make this so much more like dangerous for the passing play,
Yeah.
but everybody realizes that Mahomes is just about to take off right there.
I mean,
Yeah,
they got something, but it wasn't what they wanted, though.
yeah, very true. But I mean, Aaron Rodgers with that much space could have gotten 20 yards, right? And you're really, really just trying to force the no first down here, the turnover, or at least pressure on fourth,
Wow, the Aaron Rodgers shade. What was that for? Why is he catching strays?
because he is 42 years old, right? Bring
Oh,
Tom Brady back, give him that much yards, and again, 15, 20 yards or something like that. It's just not, you know what I'm saying? It's not the
I,
same. Give Lamar
I,
Jackson that much leverage, and he'll put 9 points on the board somehow.
I guess you're right. I can't knock that, but you're absolutely right. I mean, you have so many options there. It's like almost going to the buffet and just taking home a couple of rolls, right? You have an opportunity. It's
Yeah,
up to you to execute.
there's the turnover. Nicely done. This is exactly what King Lon wanted, and getting it back with pretty good field position.
Turnover on downs in Madden is not the move at all. Definitely makes you wonder what the heck happened. Hopefully, it doesn't become a common occurrence.
Has there been a TOD that turnover on down so far? Big bomb! Valdez Scantling brings this one right into the breadbasket and puts another 6 points on the board. Perfect plays, King Lon. This is shaping up to be another rather high-scoring barn burner knee knocker affair.
Well, that's something to be expected. And that was almost a block, all coming around to make sure that was an opportunity, but definitely goes in for the point after touchdown. To answer your question, a lot of turnovers on downs are something that you can see that are fine. You know, if sometimes do 4th and 2 and the running play gets stopped. But that's the first time I think we saw in a long while a passing play stops that have that ball change possession. So, like I said, you don't want it to happen all too often, but it's part of the game.
Absolutely. Absolutely. 14 now here for King Lon. Gonna have to like kind of feel that was like a slight mistake for Umpy. I mean, like again, like man coverage up close, just kind of not a thing of completely of the past, just favored more of zone, and there's just nobody back right here. This was just a little bit just threading the needle type situation, right? You had both cornerbacks there across the middle of the field, kind of closing in on the numbers, and this is just perfectly slotted right to the middle. Kadarius Toney brings it in for a big first down.
And goes right back to the well the second time, and it's also as successful. You see, talking about having a rhythm and momentum when you have the game going up tempo. That's super critical in a series like this.
21 total points in the first quarter here. That is one of the only themes actually really that has held true across all three now of these Kinglon games. First two 2-0 over Demolander. Now, what? I mean, even to Kadarius Tony, I mean, two catches in this is already more than the first two games that we saw. Again, without a Kansas City Chiefs matchup as well. Tony just mostly getting neglected. Johnson right up the middle does get a little bit okay. He started his sliding motion in real life. He'd been tarred and feathered and thrown out of Arrowhead, but that's not here and now.
Yeah, try to go for a sliding formation, hits the wall, and just slides around them. So
Checo, nicely done. Another 6 points on the board. Butker with another opportunity to prove to stay perfect.
yeah, well, I love high scoring affairs, but this one's going back and forth, tit for tat, to and fro, and the balance of power can really come down to the clock. But as it stands right now, we are all squared up at 14 apiece.
Love it. Love it. This is another 4 plays, 75 yards. Yeah, this is rather fast football. Uh the next person who takes advantage was really going to want to start thinking about burning clock, right? This is the time to take advantage in the end of the first half and then kind of come in with an advantage at the beginning of the second with no opportunity on the other side to answer. Even if you just hold, you get a touch, they get a field goal. That's still 4 points going into the second half. And I'd still be happy with that.
Yeah, so typically I would agree with you in circumstances, but because everything's kind of even, I would say if you ever get the ball back with the lead, then you start employing that clock management. But it's kind of odd to see if how much clock management is in the minds of these players. Sometimes I feel like it's all they think about, and other times I feel like they don't think about the clock at all.
That's entirely fair. Entirely fair. A couple really, really smart decisions in regards to that clock. First matchup of the day. A couple kind of head scratchers, we're going to be honest. The same sort situations. Allowed 2 rushing yards so far. That's Pacheco losing a couple right now. Really just going back to like a kind of a clean slate type situation. What do you do? Lon, big one out to the side. Pacheco catches this one right to the outside as King Lon's Patrick Mahomes stays perfect at 5-5.
Well, Pacheco, eyes in the back of the helmet, being able to target and bring that down. You got to make sure he's locked down. If not, you'll have to catch like that all night long.
Checo, nicely done. Right side. Right side. So 3 rushes, adding another couple yards on here. I like what Kinglon's doing and trying to like mix up the pace of play right here. But Umpy's defensive line is just too good right now.
Yeah, well, if you're good, you're great, you're feeling it right now. Look, even though the score is tied, it does feel like two different things that are so different but so complementary. Almost like a yin yang symbol, the defensive bumpy, the offensive king on. So we're gonna see which one's gonna break first, but I'm all for it.
Bend but not break. That's what you got to hold your defense to. Speaking of, Umpy's got a fantastic opportunity right now. You could go for a third Pacheco run and push this to, I mean, even 4th and 1 is kind of a gimme because of how we've been playing so far. 2 minute warning now. Run play would run this clock, and Umpy would have to burn a second one if they want to have an opportunity to get this ball back before this half ends. Trips loaded up on the right side. Valdez Scantling gets the ball and tackled for loss, actually. 4th and 4 coming up right now.
Yeah, I remember that last game we had the longest second ever. You know, you can't leave anything to chance. It comes to burn that clock.
That's fair. That was Miko Hardman on the bomb right there. Now a big one. Speaking of Miko Hardman, and he shall appear. 7-7, 158. Throw a touchdown in there for some flavor.
Well, King Long loving that left side of the field, using it, working it, trying to double down when need be, and already he's looking at a third touchdown if he have this next run right.
Well, these so far ending points outside of the turnover on downs at TOD. 5 seconds to go is handed off to Pacheco as he makes his way for 3 or 4 up the middle. Clock is running. Timeout now called for Umpy.
Interesting. I'm not calling the timeout here, but hey, look, you have a full minute or just about a little less than that to come up with another idea. I'm thinking go back to what works for you, pass on the left side.
Yeah, King Lon. I feel like there's almost, well, I guess you have a 2nd and 7 situation, so you can get a first down here. There's going to be the passing play. Valdez Scantling with the bullet right out to the outside, little screen action. There's another timeout last for Umpy, only a couple seconds burned off this previous. 3 receptions and 28 yards for Marquise Valdez Scanling.
Well, that's the idea. Pass to the left. Just got stopped that time, but we saw that coming, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, King Lon, like you were talking about going back to the well, King Lon's tried this one several times. It's just gotten blown up every single time. I think either Umpy is fantastic defensively minded, or maybe watched a little bit of the broadcast of the first game.
Hmm.
Surveying the field, plenty of time. That is just outside of a pick. My goodness. Talk about threading the needle. King Lon throws the dice yet again. They're going to come up with his side this time.
Fortune favors a bold air tugboat. What a dime. Touchdown, baby.
Johnson was a quarter of a step, like a couple of inches outside of getting the hands up and taking this one. I mean, a pick in the end zone be absolutely just disastrous to the mental here, momentum for King Lon, but that's a different universe. Not living in that one right now.
To say the least. I know what's going to be on the line for both these teams. An opportunity for some cash, some pride, and a ticket to Detroit. And for the NFL draft, you know, everyone's turning everything up here. What a stop.
Yeah. Have you ever been to Detroit?
No, actually, my plan this summer, I'm actually a MLB ballpark chaser. I haven't seen
Nice,
Comerica
nice.
Park, so I want to hit up to see the Tigers play. So either this summer or next.
Love that. Love that. I've been to actually I have been never been to an NFL game. I've been in NFL stadiums for other events, concerts and other games and stuff like this, non-NFL regular season games. That
Penalty
okay.
there for
I think
encroachment.
Nick Bolton
Interesting.
just dives to the other side right there. Not 100%. Oh,
Not
sorry about
sure
that,
what
guys.
happened there. That was a situation of hitting the wrong button, or just you're gonna get really, really anxious. First day of school vibes, it
Yeah,
seems.
right. Yeah, exactly. It's like I just want to go. I just want to go. They already took his picture. They're gonna put it on the fridge, and they get home. You just got way too excited and cut the line.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, it's kind of interesting about talk about NFL stadiums. I had the pleasure to go to the local one by my house, SoFi Stadium here
Hey,
in
there you
Los
go.
Angeles. And one, don't drive there; it gets parking through the roof. But once you get there, it's a whole different vibe. I mean, I watch the Chargers, and a lot of times, a lot of the
Mhm.
away fans try out the Charger fans, but you can tell sometimes the home field advantage, if done right, can really impact the game. And also, if you have road traveling fans, it can impact the game the other way.
No, I completely understand that. I completely understand that. Like, I have, it's the vibe is always interesting, just like in New York, right? With LA, with the vibe is always interesting when you have two teams with like playing in the same arena, like two teams that technically like the same home stadium, right?
Right.
Um, first off is just like it's just kind of it's almost like a rented space. It's almost like the what are they called? The ones the workspaces that you rent and this company will go in there for we work.
Well, yeah,
Wow,
yeah.
it took me a while to get there.
Well, the company doesn't exist anymore, so I know what you're talking
It
about.
doesn't. It doesn't.
There's always like what a connection, and we're still going. No, I was gonna say there's always a vibe where it's like one team is more like the stodgy historical one, and it's like the one team that's like the dysfunctional fun one. And so Chargers, Jets, I guess the AFC are the functional fun ones in those cases.
I can agree with the vibe. Agree with the vibe.
Mm.
Checo, what's that second reception? 16 and a half or 15 and a half yards per right there is getting trips, getting called for the left side, even getting big man Travis Kelsey, number 87, involved. No Noah Gray on the field right now, I don't believe. Only one passing opportunity to the right side. Gives me zone coverage called up and way outside. That's going to be a burned one as Umpy's just looking for a way in edgewise.
Not sure what happened there. Had all the space, all the time, wasn't really under any sort of pressure. Just maybe a little bit not zealous enough on that strength meter.
Yeah, yeah. It just ended up way, way, way to the outside. Not a whole lot for anybody to have done about that one. 7 back, surveying the field, slings rock. That's swatted down, but gonna be happy that that was not brought inside to his numbers because there was a solid route on the outside. And a pick six would be exactly what Umpy wants right now in the last couple of seconds, or excuse me, what King Lawn wants right now in the last couple of seconds before we go to the second half.
Yeah, there's your warning shot there. If I can say the phrase, you have an opportunity to put something on the board as far as completed passes, but you can't do it through traffic like that. It was swatted down. Could have been easily an interception. Thankfully and graciously, we do this again.
14-21. Well, only a few plays left into this half right now as defenses get selected on the 21. If you're Umpy, are you satisfied with 3 in the end?
For the second one, I mean, yeah. What you can do is you have all the time in the world on the other half of the jump, so you don't have to do anything too out of the ordinary. But heck, why not? It's Madden. Go for it. Called it.
Ooh, love it, love it. That's gonna be inside right now, and that's gonna be another Isaiah Pacheco touchdown.
Yep, talking about having options at your disposal, might as well get yourself on level ground once again. And that one was a dart. I thought it was going to be dropped, but it wasn't because Pacheco's just that good, goaded style. There's a touchdown.
When after attempt coming in, is Butker opportunity to stay perfect, up and down and in. We got a tie ball game going into the second half, barring any kind of scoring opportunities for King Lawn.
Everyone's all about fair catches anyway. I don't know.
Are we going to? We selecting it here? We figuring this one out?
4 seconds.
There you go. Okay, so just take Umpy was just taking a sip of water. That's all good, guys. It's all good. 4 seconds to go. 4 seconds to go. I mean, we've had a couple like early departures from competitions, but this is as side up as it gets. So I'd have been very very surprised if that was the case. Bucker boots this one to the left side. Hardman Jr. receives, excuse me, from the 15. Is going to get down. We have another longest second of the universe right here as we get one more play. Need I remind you, folks? King Vaughn got this one done before. He's just like showing it to us, just like I could do it. I could do it if I wanted to.
Yeah, imagine that. Just like tie game in a halftime. Oh, I can't do this next game. No, it's interesting too because we had 4 seconds, and to your credit, I should have ended the half, but we got one more. So let's kind of see what's going to be on their mind here.
100% completion ratio right there for King Lon. That's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Obviously, more yards on the other side, but about half as good on the completion ratio right there. Both with 2 touchdowns.
The tail of the tape and having twin Patrick Mahomes, it makes you wonder about the different kind of play styles between the two. And it's interesting because despite this fact, you would say, "Oh, well, King Lawns, Patrick Mahomes is more efficient." We're still a tie game.
Yeah, so a little bit of network issues, folks. We saw this plenty last week as well. It's just Madden servers. Madden servers got a Madden server. We're gonna stick here with you guys for just a couple of seconds. If they do have to go back and do the reset, I mean, it is they'll just be essentially playing one half. It's a tie game. It is going right on in there to the third quarter, completely clean slate type situation, which is not something we could have said about any of our games so far. That was Kinglon taking a handed advantage going into the second half in both of those thus far, and then just kind of ploying that into a longer and larger lead afterwards.
Yeah, nobody ever wants to be in a situation with Wi-Fi problems. Doesn't matter if you're playing the game or casting the game, but if there ever was going to be an issue to suspend something, I mean, your tie game at halftime, it's pretty much a clean break if there ever was one.
Absolutely, absolutely. If we're looking at this, both players involving Pacheco, that is going to be a huge name of the game. One of these players is involving more than just Miko Hardman and Valdez Scantling, though, and that, of course, is Umpy. Kadarius Tony got a little bit of love. Rasheed Rice got a little bit of love, and especially given, like, yes, you could, especially Madden numbers wise, there's differences like physically between these guys, but all these can really make this thing work when they're taking moderate to longer balls and spreading the ball about and being less predictable is never going to be something that I'm going to complain about, Devonta.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the name of the game. We see the same, I won't say the same, but we see a very small selection of teams being played in this tournament. We talk about how important creativity is. And it's not so much of coming up with plays on the back of the playbook, it's even having the plays that you have and trying different options in the same plays we're familiar with. So why not put everything up to your disposal, use all the tools that you have, and hopefully get yourself that dub and move on.
Yeah, so we are going to yeah, so we're gonna go to a very short break, guys, while they go forth and get this one set up. If they're reconnecting, then we're just gonna play out the rest of the game right there. If they are forced to like recreate the situation, then we're just gonna play a single half, right? That is just the thing that makes sense because given again they were perfectly even between the two of them. See if King Lun's perfect completion record as well stays perfect with 7-7 there, Devonta.
Absolutely. I think we can work from production that we're actually back here. Is that what it
There
is?
you go.
Is that
There
a
you go.
vision? We're okay, we're
Got
gonna be
you.
right back. We're gonna be right back after this quick message.
Hello and welcome back, folks. We are back. We are here and we are live. This is a tie ball game. Okay, folks. I didn't realize we got a little disconnect coming out of that, but given these two teams were 21, ooh, excuse me, 21 and 21, King Lon and Umpy, both tied going into the second half. We're just going to play the second half. That's pretty much it. Only going to play one half right here to determine the winner for this first game of the best of three. Myself, FBI Tugboat, here with my man Novanta,
Hey,
ready to bring you guys the action.
so what does that mean? Do we like add the score here to the total we had before at 21, or we consider this the official
Hmm.
score for the record books? Or am I just thinking too much?
Uh, Definitely the second, but a worthwhile question. Yes, no, we're definitely going to be adding this one up. 21 plus whatever these teams do put. So there will be no skunks. There will be no shutouts here. No teams with 0 points, regardless, coming into the now second half. Spanning the field, looking forward, up and in. That's Pacheco going out and playing the receiver role perfectly. A stat I do want to carry over as well as King Lon 7 for 7. Perfect completions here for Patrick Mahomes. I think that was like 160 yards and touches.
You know what? I gotta say this is totally not the intent of this, but it's pretty cool. A cool detail that it's now daytime at Arrowhead. Like they went home, had some coffee, took a nap, now they're back in the field.
Love that. Love that. Timeout coming in the beginning of the first quarter here for King Lawn. Or no, excuse me. Hang on. Okay. There you go. Yes, King Long on the offense. Sorry about that, guys. Umpy the right side in the defense. Spanning the field yet again, barely getting this one out. Mecole Hardman gets this one, plus a little bit more on the backside for a first down, plus a little bit more.
I was wondering what the timeout was happening so early. It looked like they were trying to take some extra time to see what was going to be the plan of attack. But hey, you know what? First down, I mean, it was all worth it, right?
Well, I agree. I agree. Anything for that first. Pacheco playing the receiver role again, gets up to the first and one, spitting distance away right now. Everybody's expecting Pacheco, but hey, everybody was expecting that in that Seattle Patriots game, right? Well, they're going to give it to Marshawn Lynch this time.
Wow, that's a deep cut for the old heads. But yes, touchdown there. And we know what that tie is now officially broken. First 7 points on the board. This one's for King Lawn, which seems to be a common trend today.
Yeah, scoring first, scoring early in whatever half it is, first or second half. Traditionally, his first half has been explosive. No reason to believe the second half isn't going to be the same, even post reset.
Yeah, and it kind of makes you wonder what the reset is. I know we talked about tournament play all the time and having to have the stamina to go through different opponents, but having a break in the middle of a series makes you wonder what's going to pay out there. But now, the person has to answer that question first is Umpy because they did not score that last drive. They got scored upon, and now it's time for their answer.
100% agreed. 100% agreed. Like, however, Umpy is going to respond to this is going to determine the rest of this series. Do they go forth and score, kind of tie this one back up, bring us back to a clean slate, neutral situation, or is this going to be another turnover on downs, or God forbid, even the pick six and whatnot? We have seen, I guess, a fumble so far, but obviously this is Madden 24, and that just doesn't happen as often,
It doesn't happen
especially when
nearly
there's not
as
like a user interaction with it, right?
That's absolutely the case. But even so much in sort of this tournament, I mean, I think this week has been pretty clean when it comes to the fumbles. I know we had one game that was like six of them in the game, and I was like, "What's going on?" Everyone just has butterfingers, you know.
Yeah, maybe a rainy day or something like that. Not sure. Not sure. That would be interesting. That'd be interesting. They take it to a field that is not a dome. Wow, Patrick Mahomes has enough time to go ahead and do his taxes, and the IRS comes a calling regardless.
Well, that serves him right. He's out there moonwalking and two stepping. It's like, what are you doing? Just
There
go
you
ahead and
go.
throw it.
Keeping the style alive. It never dies, people. Never dies. Patrick Mahomes. Ooh, sacked down now. Here's a question for you. Who would you say is the coolest player in the NFL? Just like just
Uh,
just straight up cool factor, got everything about it.
Ooh, that is a tough question. I mean, because the coolest person is obviously me. But
There it is.
are we talking about current players,
Current
coaches,
players
or?
within the NFL. Yeah, we'll go coaches as well.
Oh man,
That'd be a hot take if you said a there's a
yeah.
couple of coaches maybe I
I
could
mean,
say
I
over.
like the vibe down in Miami. That's pretty fun.
That was exactly what I was about to say. That's exactly what
Yeah,
I was about to say, Brian down there. Especially with how much extra like insight he has given the NFL and the ESPN, like what is it called? The mic'd up stuff. Yeah, there you go, the
yeah,
mic'd up stuff.
yeah.
Oh, speaking of. Travis Kelsey act like he's mic'd up on stage right now performing to Swifties. There's a huge touchdown after a nice corner shot. Umpy responding in kind.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. How do you respond to a tie half? Is to keep the game tied, make it more dramatic, and the point of a touchdown is good. Cinematic style. Look at that.
Love
Wow.
that cinematic style. Uh, Justin Jefferson though, cold as ice, dude.
Okay.
All those commercials really like anybody who didn't see him before can just watch those commercials. Had the grill, had the chains, and just his swagger and just straight up, just his personality is that of. It's not an arrogant player; it's of a confident player. There's a huge difference between those two things, and Justin Jefferson embodies that perfectly.
I'm just because I'm gonna create chaos. So what's your opinion, the difference between arrogance and confidence?
Uh, It is the self-assuredness, right? I feel like arrogance, is forced, right? Arrogance
Mm.
comes off the back of insecurity. Confidence is just not maybe a little bit of not caring, like not caring, like really like knowing that I do this and other people's opinion thereof just doesn't matter. I'd say that's probably the root cause. Or maybe it's more like a disregard for like either completely neutral disregard. You know how they say that the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a little bit of it right there. Just not having it affect you so much, like caring about the opinions of other people, but not really having it affect you. You
A
know,
boat with life advice. What a catch! Wow, that's
we did get
confident.
we did get off topic a little bit right there. But hey, that's the Justin Jefferson effect, perhaps. I don't know. First and goal right here as King Law knocking on the door yet again, barely gets this one off. That's going to be our first. Wow, yeah, that's going to be the first incomplete pass. He went 7 for 7 on this one. So that is, of course, 15 for 15. Now misses the 16th pass of this one and goes 15 for 16. Sorry.
One of those times that Pat was so glad of gravity because I was popped up, could have been brought down, but the
Hmm.
gravity of other plans. But yeah, you can also tell the frustrations that's in having that hot run, having it broke up the way it did. Yikes.
Pacheco as a little bit across the middle and falls down right there. But again, looked like to me that was going to be another six. King Lon's going to have to run at least one more play to put points on the board.
Well, this is unfortunate because sometimes that third and goal can might as well be a chasm, right? When you get so close to be stopped. Let's see if they have an answer for it. And the answer they do after a
Yeah,
touchdown and then some, almost jumped out of bounds,
the double
but
leap.
didn't.
I love that.
But, oh man, that'd have been awkward just double leaping out of bounds. But
That'd be a great
touchdown.
touchdown celebration, like the like leapfrogging, like with your teammates in the end zone. Like,
Yeah. Then you get fined.
oh, definitely, definitely,
Yeah.
100%.
Well, much like the same, even with the break, it just seems to be back and forth. Now it's time for Umpy to have an answer. Now being down by seven, still in the third slash first.
The third. I think it's a better one, better one to better way to preface it. 3 seconds left. This matchup between Kinglon and Umpy, all drives have ended in the end zone so far between these two. Umpy is once again at the, kind of fighting from behind type situation, and another timeout comes in 3 seconds outside of the fourth quarter. I'm not understanding why these timeouts are getting thrown away like this.
And maybe a little bit of extra sauce on it, but hey.
That'll cost you 35 cents, man.
Woo! 35 cents. I'm out. I don't think how much you're getting paid to be in the booth.
Oh, second quarter, quote quote, fourth quarter really starting right now is where boots are really going to have to hit the bricks, determine a difference between these two teams. Kinglon is showing out earlier. Now he's going to run the ball out as Umpy. That gets out to the first down plus a little bit more.
Well, Pat Mahomes getting involved. Not the fastest QB in the game, but I understand that both players like to have him scramble just a little bit. Even though you're down by seven, it's very important to score in this drive to keep that momentum becoming a pendulum, right? Or seesaw, I guess.
I get you. The back and forth, the back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Second and 7 right now. We have time right here. Umpy really does need to maintain this clock as well. Can't really be affording to be burning 20 seconds every single time they leave a runner in bounds, and they're going to do that one again. Pacheco catching a big one, going out 112 yards for his total.
Not sure what's more impressive. Was it the pass, the catch, or keeping on to the ball as it being torn down there?
Definitely going to be impressive right there. Goes through the thick of things and comes out on top with a couple of yards right there, even after the contact behind the line of scrimmage. 5 seconds in the play clock, fake pass hand or fake handoff, excuse me, all over to Pacheco. That's going to be a nice rush right up the middle for a first down.
And Mahomes doing it all himself. First down, moving it forward.
Warning coming in right now. Umpy feeling the pressure. This defense has done decently so far to at least not allow any big plays down the boards. Pacheco, rocket in hand, runs this one down again. And the question now begs, so if Umpy scores in this fourth quarter, England does not, and we go essentially 35-35, do we just treat the second half of this game as the overtime, or?
Oh man, that is the questions I don't want to know. It's like a time travel movie paradox. Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
You have to think about that one. Nicely done. Kadarius Tony gets out after the check down, really surveys options and goes with a short one, but one nonetheless. 3rd and 5, much better than 3rd and 10. Surveying the field, sending, I believe that's Mecole Hardman a little bit farther out to the right side. Now surveys the field, pops out 4th and 5. There is no real decision here with only 42 seconds left.
That's just unfortunate because it felt like there was a chance to tie it up or to burn the clock to score late, but now you're out of options.
Really are. Really are. One more. Keep this drive alive. The hopes and dreams of Umpy and Tony right there just gets picked up and trucked into the ground. 35 is going to be angry. I believe that's Watson angry that they gave up this first down. Timeouts coming in now for the last few seconds of this fourth quarter.
Critical stop, and that could be the end of the game if King Law knows what is good for them. The last thing you want to do is have a heartbreaker situation. So, yes, put everyone forward.
Was looking like right now. Handoff to Pacheco, but he's downed in the backfield here. That's going to be a good little loss for the side of King Lawn, making this one a lot harder. 3 more downs to go because, again, he's not doing it, but that's no timeouts left. Kadarius Tony out to the middle right a little bit. 14 seconds to go. This is burning way too much clock. This is burning way, way, way too much clock. You want to have at least a couple more downs. Pacheco to the outside, standing there for a couple to putting this one to 4 seconds, and we got a tie ball game.
Oh, man. So, you're right. Do you force an overtime? We try to go for two. I guess we're going to have an overtime situation.
Barring Williams getting in from the inside. Yeah, no one gets even close. Butker stays perfect. Tie ball game. Overtime is least in the cards right now.
I'm not even sure how overtime works if you're playing on a regulation quarter, but maybe that's a question we should ask our admins because it looks very much the case here.
Yeah, we're getting answers typed out as of right now. Mecole Hardman gets this one. It's going to be bomb territory for King Lon. And I mean, just to try. I mean, actually, this is a good question. Do you try for a bomb, or like a more like moderate size, or the full Hail Mary? Like a moderate size to get up in 3 seconds, run to the outside, or call your timeout, whatever else, and then try and kick a super long field goal.
Super long field goals definitely are effective, but you know me, man. This is mad. It's all about glory. Give me that
There's
85-yard bomb. Give me the cybernetic elbows to make sure it's possible.
Yeah, there's not really even any way for them to get all the way down there as well. This is going to be launched all the way out. Kelsey tries to bring it down. Not going to happen. Overtime we go.
Wow. Imagine if that was going to be a situation. Imagine if they caught that. Imagine if you got that last second buzzer. We're only going to overtime. We're going to see how that looks like in the situation, if about regulations and times and all that stuff. But can't knock it for trying for that long last minute bomb.
Yeah. So, going to be treating our third quarter here within the game essentially as an OT. You're getting confirmed right now from our absolutely goated production staff, but no reason not to. Obviously, there'd be a little bit different. Both teams get one possession, both scored. Yep. Okay. Sudden death. Yep. So, just making sure they're just having to confirm everything over there. 5-minute quarters. That's standard for Madden 24. Let's get this one going. Players have been informed of the situation. Let's get this one going. There
Oh,
will be a
man.
winner in 5 minutes.
Sudden death. What? What?
Like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? I missed that show.
Oh, that was classic. They still have it on the air though.
No way.
Yeah. So we're getting the rules from production here. Both teams get one possession. If they both score, then it becomes sudden death. So kind of a silver goal situation for those teams. Doesn't mean you can fall asleep at the wheel. So it comes down to who's sharper to make sure they get themselves on the board.
100% feel you on that one. 100% feel you on that one. Both teams with the possession, both score, and sudden death. Kelsey gets out, first down, and a little bit more, a tad bit more. King Lon has missed 2 completions so far in this game, or 2 previous quarters added to this game's 2 quarters, added to now 1 pass in this overtime situation. Throw out, Pacheco receive. Now a poorly timed juke. Actually, this was a just pick your favorite post and run towards it, right?
Well, I mean, absolutely. If you know that you have the skills to evade everybody, you can't knock someone for trying to roll the dice. But sometimes it comes up snake eyes.
And just sometimes it's just, hey, the lane is open and there's nobody in front of me that needs to be juked. I just need to beat feet and run as quickly as I can, even if Pacheco gets a little bit of flack caught for it on social medias.
Medias.
Social medias, the Googler. Twitter will always be Twitter. I'm never going to call it X.
Yeah, I feel
I
like
don't
it's
think
going
I've I don't think I've called it X once since they actually changed the name.
I mean, I do just for like the host of the shows I do, but I feel like it's gonna have what up? Oh my
Ooh.
goodness, going the other way down. Seat has a full ride. Oh, gets cut off by the knees. I was gonna say that was pretty much going to be a touchdown, foregone conclusion, but it got stopped pretty late with that pick.
King Lon looking for it. That's going to be their one guaranteed possession within this game. And now it's going to be Umpy's really Umpy's game to win. A fantastic play right there that's going to determine a lot. Here comes the 3-point. This is decently long, but this will be a deciding factor given that King Lon had their possession up and in. Yes,
Oof.
sir. This is going to be Umpy winning game number 1 in our official overtime situation.
That was a little bit closer than I thought it would have been. It was not enough juice out there towards the end, but ultimately that was the case. We were wondering about how it was going to go down, but frankly, the ball, don't lie, was a full goal, and now Umpy has the game in hand.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's going to be the advantage right there. King Lon going to be facing a situation where like he is faced like being down and by like a touchdown or two. He does not face actually being down in a series though. So this is a fight back type situation here for King Lon. Kansas City on Kansas City. I see no reason to change either of these teams for either of these players, right?
No, not at all. I mean, I think we saw so many lopsided victories, not just this week, but during the tournament. That when you have this close scoring, tight quarters kind of game, it comes down to who's most precise on the day. And to be fair with you, King Lon had the superior Pat Mahomes, and there was a side prize for that. It should have gone to them, but it really wasn't for them. One field goal and one disconnect. To be fair, really was a difference. So you got to make sure you don't change something too dramatically, and make sure game 2 is pretty much the same as game 1. This time you get the dub.
Yeah, I can 100% agree with this one. No real massive changes. The issues that we were talking about with like, yeah, with Demolender and with King Lon earlier, with like them not utilizing certain players and stuff like this, that really is a conversation of the past. You could kind of make that argument for Kadarius Toney within King Lon's side, but at the end of the day, I mean, you got 3 great receivers. Rasheed Rice, Marquise Valdez Scantling, and who am I forgetting? And Mecole Hardman Jr. Excuse me. Then you throw in, just a little name like Travis Kelsey. Now you have 4 different options. You really don't need a 5th one at that point if you're just looking for somebody to kind of like pull attention from your defense.
Yeah, I have no idea who that Travis Kelsey guy is, but the other guys are totally sure and totally impactful for the squad. So I'm with you 100%. We always talked about what it takes to do something a little bit off kilter, a little bit of unorthodox, to make sure you get the dub. But I think both these 2 teams know that they can't surprise anybody. It's not about being creative now. It's really about execution and making sure you get there fast when the opponent's there.
Yeah, just play on the day right here. Honestly, like, yes, there will be trick plays, there will be sneaky plays, but like, even with these coming, I don't think that either of these players who have a lot of experience with the Kansas City Chiefs are going to necessarily be like, just like, oh, what was that play? I've never seen that one in the playbook before. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. Like, I was like, whoa. I mean, I've been studying this thing for weeks upon months, but they found the one play I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Not for Andy Reid's Kansas City Chiefs. Short break, guys. We're gonna be setting up game 2 coming in here in just a little bit. Umpy with a lead and an advantage within this series. We'll be back in just a second. and welcome back. Our first overtime barn burner of the day, a 38-35 victory for Umpy over King Lon. FBI Tugboat here with Novanta. Novanta, how you feeling?
I'm feeling all right, man. Really gonna get right back into game two because you all know it's about momentum. Umpy, King Lon. This is the best of three, so I can't wait to see how this one shakes out.
Yes, yes. Last opportunity here for King Lon after a shellacking of the Molander here. Both teams with the Kansas City Chiefs. We will, of course, be looking at another 15-yard one. No decision for Mecole Hardman Jr., at least not to start this one out.
Looks like King Lon's going to be in the white with Umpy in the red. Which interesting to say that Umpy has the one game in hand. So if Umpy wins this one, he moves on, or they move
Yes,
on.
sir.
Excuse me.
Yep. Umpy on the defense right here. We're switching perspectives. We took a look at King Lon earlier. Now we want to look at a little bit of a different look within the same team, though, Novanta. Taking keys to victory, really big. Man, these two. I mean, there's a reason why this went to overtime and went to 38-35. These are two very evenly matched players, man.
Yeah, even as match players, evenly matched teams, and definitely one of the hardest places to play in the game, Arrowhead.
Who barely gets this one out. The defense here for Umpy showing up strong early on for just outside of a sack.
Yeah, just outside seems to be a common trend here. I feel like if this was another week, we would have fumbles left and right. But hey, you know what? Good for the stats of Matt Holmes, that's for sure.
Ooh, arms up, arms inside, and another almost sack situation here for the King Lon controlled Patrick Mahomes. Umpy, whatever you figured out on defense, it is working so far.
How long they're talking about? How long is the name of the game? Because we see how these teams are so good at adjusting to each other. So it's a good plan for now, but I'm waiting for plan
Whew,
B.
barely gets
Whoa.
this one now. The bailout factor, Mecole Hardman Jr. goes for 22, a fresh set of downs, and a little bit of pressure relieved from King Lon's offense.
And King Long's office is pretty cool and pretty helpful, but also was helpful as the Army National Guard. I give a shout out to them and their support here today. Soldiers in the Guard may qualify to receive education benefits from state and federal tuition assistance programs, and soldiers in the Guard have the opportunity to gain transferable skills and leadership qualities outside the workplace or the classroom. Learn more at nationalguard.com.
Once again, folks, you can join the National Guard part time, still have your main time job, just your monthly commitments within, and that's not even talking about further education yet. Still able to do that and get tuition assistance federally and from the state, the Army National Guard. Second and 10 coming up here for the King Lon led Kansas City Chiefs offense. Back in the gun for one of the first times in this game. He's been swallowed up in the pocket, or just outside his shot, swallowed up in the pocket a couple of times. Now throwing from the outside. That's an easy pick. Connor now dashing the other way. Umpy looking for 6. Patrick Mahomes comes in. That's a fumble and a recover from the other side. The big man running. Another fumble right on the end zone. Oh my God. Cook picks it up in the last second. It's first and goal now for Umpy. What just happened?
I'm sitting there being like, I wish it was fumbles. I got all the fumbles in that one. It was going one way, then the other way, then going the other way back. That was the most wildest thing I've seen all day.
Umpy immediately hits the record on that one after a couple changes of possession within the same. Talk about starting this one off with a bang.
Yeah, I just saw that for a second fumble, or the first fumble rolling off the ankle, and I go, well, that's it. So much for a run, and then somehow they got it back. I'm speechless.
I was so impressed watching Patrick Mahomes beat feet, putting it to the corner right here. And I was almost laughing. I was like, oh, he's coming in. No, he's not just coming in for the tackle. He's coming in for the strip sack. Comes in, picks it up, and then gets fumbled himself. Pacheco just easy Sunday walk inside for the best earned touchdown of this day so far. That was 3 turnovers in the same play, folks.
You know what? It's when they talk to you about being skillful and you don't have to get ready if you stay ready. You know, you're so good at the game that when you get a fumble working in your favor, or 2 fumbles working in your favor, be able to convert. So props to Humphrey, they scored first.
Just a weird thing to say out loud. 2 fumble recovers in your favor in the same freaking, or well, I guess a pick in your favor and then a fumble recovery in your favor, or whatever. Honestly, I'm not even sure if I'm calling that one right. What a wonky play to start this one off.
Yeah, well, 7 points in hand, definitely more. You don't want to give the guy with a series advantage the scoring advantage, but that's exactly what we have right here.
King Lon has shown that he can come out fast and loud early. This was a terrible situation that ended up against him. Now going to be another one, Mecole Hardman Jr., fair catch, starting this one on the 25.
Okay, so here's a new challenge. You get a ball in 25. You're down by seven. It's early enough, yeah, but you really got to establish what the pace is going to be. And so it's really up to King Lon and his attack here in this drive.
Yeah, and that's going to decide what Umpy does next on his offensive push. King Lund gets either 3 or 0. Now it's a lot more comfortable situation because these two Kansas City Chiefs teams have proven that scoring on pretty much every offensive drive is going to be the pace that is set. That is the theme that has been established. See what he does in the gun, Mahomes to McKinnon right here. I do like this as well because Pacheco has just been such a like a big pull of attention, right? Getting Jerick McKinnon involved equally, man, maybe not equally skilled. I don't want to start drawing that. I don't want to start that conversation. Skilled within his own right, definitely less of a pass catching running back. I think that's a fair statement to say. But still getting him involved and showing that this running game isn't just by Isaiah Pacheco and then Patrick Mahomes with necessity.
Yeah, I think some variety is good, but sometimes people get into the idea of doing too much variety and tries to share the wealth evenly, which can also be a pattern people can pick up on. But if you stick on one person that works for you, say 6 or 8 times out of 10, and then you do the sucker punch with somebody else, and that's the way you keep things fresh by making sure your number one tool gets used.
We got almost a full I formation right here. Mahomes, now Pacheco, got a leading blocker there from 83. That's Noah Gray doing exactly what he needs. Big old man like Noah Gray ahead of you is going to result in big rushes every single time. Pacheco picks up just shy of 20.
It was critical sidestep there. It was a juke that I'm not sure that Rico knew how critical it was. Worked out for them though. Able to get what 15 more yards after that one, maybe even more.
Yeah, especially after the initial like contact, right? Yards after contact. That has been one of the most favorite stats to be quoted. And it's interesting that we now have access to that within the IRL version of the game, of course. Tracking that within Madden's been easier for quite a while now, given the computational nature of the video game. Mahomes all the way back up and down. Another pick. Reed, the best thing he needs to do right now is just hold on to this, tries to get past, and Mecole Hardman Jr. is taking a couple of really, really nice passes so far. Now gets himself a tackle.
Look, Pat Mahomes is one of the elite QBs in the game. You even know that the elite Pat Mahomes has limits. Once you do that extra long rotation and get it off, it's an extra second to have it picked off. That's exactly what happened there.
He's a shooter. Just whenever the bullet pass is there, it's gonna come in, it's gonna thread the needle, and he's going to get big yardage. Whenever he lofts it up like that, it's gonna be picks from players named Reed and Watson very, very frequently. Mahomes
Hmm.
back into the gun yet again, steps into it, huge pocket ahead of him. Cook realizes this and puts some pressure on, but that's going to be enough to get a pass out to Mecole Hardman Jr., even though that's way, way out of bounds. And inside, that'd have been a touchdown. He had his cornerback beat,
Yeah,
coverage beaten right there, but oh well.
it's good play drawn up, but definitely not the execution they wanted.
Out is Scantling and Kelsey covering each other up. That's going to go to Kelsey right here. Takes it right down the line. Little hop step after that one to avoid the first tackle. And that's going to get an extra, 5 or 6 yards just when it was necessary. Well, as I say that, actually, they're on the 8. This is, you want to be like 3, maybe 4 or less, or on like the 12, right?
Yeah,
It's you can
yeah.
have that first down capabilities. Doesn't matter when your name is Isaiah Pacheco.
Wow. Well, there you go. Two interceptions slash fumble. Well, the first one was kind of both a whole interception, but two interceptions.
Interception, 2 fumbles, and a touch. I don't know,
Yeah,
man. I just don't know.
the scorekeeper is going to have a field day today, but either way, the score is the same. 14. Forget the back and forth. It's now two scores with nary an answer there for Umpy is now in the driver's seat.
Yeah, the good news is, of course, we got some solid content as well, right? That's going to be a clip that'll be replayed for a while. Umpy's got control of that one as well after he immediately, like it happened, you hit the pause button and immediately went for the Xbox auto record last 30 seconds. 14-0 right now as Umpy has established this pace. This is exactly what we were talking about coming in to this game. Umpy 1-0 in the series, Umpy 14-0 in this game right now. Now really is your time to just like, whoa, that was a really, really bad blown pass. Mecole Hardman's going to go for 6. Never mind. Take everything I said, throw it out with yesterday's recycling.
Yeah, my notes. I was going to say, what if, what if, what if? Three scores unanswered, but there's the answer right there. Lead's not going to be effectively cut in half, and King Long gets in the game.
Yeah, so the other big slog factor to this, like the long marathon endurance play and factor that you have to think about, is King Lun's defense. They're now going to be on the field for almost the entirety of this. I mean, 99 rushing yards is fantastic for this squad, but the simple fact remains that even a great defense cannot just cannot sustain through being on the field for I mean, there's literally one play offensively. Everything else has been a kickoff play with special teams and then defense.
Yeah, I understand that, and I think that that defense thing has been the secret sauce for them, and that's definitely something that people have to overcome. They have the lead for now, but again, you gotta think that touchdown didn't happen if you're Umpy, and just pretend as if you have the lead anyway, and tack on as many as you can.
Memory of a goldfish. Memory of a goldfish. I mean, like Novanta said, lead of one is no real lead indeed within the great game of Madden.
Mhm.
That's always the phrase I use with Rocket League, right? But
Yeah, absolutely.
there you go. I knew you recognized it. Mahomes, yep, little scramble right up the middle. This is going to be mega blown coverage. You have to assume with a running quarterback like Patrick Mahomes that you got to leave a linebacker across the middle, zone or not really. Mahomes all the way back again, no pocket there. It's the deep bomb. Cornerback is there as well. Snead gets a little bit of influence on this one, but it's not going to be enough. Another 6 points in the form of a bomb delivery down from Patrick Mahomes.
Shout out to our production because my hands were up as if I'm the ref. That had every marking of not connecting, and just like that, it's 21-7 because it did connect.
Just like that, Umpy back with a 2-score lead. The absolute least. Those are touchdowns required just to tie. Now, Butker boots this one back to the corner. This is much closer. I might even consider taking that. This Kadarius Tony, I believe, on the fair catch.
Yeah, I thought it would have gone for it too, but you know me, I'm always about that life.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Didn't even have to ask. You have to ask. You have to go to Australia to get that answer.
Hey.
Nico Hartman Jr. quick shot to the outside. There has been 2 passing plays for the King Long Kansas City offense. They have both gone to Miko Hardman Jr. One was for 86 yards, if I remember, and one was for 4.
That's memories does, sir. I think that's pretty much similar, right? I think I agree with that. But here's another opportunity here, though. If you're Umpy, do you try to do another deep bomb right there? Do you try to like to run the clock? I mean, you have a 2-score advantage. You know what I mean?
It's technically, I guess, within the game recording is technically a rush because it was a backwards pass, blah blah blah, whatever. It was a throw. There's distance between them. There was reception on the other side. And game record whatever it wants. Into first quarter, 21-7.
21-7, and it seems like it almost feels like we already played an entire game in a quarter.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you're King Lon, you're gonna be really happy. It's not an entire game in one quarter, because I mean, really, like we've said before, whatever the score is at halftime can be undone on the second half. 2 mirror quarters. The backwards pass it again. This one's gonna come out to a little bit of a different result. Valdez Scantling gonna find his first. That's what, 2 yards? Yeah, 3rd and 6 coming up.
Yeah, try to go for the stiff arm. Just got stiff armed of the stiff arm, and then didn't really get any gains after that.
What happens when an immobile stiff arm meets an unstoppable stiff arm?
Right.
Surveying the field. That's Hartman Jr. Gets his hands on it, but the defensive coverage is there. Michael Hartman Jr. whining for a flag. Life imitating art, or art imitating life a little bit too much.
I didn't want to say anything, but imagine playing in a Madden tournament and someone's like, "Hey, you want to play Madden?" Like, "Oh, not now. I'm this close to getting myself on the board. What are we doing?"
Yeah, I did. I thought that was hilarious. Bomb territory. There you go. Cue the music. There's the air raid siren coming out because
Whoa.
that is another King Lon bomb gonna be landing. One after attempt stays perfect for Butker.
Yeah, forget about strategies now. I'm tearing all my stuff up. Everyone's going playground style. Remember
Yep.
NFL Street? Jeepers.
Yep. Yep. Everyone making a clip. Everyone, you did not throw less than 35-yard bombs or passes, really. then again, we also pretty much always return the kicks. That was also before the 25-yard decision. The kind of change in rules there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. It's been a wonky day, man, between crazy plays and resets and stuff like that. So I wouldn't be able to put it past us.
It was true. It was true. I and once again, spring football kickoff rules, yada yada. Rush right up the middle of Pacheco, another 3 yards.
There's an opportunity now there if you're umpy to put it beyond down, get yourself back on to score even playing. And what was that slide down? And
Huh.
somehow Mahomes is not injured.
Yeah, what he started the slide down and looked like a player went for a really low tackle, kind of hit him up off of the ground, so he was not down and did get the first. So it's obviously sliding, you're down pretty much wherever you start the slide. As soon as the back of the knee kind of hits down right there. Now surveying every part of this field, Lawn on the defense right now is just going to be looking for something. Mahomes audibles upon audibles and back in the gun. Pacheco to his left, playing bodyguard duties on this play. Gets out a very quick shot to Kelsey. Just going to be a couple of yards.
Yeah, I was kind of looking for another one of those bomb plays. Maybe I got lulled into not a sense of security, but a sense of everyone throwing the playbooks against the wall. But that was a measured play, and it got them some gains, probably not as much as they wanted.
It'll be the end of the not the end, the 2-minute warning, excuse me, here for the second quarter. I need time to think about this one. Umpy, honestly, ideally would want to eat up about 100 or a minute and 40 seconds or so before he even gets to the end zone. Ideally, or not every single second that you can right here, because you don't want to give King Lon an opportunity on their side.
Now you don't want that, definitely, because once you have King Long playing their man, you saw how they can run up the score if given the opportunity. So, like I said before, it is a race against time. What a tackle there! What a sack!
Nicely done. That's going to be third sack of these two games so far, if memory serves. Of course, game one going to overtime as well. These Mahomeses have generally been able to get this ball out before the sack does come in. Pass out to Pacheco. That's going to purchase them a lot of wiggle room.
Yeah, it's kind of hard because everything kind of runs together between the restart of the first game and this one as it goes. But sacks are rare, but I do remember that happening a lot in the series.
Steps back, nicely done. That's going to be, we keep Mecole Hardman Jr. as the Umpy-led Patrick Mahomes stays practically perfect. Missed one so far. That was the pick, if I remember right.
Yeah, but it almost seems like the Pat Mahomes curse because didn't King Long have the better Mahomes last game?
Yeah, no, definitely. When it came to yardage and King Lon's completion, yeah, with King Lon's completion right here. So 209 total yards, almost all of it coming through the air. I think there's 25 or so coming on the ground.
Absolutely. Well, the thing I gotta understand now with the time running down in the second half, and it's only one score. I mean, it does seem like it's a bigger chasm than it is because we've seen 2 goal advantages. If I'm King Lon, maybe turn the running game for a while.
And Darius Tony on the hook. No, he's covered all the way up right there. That's going to be Kelsey getting to the outside, continuously playing the bailout type factor. I mean, I feel like you have to incorporate some of this. You have a timeout, incorporate some of this into the running game.
Well, yeah, I mean that's what now's the time to do that. I feel like the running game is great. We haven't seen a lot of it here because the flashy plays are deep passes, but now's the time to really just try that.
On right up the middle, Mahomes for a sack, though. There's the timeout that we were looking for.
There's 16 seconds here in the first half, and maybe one more chance to score. Maybe.
Oh, there's a pick! Just at the perfect timing. That's going to be Mahomes coming in for the tackle again. Not going to have the same fumble Rooskies type situation. King Lon.
Fumble Rooskies is the worst kind of fumble, I'll be honest with you. But you talk about the momentum over the half and getting that late or deep stage interception is not good news if you're umping.
Oh, it is not. Oh, it is not. Now, the question, 5 turnovers on this. Of course, 3 of them came from the same play, so something to keep in mind. 8 seconds is enough to work with, though. This could be a long bomb down the middle Oh my goodness, or this could be a sack of potatoes right down the middle. 2nd and 20 here, as this is now just, say your prayers, Hail Mary territory.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can give you some of that. Why not? I like Hail Marys. I just think that we went from having none of them to having so many of them, and now we're back in a situation with them.
Okay, just going to be a run play taken into the second half. I'm not against this.
Yeah, it's fine. There's a halftime, and Chiefs for Chiefs, man. Close game as expected, especially going from the first game having it be almost a tie and only a field goal separating them. This is totally playing to the script we have at hand.
Definitely is. Well, a single. Oh, onside kick already. Okay, so this is King Lon realizing that Umpy could get this ball back and then just run out pretty much like the rest of this clock. That's a pretty big hit. Okay, Valdez Scaling going to be able to hold on to it though.
Okay,
But
yeah.
and also at the end of the day, I'm thinking, okay, I'm either going to give it to on the 25 or I'm going to give it to on the 28 or the 48. Excuse me. And a single bomb play is pretty much the same for either of these two, especially with how this game has been going.
Definitely a crunch time situation. I know it's only the third, but I mean, the last thing you want to do is put yourself in a sort of out. So we had the onside kick. It's going the other way now. But if it was an interception or a pick going back to King Long, then it could be a whole different game.
Back in the gun, Pacheco, perfect timing on the bullet pass. Patrick Mahomes looks like he is back to fighting form. Umpy coming off the back of the second half here and getting the kickoff too. Vantage in, Pacheco down the middle actually opens up everything on the right side. The 3, the 2, the 1, and that's 6 on the board.
Well, there you have it there, Tongue Monk, going to resolve, seeing that you don't bend and break and finding a way to get to the end. And now we're back to that two score cushion there for Umpy.
And this is so dangerous, of course, because Umpy is up in this series. It's a best of 3. That was a 38-35 overtime situation that Umpy came out on top of off the back of a practically red zone or practically an end zone pick. Sorry, long day today here, guys. Practically an end zone pick that gave the other team fantastic positioning. That was just a quick 3-1 on the board after the single possession from the starting squad. 14-28. King Lon continues to try and figure this one out.
Well, figuring one out's kind of been their special sauce because every time I feel like it's going to be over for them, what? It was dropped.
Forstrom, that's the third string running back, or not running back, excuse me, wide receivers, I believe. So maybe just no star power there as a difference. I mean, that was wide open. That was right in the hands. There was nobody behind him.
I thought that was money. I thought that was money in the bank, but it's not the case. But I was going to say, every time you think that King Long's going to be dropping too far behind, they get themselves back in this one. So let's see it more as the same.
Another play right here. Mecole Hardman Jr. takes to the outside, gets up to about 9 yards up, almost the first down right here. Not in the gun. See if that tells us something. Mahomes back on over, same play, a little bit of tricky stuff. Mecole Hardman Jr. jukes out 2. Almost gets around the third. Getting around the third would have been 6 points.
Yes, it would have, but that was such a weird hit. I thought I was going to knock the ball loose. So maybe some of column A and column B there.
Umpy forcing the encroachment here at 1st and 5, giving him a little bit better position from the 50. Pacheco takes the rock, gets up another 9-yard run. This is a defense from Umpy that's got to shut this down. Yeah, I mean, they always say, right? 3 yards, cloud of dust, first down every time. Well, how about 9 yards in a cloud of dust?
Oh, yeah, definitely being put down as hard as the forceful is. I'm not sure why you juked into the crowd. But that's exactly what happened there. Unfortunate run for Pacheco.
Yeah, that could have been a little bit more. Started out looking like 10, maybe even 12. Ended up at only about 7, but spanning this and keeping this clock running is not going to be the name of the game for a King Lon squad that is down in the series 1-0 and down the game by 2 scores.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Like it really does feel like there's a dark cloud hanging over the King Lon offensive attack. I mean, they're getting forward and having some advancements, but I do feel it's kind of like scratching and clawing more than having an actual offensive play here.
Pacheco, rocket hand, nobody out there. And then once again, I was going to say once again, kind of a poor play to get into the crowd right here. tries to disappear through it and does a decent job of that, cutting towards the middle and gets a little bit extra, but the outside corner seemed like it was the ideal place to go.
I would say it's a phenomenal job. It's just that you got to go through like 10 guys. Yeah.
And hey, if it works, it works. Checo, once again, I love what he's doing here. He's really switching this one up, and especially against an Umpy squad that has been playing a whole lot of zone, um, and just really making them work for it all the way through. But Checo has just been an absolute stud. 10 rushes now here in a game when they'd be happy sometimes to put that up across a full game. Still another quarter of football to go. 2-1, not going to snap it. To the fourth quarter we go, Levanta.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking for a bit of those running plays, and I was sitting here lamenting and belly aching, but we got that in spades. So, I like the fact they're able to do that and run the clock to their advantage. Because look, they have two, in this case, King Lon, have two scores to have to make, but you don't have to do it so quickly where you let your opponent a chance to get in the game. So, use the clock, burn the clock, put yourself on the board, and maybe force a win.
And the onside kick is almost certainly going to be on the docket once King Lon gets this, if he gets it. Now with a first and goal from the 4, and Pacheco getting the rock last like 5 or 6 plays. Seems like this is going to be a little bit of writing on the wall, a little bit. Nice block, and inside, Pacheco does get up there, and King Lon shaves this lead down to 7.
Wow, poor Pacheco. Good thing injuries are turned off because he got knocked in half there. Wow. It's good.
Point after attempt is good right there. Onside kick defense coming in. Noah Gray, Jarek McKinnon, and Kadarius Tony sitting on the line right now. That's going to be Noah Gray closer. That's going to be a touch. Nope. Okay, does not get knocked out of the hands of Valdez Scantling Jr. That's going to be really, I mean, last time it was 48. That's a lot more manageable. Now you're talking about giving up a field goal essentially. If they get a first down in here and they get a field goal, now it's another 2-score 10-point game.
Yeah, I think that now more than ever, it's super critical that's the case.
Barely gets this from the outside. Defense really coming in strong for King Long in the first play of this one. Patrick Holmes is going to know a numpy, gets a message shot across his bow.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, right? Like you ran out of space, and good thing they got it off and thrown it away. But I think the mission here more than ever is they have to score to really put that pace down. So maybe the pressure's all on Umpy, despite the fact they're in the lead.
Yeah, so barring interception, I mean, fumbles again just being so rare, barring interception, this is a field goal at worst type situation for Umpy. And what that means, of course, is just run the ball, run this clock. King Lon's got 3 of them, make him use every one.
Yeah, why not? Look, you have these tools at your disposal to force your opponent to use those things, and based on a pace and the situation, a trap you laid is an extra feeling, an extra feather in the cap, if you will.
Loftus attacking the right side for the second time in this game. Now Pacheco right up the middle. Going to be a gain of about 3 on this one as the Umpy led Isaiah Pacheco doing just as good as the King Lon led Isaiah Pacheco. Audibles upon audibles called from Mahomes back in the gun. Nobody back right here. Nobody to hang out with, but Pacheco right there does get touched as he hits the ground. We could take this one all the way to the 2-minute warning.
Well, this is pretty cool. Like we saw the fact I was able to go for the catch on the slide. Yeah, you don't get any extra yards after the catch, but you do the advantage. You move yourself up, timeout call right before the 2-minute warning. Fantastic.
Okay, so that's going to be the first King Lund here. I think he might have been assuming that Umpy was going to do that, but now we're going to get a ball snapped and then a 2-minute warning called immediately after this. If you're just talking about like, yeah, the math on this one, you wanted to either do this like 15 seconds ago or just immediately afterwards. If you're Umpy and you want to run this clock, then snap it at 2:01 or whatever else like that, and get at least a little bit more time run off this one.
I want to give them the benefit of the doubt because that the game assisted clock was going a bit haywire as far as the placement of it. But I would have gone to the 2-minute warning anyway, and then try to use my timeouts strategically as we get closer. But that's just me. And this is why I'm in the
Yeah.
booth not playing. So
Ding, ding, ding. Yes, you will not be seeing Novanta nor FBI Tugboat playing at the NFL Draft in Michigan, Detroit, April 25th and 27th. Now, you got to go for I was gonna say you got to go for 3 right here. Cannot go for this one. Just this is just math based 10-point game. Now, Umpy is gonna have to get the ball back, score onside kick attempt, and then score again. The good news is that the real defining factor to this one is that onside kick, of course. You can start out with a field goal, and you're still gonna have to go for the onside kick. A loss of 7, a loss of 3, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand that the field goal would have been the right choice, but it's really hard to peg down because there's so many times in Madden where you really want to shut the door on your opponent, and so you try to go all. So there's a part of me that wanted Umpy to go for it, but I totally understand why they didn't.
Yep. 10-point game right now. Again, King Long could come up, get another 30 yards or so, kick the field goal with plenty of time left, attempt the onside kick, then they get it back. Now they have to get a touchdown. But this is proving to be decently, not easy, but it's just frequently coming for both of these squads in the form of touchdowns. Johnson's all the way out there. Valdez Scantling comes up, snatches this one out of the air, and gets it down. Now King Long's got to hurry up. There it is. There's the no huddle. Just a few seconds run off of this one, all the way back in the shotgun right now as Pacheco will provide duties for a second, then rolls out to provide something. Rice has got to get to the outside and does. Clock stopped.
That was critical there to stop the clock there to have a chance to reset. You're right. It definitely is going to be a challenge for King Long to make this happen, especially the way the clock goes down the last minute of the game. But that's the best way they could have done.
And another 10, 15-yard pass or so will get them involved. Is that going to... I have no idea. Was that? That was not a delay of game. I'm not 100% sure what that was. Maybe just pushing the lineman up across. No idea. No idea. First and 15 is going to be a lot harder, though.
I would assume it was encroachment, but I didn't see the actual play there.
It's first and 15, though, so against the offense, right? I'm not sure. Oh, well.
Fair.
Hardman outside. Is that a stop clock? It is. That's going to be for a solid 8. And move this just a little bit more. This would be like a 63 or 65-yard field goal or something like that. So this is not really doable, even with a kicker like Butker. So still got a couple more plays necessary.
True, but I would totally go for a 65-yarder. Why not? That's like the glory situation.
Oh, glory days. Well, fast chip, late breakup still going to be enough against Travis Kelce. Clock stopped. You got 2 more plays really before you start talking about not having enough time on the other side of the successful onside kick recovery to get that back for the touch.
I mean, stranger things have happened, but as good as Umpy has been, it pretty much be a tall order for that to be the case.
Timeout called. Umpy's first. Be just a little bit more time necessary to figure out their defense here. We saw them flipping across a couple of different things and now just surveying what's available. And this one out, I believe that was a form of zone 2. Really, anybody up on the line and no pressure. Really big bomb. Rashid Rice gets to the outside as well. And now, yeah, like I feel like you just don't even go for a touch, right? Like because you go for a touch, and if you get the onside kick, it's still if you try the onside kick and you don't get it, it's the same exact thing. There you go. Yeah, don't burn out any more of this clock right here.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if they get it past the point. It's gonna be close. Oh, it's in there.
Is going to be enough. This has just got a lot more manageable, but an onside kick attempt coming in for the side of King Lon. This is the game right here. Bounces and bounces. There's a flag. They're going to get it again. They will not. Umpy gets it back, and this is a kneel down situation. This game has concluded.
Oh my goodness. Well, here's a chance to do one more. Oh no, dang. Okay, you're right. GG's everybody. Umpy wins this one in a straight set.
Yep, three timeouts be a different story for King Lon. But again, on the universe that we're living in presently. Umpy gonna be pushing this one on along. Let's check out the bracket. I got it right here for you guys. Put it in chat a little while ago if you guys want to check it out. Umpy gonna be playing against Juice X Tay 10. Juice X Tay 10 had what? Yeah, just a beat down there of Ferraro. In the quarterfinals, semifinals, Luke Step fell as well. Taking a look at Juice Tay and kind of following them on along. That was Mario G in the quarterfinals, I guess. And then the first round, I don't talk to me either. I don't talk to Mel. Or something like that. Juice X Tay has not lost a game across 4 matches coming in to the 5th right now. Umpy did drop one. That was Boss in the second round right there. but this one was rather close. Still went the way of Umpy. Looking forward to the finals in a little bit, Devonta.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm for GG's even with all the delays and having to basically play the first half and the second half to keep that focus, keep that resolve, and keep that scoring strategy, and have a bit of a respite as they're one step closer to going to Detroit.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. One of these players going to be punching their ticket to the top four right here. We are going to be looking at a mild break coming up in just a little bit, guys. But the Rally Cry Collegiate Series, man, we were talking about it a little bit earlier. There's so many thousands and thousands of dollars being given away. We got the FGC love. We got some Counter-Strike. We obviously have Madden here on the day, as well as, of course, little flying car soccer. The big name of the game here, though, of course, is the ability for the first and second player from this total series, Open Qualifier Finals 4 now going on, to go forth to the NFL Draft, Detroit, Michigan, April 25th and 27th, to play for either $2,500 or $1,500.
Yeah, forget about playing it. Forget about the bragging rights. Just being able to network with those and say, "Hey, look, it was my skills with the thumbs and forefingers that got me here." Well, props to everyone that does make it that far, but it's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, no one's going to be getting down there easily. In fact, I love the perseverance from a lot of these players. Like a lot of these guys, Jordy, for example, saw them interviewed. Obviously, they got way farther down the finals earlier and whatnot. But it's just the perseverance of in playing. There's so many names that I'm recognizing from even Open Qualifier #1, the very first time we did this, like 7-8 weeks ago, however long ago it was, to just say like, okay, didn't punch a ticket. Now gonna continue to just pursue on in the pursuit of greatness here within Madden 24 with again ticket punch to the NFL Draft, Detroit, Michigan. Guys, we're gonna go to a very short break. We're gonna get the next one set up. This is the finals coming out, the last match of the day. Don't tune away at all. You would be disappointed. Hey, hello, and welcome back. Short break it was indeed. We got our finals coming up here in just a little bit, guys. FBI Tugboat here with Novanta.
Hey, what's going on there, Tugboat? We've seen some Madden action up and down, but this one here is one step closer for all the marbles.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Open qualifier 4 coming in here. This one, like you said, all the marbles, a lot of cash on the line. If you want to go forth and punch your ticket because it's the last open qualifier to see who's going to get in first or second, $2,500 for first, $1,500 for second, and that's going to be figured out in April. Why is it so far out? Why would they have the online tournament right now and then not figure out the finals until April 25th through 27th? What about that date rings a bell with you, Novanta?
Oh, yeah, that's when the weather gets warmer. No, I'm just kidding. It's the NFL draft in Detroit, Michigan, which you will get the chance to go if you are the winner or in second place to see how it all goes down IRL.
Absolutely. The next generation of NFL talent being picked literally before your very eyes, before you possibly can go forth and play that first or second positioning. Now we got Juice Tay, we got Umpy coming on in here. King Lon has made mincemeat of all the other competitors that he has faced on the day. And well, Umpy had something else to say about that one.
That's what happens in tournament play, man. You know, you have these two entities that seem to be winning upon winning, and someone has to stop. And that's what happened in that last round. Humpy rolled on, and now they had the biggest challenge yet today.
Umpy rolled all the way on. You said it best. We're going to be seeing now and here. This is the Kansas City led squad here by Umpy, and we got a little bit of a mix-up. Yes, the Buffalo Bills coming on in here. Sean McDermott, Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, man, Gabe freaking Davis gonna be coming on in here taking the field. And that's just me talking about their offensive weapons, right? The so-called skill positions. Once again, hate the term. That's not even talking about Jordan Poyer or Von Miller, right? The other players over there on the defense. The secondary here for the Buffalo Bills is one of the best in the league. One of the reasons they made it into the playoffs, but as y'all know, the Bills are cursed. They will never make it back to the Super Bowl to win. It's just not going to happen. Sorry, guys.
Again, get us banned from Buffalo. I see how it is there. Talking about. As much as I love to see mirror matches, and we've seen a lot of Chiefs versus Chiefs matches in these weekly tournaments, it's always good to have a fresh opponent to see how things line up, quite literally and figuratively, between the players and the actual offensive defensive lines here in these games.
Yes, 100%. I would love to. I'm going to love to see how this one shakes out. Keys to victory, given that we haven't seen just a Juice Tay play yet. We have seen a lot of Umpy. We're going to be going to a neutral field here and first. This is out there in New Orleans. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. The Caesars Superdome.
Yeah, definitely a double neutral as it's an NFC franchise.
Yes, that is. Yeah. A little bit of back and forth, a little shoving play. Micah Hyde right there. Excuse me, Micah Hyde. I can't imagine he's watching this broadcast right now, but not mentioning him in the defensive side of this Buffalo Bills squad when I was talking about Poyer, Von Miller action. I don't know if it feels like a sin.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is watching, and you're pretty much sure you're on the list now. So thanks.
Dunzo.
Yeah.
I go out to cast in Detroit, Michigan for the NFL drafting show. I'll be like, hey, I heard what you said. I heard what you said.
And I would only told you on the bus. But what's going on here? Pacheco with the first down.
There you go. Love that. Getting the running game going early. Isaiah Pacheco for the Kansas City Chiefs will be running the rock. We'll look at James Cook and definitely sometimes Josh Allen, the quarterback there for the Buffalo Bills, with similar duties.
This right here may be one of those situations where it could be a fast-paced game, or Umpy may do the impossible, try to slow down that Buffalo offense, really take their time. But a little bit of a shutter step, and I guess thrown away.
Yeah, so not going to be incredibly flashy first passing play for this squad. Something tells me the Kansas City Chiefs aren't going to have the same effectiveness that they had throwing against their own defense as they're going to have neutral territory against a Buffalo Bills secondary. This is an incredibly encrouched up defense as well. Umpy realizes this one calls for it. Now, these corners coming back, but that's just going to open up the middle of the field for short passes and easy 10-yard caches, just like that one from the bailout man himself. That's Travis Kelce.
Yeah, it looked like they were going to be stuck there, the Chiefs, but kind of had a lifeline on the way out. They didn't get the first down they wanted, but it was pretty much a second best result.
Checo right here gets drilled with it and is still able to keep this ball in hand, still on a roll, and a lot of momentum going right now for Umpy and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Momentum is great, but scoring points are better. Let's see what's in their mind here for an early attack in the first.
Rolling way out to the right. Now still going to get this one off out as Scantling gets this ball secured. A 20-yard plus catch going to be their reward for that one. And mixing up the lines as well. Trips to the right. Umpy does love this setup as well. Bomb out. Micah Hyde. I didn't talk about him, and he had to prove himself by taking the pick. Patrick Mahomes is going to get the tackle right here. But that's going to be a long ball down the other way. Juice Tay now on the offense.
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate. The previous play, you saw the running to the right side and going with the long bomb pass. It was kind of slow, but it was caught. But this play here, I think everyone kind of saw it, lined it up, and it was a sea of blue. It just wasn't enough. Ball gets swallowed up whole. It's going the other way.
Yeah, it's just ocean of blue right ahead of you, and one of them's going to come down with it. This one with the name of Micah Hyde. Fantastic performance early. Buffalo Bills defense showing what they can do early in this one. Now it's defensive selection time, maybe a little bit earlier than Umpy was anticipating.
Yeah, I was. If you had me going into this one, I thought Umpy would have scored first, but as it is right now, I mean, still opportunity for that. But what a juke move! First down. I was going to say, Juice Tay is looking pretty good on the ball.
There you go. Gabe Davis on this. It was Mecole Hardman Jr. with a very similar play, a quick shot to the outside when other players are up and get a little bit of offensive blocking, excuse me. That goes outside, not caught on the inside. First incomplete here for Josh Allen and Juice Tay.
Well, it was a good play, traveled up, but sometimes you wish it was just a half yard wider of the field, and it was unfortunate, but it was good. I liked it.
Back in the gun. Ball out. There's James Cook, first reception. No runs quite yet for the Buffalo Bills.
Looking like they're content with chipping away and kind of understanding what the defensive move umpy is. That's what happens when you have a certain kind of opponent, and then you get meet with a different kind of opponent in a later round.
Wow, that ball has barely gotten out right there. Kansas City defense, that's enough pressure to yield nothing here. 2nd and 10 coming up for Josh Allen. Has got James Cook right out to his right side. Gabe Davis push a little bit farther out. Still off the line, though. Audibles upon audibles. Johnson waiting with happy feet right there, ready to get it going. James Cook just kind of transports through a couple of players, goes out for that one. And Josh Allen, once again, Juice Tate can't get this one out.
Couldn't get that one out. That was unfortunate, but was also unfortunate. The company had an opportunity to bring that ball in and have it go the other way, but it drops out of the hands.
Fortunate stuff. Fortunate stuff. Would have really been able to use that one, but next to last attempt right here because, I mean, yeah, it's scoreless. You pretty much have to go for it, and especially when you blow coverage like that, Shakir is going to be able to bring this one in. We got points on the board for the first time between these two teams.
A little bit of sidestep on after the catch, and that was all you needed to take that from being a nice completion to be a nice touchdown. 7-0 Buffalo.
7-0 Buffalo. Umpy in the reactive position yet again. Going to have to come forth here. Something going on offense. This pace has been set. Defense is going to continue to spell the winners and the losers. These Madden competitions. There's a fair catch. 25 yards will be where Juice Tay is starting this defense from.
All right. Well, that's a good idea for Umpy to hopefully have an equalizer plans, but you realize you can't do the old tricks. You have to come a little bit off the snap quick as possible because it do seem you're getting red.
Yeah, that's the other thing. The Buffalo Bills offensive line.
Oh,
excuse me. The Kansas City offensive line. Damar Hamlin, comeback player of the year, gets a fat sack and makes Patrick Mahomes one with the grass for a play. Yeah. 2nd and 19 now. A lot more pressure. Barely gets that one out. But again, Travis Kelce, the bailout factor himself, gets up. Another fat first down.
Yeah, that was to be expected, that kind of passing play, but I still can't knock Juice Taylor go for the second sack. It just drew out one too many defenders, and that was easy cash.
2nd and inches now. Preferable game plan instead of the 1st and down here. If you ask either your commentators, Isaiah Pacheco gets brought back a little bit, a rush, and that's going to be probably 3 or so.
Yeah, that's what you need for first down. Why not get you 3? Small ball.
Needed a couple of inches, got 36 of them. So we're going to be back to the gun here for Patrick Mahomes. Rolled out to the right side. No real pressure yet. Way out there as there's nobody even in the field near him. That's a big pass early. First quarter coming to an end right now.
That was a critical play there. I mean, he had anyone with so little coverage to begin with is a problem, but someone as talented as Pacheco, that's just a mistake you got to keep in the back of your head there, Tuesday.
Yeah, you got to pay attention to this guy. He can catch balls, he can run them, he can do a whole lot blocking wise. Casey put this up. Noah Gray frequently comes back to block for him as well. We've even seen Noah Gray take the rock in other games, not here on the broadcast day, but take the rock and run this one in. That's a little bit of a misdirection as well. Trips right. As of right now, two tight ends and a wide receiver. Two of them going out to the right corner, and that's going to get broken up right there. It was on the run, though. It was on point, but just didn't quite get there fast enough.
I thought that was going to be caught. It looked like it was going to be caught. I had my notes like it was going to be caught, but the game and the players had other intentions.
Mm-hmm. Oh, don't lie. Oh, don't lie. All the way rolled back. Pacheco catches about a 6-yard one. As slow, methodical drives here for Umpy. The pace of this game is no longer the big bomb plays. That's exactly what we saw earlier with King Lawn was taken to the field. But here you go. Another one here. Another first down set of downs purchased here for Umpy. Is this going to be? I mean, the way this is going, we're only going to see another drive in this game, regardless of whether or not Umpy scores here, or in this
Yeah,
quarter. Excuse me, not in the game.
absolutely. We're seeing a little bit of what they call that grit, right? Umpies is too good of a player to sit back and have no answers. So you're seeing these kind of wonky plays, these unorthodox plays. They're getting yardage, but I can tell you it's not as efficient as they want to. But then once you have those completions and moving up the yards, it gives them an opportunity to think about what they want to do next.
And just that enough space just to kind of hear yourself think. It's wildly underrated. Pacheco loss of 4 on this one. I understand the idea, but again, this is a strong, strong defensive line that is backed by an even stronger secondary.
You have said the praises and even excluded individuals to the point we won't be allowed in some states. But the proof is in the pudding. I mean, it is deep into the second quarter, and even though only one has scored, it does feel like there's a chasm growing between the two sides.
There's I don't know how you cover up the middle part of this field. We're definitely going to get this one on replay because there's literally like 3 guys standing shoulder to shoulder in the middle of the end zone, right like in between that I and the N on Saints. And this guy's just wide open. He has a couple of corners covered, like physically on the field by corners, the players, and then that is just blown 100%. Especially when you have a user selected player, you have to come back and kind of cover those spots that the AI players, the computer was not going to cover with players.
Well, forget about AI rubber banding. I feel this player rubber banding. I just was like, oh man, these two teams are so different, and bam, looks like that blink of an eye, quick as a hiccup, we are tied once more.
That's it done. Juice Tay going to come out with the advantage, though. Receives this one and gets it up 2 yards plus. That's, hey, we get down to the 2 yard line. We can have this conversation again because 2 yards is just ever so important right now, especially in a tie game. Taking a look at the passing yards right there, we obviously have a massive differential between these two. Nice shot out to Diggs. That's going to be for the first down plus some.
That first down was definitely important to say that having some little bit of some good luck, some short secure passes, being able to draw the defense, these are elements you can use for later plays in which you decide to get a bit more spicy.
Spawn Diggs, first catch right there. Throw 12 up on the board. Here for his stats, plenty of audibles. James Cook right a step behind, goes out for passing duties as well. Pressure comes, and that gets in and forces the incomplete pass. 4th and 8 for the Josh Allen.
Wow, that incomplete pass couldn't come at a worse time because it feels like they was going to have a momentum shift in the game, and then it says, nope, got to work hard in that.
Do a little bit better than that. You're pulling it back with a fishing rod. Josh Allen, big bomb. This is what we were looking for. Caught by Diggs. First one was for 12. Second one was for 40.
Yeah, and that is being pretty conservative as well. I was sitting here wondering about how they're hacking these plays. 1 yard here, 2 yard here. Well, there you go. That shuts me up. What a bomb.
I mean, if this kind of pace of play throws off the defense and you can get this done with like 1 out of every 5 plays, well, you'd only need 2 sets of downs to get this one done. But James Cook on his first rush attempt gets absolutely nowhere, hits a wall of red, sacked right down. No gain, no loss.
Rightfully so. I mean, we're so late in this tournament now. We're so late in the pace of play. There should be no easy runs quite like that. And so the fact that there was a red wall warms my heart quite a bit.
I can get that. Another throw right out here. Good blocking for number 10. I believe that's Shakir. Yes, it is. This was a tackle for loss. Had Shakir not gotten the arms up and immediately gotten that blocking going.
First and goal. Let's see if they can be able to break the deadlock in the shotgun, of course. Josh
Of
Allen, let's
course.
see, he's going to be the tricks pass on the left side. And, well, we try.
Mm.
We'll do it again.
Gabe Davis kind of takes this one in the middle of a spin move right here. If he'd actually gotten 2 steps up and momentum going, probably could have cut to the inside or out for at least a couple more yardage. But hindsight 2020, different universe, yada yada. Pass off to James Cook. He's going to get it all up and all the way to third and goal. And the 1 yard line falls down right there as the last umpy timeout does get consumed.
I wonder how many universes are there out there? One, 200,
I
infinite?
I hope there's just one because anything beyond that is just way too much to think about.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But imagine there's a doppelganger. You know what I mean? Like, what there's like a Ochenta somewhere, who casts
Mm.
Madden. But that said, third and goal here. Let's see if I find a way to cross the line.
Fake to James Cook. As going to happen to Stephon Diggs. Actually gets hit from the back here, tackled down inside the end zone. Another 6 here for the Buffalo Bills.
That play was so good. There was actually three different ways they could have split the defense up to score, and they picked one. That was great.
Yep, fantastic. Fantastic. Slicing and dicing right now is seems like Juice Tay has really found his footing and found what he wants to do against this Kansas City squad. It's a pop out to about the 15 again. No fair catch called. That's Moore now rocketing his way up, gets up to about the 31. I got to say, you might want to start kicking this one to like the 7, the 5, because
Right.
these players are proving that they can get a substantial yardage off of these when you're tantalizing them with a little bit more.
I think there's so many fair catches. You kind of assume there's going to be one, and when they go no, you're like, whoa, this is not what I had in my plan.
Oh, yeah. I love that. I love that. Jekko brought from left to right, audibles and more. There's the handoff, and there's the pass to Kadarius Toney. Gets this one out. Wise decisions here from Umpy, conserving time and stopping the clock.
This time in the day, after having so many series back to back, I wonder where the mental state is. Is it a bit of fatigue? Are you locked in? Umpy, even though it's down by 7, seems very much lockstep with Tuesday. And see what happens, able to double down. But as I say that, a lack of concentration
Ooh.
causes the sack right in front of them.
Ross Sue right there, the quarterback spike coming in immediately, given that Umpy has no more timeouts. That's a loss of down, but keeps this first half dreams of scoring alive for the Kansas City Chiefs. Mahomes in the back. He's got all the play clock to deal with. Stays in the pocket. Wise decision. Toney gets it out to the first down. Even with a hurried up, they're only going to get a couple of seconds. Yeah, so this one burned down to 5 as the Kansas City center thrown to the ground in the front.
Looks like the plan has got to score before the first half. I'm not sure if that's an actual victory or a moral one, but isn't that gut check time for Umpy here?
Well, victory is victory regardless, but can't quite call it up quite yet, given that 5 second stands between them and the end of the first half. Do you go for like a 10-yard pass to the outside, spend 3 or 4 seconds doing it, and then try to kick 3, just take something? Or is this just a single Hail Mary
Hail
type
Mary beat.
situation? Oh, that's not going
Ooh.
to happen. Out of bounds, and that's enough time deleted. Took a little bit of time to make that decision. Decision is made. There will be no advantage coming from the 7 points for the side of Umpy in the first half.
Yeah, I just kind of saw hitting that B button going for the Hail Mary myself. But hey, you know what? You're still only down one score. So why not try to do something reckless and just play this the way you know me doing it?
Speaking of reckless, I'm not against it. This is the second half. These drives can last almost full quarters. Gets a hand on it, but right into the hand of Morris, and that's going to be on the 35. Brutal after the flag right here. Illegal touching, and that's a lot more. That's from the 35 on one side to the 36 on the other.
This is one of the situations where the turning of the camera kind of cost them valuable seconds. Because I saw the line going over the touchdown line for the score for Buffalo, but as we rotated, it really wasn't much of an opportunity there.
Definitely a unique situation within Madden specifically, right? Like, there's not a camera angle that you can get both teams to, or you can get like where both teams want to see it. That's Gabe Davis. Okay, Gabe Davis scampering on down to the 6 yard line right here. This is the same play that both Umpy and Juice Tay have called multiple times, so that's hands down the biggest advantage from it so far in this game.
But yeah, you're absolutely right what you're saying before with the camera angle situation. I know it's table stakes and everyone has the same issue and the same problems. So you really can't complain. But every so often there's a play or an opportunity you go, oh man, if you had free reign, free control, or knew how to orient, it wouldn't be an issue.
Fair. Maybe a solution for the future, but I'm just not like outside of some kind of augmented reality or flipping the camera yourself or giving players control or something like this. I really don't see how you'd fully correct that.
Yeah. Yeah. That said, though, here's an opportunity now, another one there for Juice and company to really get some daylight between them and Umpy in the third.
Oh, this is a lot of pressure right here, and this the blitz is definitely coming. Here it is. No, it's blown all the way down. This is so much is barreling right down the middle, but James Cook reads it perfectly. Scampers to the left side, and that's another 6 for the Buffalo Bills.
It does feel like we're talking about the defense of Buffalo, but it's the offense. I mean, it isn't so much of beating coverage and finding a way to score. It's like there's multiple ways, multiple paths in the run of the play where they can beat defenses. And when you can do that, that means you're operating at another level.
Higher level operations right now from Juice today. 2 score difference. Kicking this one off. Plenty of time still in the second half. Though only a minute burned down on that offense. If there's any unideal parts of that, it's just simply the Juice Tay didn't get a whole lot of that time burnt off. Shimmy shaking right down the middle is more as he picks up a little bit more from the 25 to the 33.
Ah, so you did there because his last thing is one.
Eh,
Well, yeah. Look, run the ball. I'm all about that part. But no, yeah, we don't understand what's going to be on the docket for KC. We saw it happen in the last series that you don't want to fall behind so many different scoring opportunities, like we saw with King. So you see that there's a little bit of pressure there for Umpy to do so.
Pass here down to Kelsey. It seems like Kelsey is always coming up when this least expected. It's easy to say that you always need to kind of anticipate Kelsey being a threat, but really only come up on the check down type situation. Most of these not being drawn up for the big man himself. There, speaking of, well, maybe they're listening here as Kelsey takes it a couple high steps and gets a lot more on the backside. That is the Travis Kelsey factor.
Yeah, it's interesting how so many teams that use the Chiefs almost has Kelsey out there as a decoy, but when he's absolutely used, you go, "Oh yeah, I forget. Why not?"
Quick reminders like that one barely gets this one out. Number 91 defensive lineman tried to get under this one, couldn't quite get the hands there. Douglas in credit for the tackle on that one.
Oof.
Oop, right inside. Okay, Valdez Scantling. Okay, picks this one out of the air. I did not anticipate this. There was a couple of members around it, and Umpy just made the situation a lot more comfortable for themselves.
Yes, I'm saying get yourself in the game so you can come out with some plan C's and D's, but plan A is a knock knock boot to the door. That works too.
Right down the middle. Harrison Bucker stays perfect all the way through. 3 points, extra points, everything else. Here comes the onside kick attempt for Kansas City Chiefs. Power is there. Bucker spins it. This is up, and now a couple of hits. It's out!
Ooh, man, that is interesting.
Recovery!
I didn't think it was going to happen, but the Chiefs get that ball back.
There you go, Umpy. Does it big here. The what? 4 attempts on the day, 25%. Hey, that's not too shabby. Patrick Mahomes, though, gets drilled down in the line of scrimmage as he was surveying, trying to find a target. Can't quite paint it into the bullseyes and gets dropped down to the ground.
Imagine that. Like, you do the onside kick, it finally works out for you. You must be feeling yourself.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Momentum definitely going their way off the back of the special teams play. I was sitting about eight yards outside of this 50-yard line on the good side of their field. Doubles and more, a lot of pressure, 2 from behind, and just a little like stutter step up, and Von Miller now going to show up here on the playbook. Gets him down on the 1. I mean, Mahomes, like at least they're not rolling out so far when they're getting taken down. Well, as I say that, Eric Oliver going to be able to take a 4-yard sack on this. Another no huddle. Umpy is coming on the back or coming to the situation where this is no advantage here for the onside kick. It was a fantastic special teams play and got it back, but now that's 3 of them out. Now fourth
Ooh,
and 14. Brutal, brutal looks.
I think Brutal's putting it lightly. You have the opportunity, you get the recovery back, but your drive is not even see it's ineffective. It's almost less than ineffective the way you've been basically sacrificing Mahomes.
That's entirely fair, man. And again, we're gonna be really glad that there's not as many like injury effects in this one because that was 3 hard hits that Patrick Mahomes has taken. Should we just be happy to get that one out? Here's the bomb. Always the pressure. In and
What?
out, and Kansas City has done it again.
Well, you can't count Kansas City out, but I didn't think they were going to cash that in a million years. Good thing I'm in the booth. What a receive! Well, look at that. We're tied, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, just a post route, and just 5 seconds later, Mecole Hardman makes this one a tie ball game. Onside kick attempt. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say that would that'd be giving. I mean, it at least feels like a lead right now, right? Given this was down by 14 or so, just a fat finger probably. There's no way this is intentional.
Yeah, I mean that onside kick play was or drive was more or less a task fail successfully situation because it didn't look good at all. It looked bleak, and it was just one catch that couldn't get down Buffalo, and that's why looking at a tie game now.
Josh Allen on the shotgun right now. It's the same shot right out to Gabe Davis here. Triple up on the line and then leave one player out. And another player, it's been Shakir traditionally. He goes for the blocking duties. Gets up for 6. Be a good one. Allen back, barely gets this ball out again. Both of these defenses are just absolutely showing up right now.
Well, I guess they kind of have to. I think they saw the pendulum swing when it was down by 2 scores or 3 scores, and now you're tied. And I feel like tension's hiding. Everyone's pretty much getting sweaty now, and that's where you're seeing a lot more hands and masks and faces.
Audibles one audibles, just trying to figure out a way that he can get this pressure off of him, and that's a fantastic way. Hey, if it works, don't fix it, because it isn't broke. Stephon Diggs, 4 receptions for 68 yards.
I like it. I like it. It was a little bit unorthodox, but it worked out for them.
Yeah, I mean, again, it might be boring, just given that they've been doing it so. I mean, both sides exact same play so many times, but doesn't matter because it moves these chains. End of the fourth quarter right now. In an ideal situation, Juste would come up and he would get like 4.5 minutes drawn out by this, and most of the fourth quarter deleted out. As it is, I don't think that's really a situation you can like assume that you're going to get. Now, a lot of like alterations there on the defense to kind of show where these zones should end on the defense. It's at least a little bit. No, that's just a zone flip right there as the players came to the other side. James Cook right up the middle. There's the best rush from James Cook so far today.
Oh, James Cook doing the extra work to get some extra yards out there. Look, we talked about what it teams to have your opponent playing your pace. I do feel like both teams took time with that torch, but now we're getting to the final moments of this fourth quarter, and now it's time to stop being pleasant, and now it's our time to score.
Spread way out to the right side. Can't be surprised at this one. Diggs gets across 1. Diggs gets across 2. Now numbers 3 and 4 come forth and just combine across the middle, drag him down. That's kept to the inside, and that's another 30 seconds burned off of this clock. 5 on 87 here for Stephon Diggs, Novanta.
Well, you look at that and what needs to be done, and I do think it's going to be not so much for wasting time or clock management. They got to score quick and now.
Got a lot of options and goes for nothing. Throws this one outside, obviously outside the pocket. So no intentional grounding on this one. Still a loss of a play and a stopped clock here for Juste.
I guess there's some kind of victories you can pull from that play. I'm not sure if that's what they wanted or what they drew up, but
Maybe just trying to throw off the members of the defense. Zone coverage selected as of right now. Pulled a little bit farther back are these Kansas City corners. I was going to be completely off. Stephon Diggs yet again stays to the inside. Now almost trips to the first down line. 3rd and 1 on the 9 right here. Looking fine as wine if you're Juste.
well, a little less than a minute, the 2 minute warning. Let's see what's on their mind. But you stay 3rd and 1, runs it
Gotta
in
stop.
there.
I was gonna say you gotta stop. You gotta jump down on like the 1 yard line. You're giving Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs the ball back with 2.5 minutes left. This is
Yeah, yeah, I'm
We've
with you.
seen
I'm
this
not sure
movie
this is smart
before, man.
sense.
We've
Hmm.
seen this movie before. We've seen this television show before. It is multi seasons now running.
I love it. Yeah. Well, I do think it's a lot of time for Kansas City to have a situation, but I wonder though we'll have a little bit of that Kansas City luck rub off on Buffalo and maybe pull something out from nothing.
That makes a little bit more sense. Put it to the 11. Force the fair catch there from Moore. Novanta is just mauling right now.
As we get to 2:46 to go in the fourth, the whole rule shaking here, even though it's a neutral site, which is kind of odd. Let's see what's up to Kansas City's idea.
Okay, so Pacheco up the middle for a little bit. The only problem is that it does keep this clock a running with both members with a full 4A of timeouts.
Out of the
No
gun.
audibles, so you can't really get a really good look as the at the oh my goodness. So if Kelsey had just kept running, like the Superman like attempted tackle would not have hit, and then we obviously would not have had to watch this Travis Kelsey celebration every single time. Man takes a consecutive breath on the field, he's gonna celebrate.
Looks like he cleared the tackle but tripped on the way down, which is really unfortunate.
Like
But I'll
kind of like the
celebrate too. Save
shoestring
him.
on the end. Hey, if
Yeah.
I caught a single NFL pass, I would be happy. I'd just put a knee down. Like, I have 100% reception rate in the NFL. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you for letting me play. I appreciate you. Thank you also, everybody on the defense, for not like actually cutting me in half. You know?
Oh yeah. Or no, what happens to the last guy who retired in the middle of a game?
Oh, dude,
And I'll leave
what
it at
a
that.
what an interesting story. And like, I don't know. I'm not gonna get into it. You mean Antonio Brown, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah. Oh well. Tripp's right. That's what the offense is looking like as of right now. Now moving in just a little bit, so kind of shifting the zone. Okay, so this is zone defense until audibles get called. I believe two members now bringing up from the center, and that's going to be a lot of pressure from the middle. Barely gets that one out again as these two. Man, if it sucks getting hit by a single player, even like Von Miller or something like that, it's got to be even worse getting stuck between Rousseau and Von Miller. Rousseau with a lot of defensive presence showing up here on the field for effect. 4th and 10. Something tells me the game is on the line here, Navanta.
Yeah, I know my depth perception got kind of messed around with. I thought that last ball was going to go right into a sea of blue itself, and oh, in
What?
traffic.
Okay,
Gosh,
dropped. Yeah, all right. I was gonna say, there you go. Wipe it down, clean it up. Tay and the defense have a single set of first downs, or a single first down standing between them and a victory here. Grand finals. Of course, the best of 3 series, though, so worthwhile to say it again.
true, true, true.
James Cook right up the middle. Keep this clock a running. That's a blown coverage. That's a lot of space in the front.
Interesting.
7 rushes. Oh,
I
sorry, go ahead.
understand catching the rush. I understand trying to run the clock, but that could have been pushed up just a little bit more. But it's okay. It's all right.
Yeah, like there's a little bit too much horizontal right there. Like you ideally you want to score obviously on the very last play. But that's just not something you can always rely on right here. Also,
Oh,
not calling the timeout is umpy. There you go. There's the first one. Didn't happen on the previous, and 2nd and 9 now. So ideal situations there, given that James Cook got the first down, right? Like
yeah.
for umpy, that is ideal. If you got in 2nd and inches, that'd be terrible for a fresh set.
Well, last thing you want to do is put yourself in that interception zone. But you get 3rd and 10. So I wonder what the plan's going to be here now.
Writing on the wall is James Cook. That's the fake. There's Stephon Diggs. Still a run regardless. Almost getting pushed out. That's going to be the timeout right there. I guess if a single knee goes down inside and the clock keeps running, here comes the field goal attempt. Tyler Bass. Okay, I was going to say, I wasn't sure if he was trying to waste game time, but okay, 2-score game. This just got really, really hard for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, I would say that, and I probably would say done and dusted, but we've seen crazy things, especially with the onside before. So if there's any one team I think it can pull something out of seemingly the end of the game, it's Umpy and company.
Moore decides not to go for this, receives it on the 11 or so. Fair catch called. 25 is where we're going to start. A couple of quick shots to the outside, and another onside attempt. Again, this is literally the exact same way that our last game ended, right?
Right. Was you got one field goal, that being the exclamation point for an offensive drive, that being the defense using offense, I guess. Unfortunately, that's what knocked out King Leon. I mean, that's my and that could be the end of it. Forget the
Yep.
exclamation point. New paragraph.
Rosso, he's come up with some tackles. He's come up with an interception now, and that is going to be the end of that game. What a,
Conceding
I mean, how many times is it going to happen, though, folks? How many times is it going to happen where you come for it, there's a lot of pressure, the ball gets popped out, and you have a couple defenders, the guys who aren't on the ground, from tackling the quarterback, that have their hands out, just lands right in the breadbasket. Rousseau ends this one here for Juste.
Yeah, that was a critical interception. I knew that ball was being hot potatoed a lot today in general, especially in the series, but it was only a matter of time. The momentum was there. Buffalo gets the dub.
That's it done. 10-point differential right here, 31-21 for Juste. See how Umpy and the Kansas City Chiefs able to come back at this in our second game of this best of three. Keys to victory yet again. You got your offensive line. If you're Kansas City, your offensive line simply has to do a little bit better. Yeah, obviously, frequently this come back in the gun, but really, you can only control so much on the offensive line and whatnot. As the quarterback, you just have to get this ball out. I'm saying like a quarter of a second faster. Even if you're like trying to go for like a little bit of a shorter play, but just a completion versus just getting hit and then the ball popping out and just literally just resulting in these super dangerous situations. It just is terrible, like luck or whatever for the side of Umpy that it happens on the most crucial play of all of these. If it happened earlier, it would have been a lot more manageable.
Yeah, the defense has been pretty solid though for Kansas City. It's just a little bit of rigid, and I feel like I'm not saying throw things to the wind and turn it into a complete arcader, but I do think there could be some things on the line you can do to really close up the space to force some mistakes that could be self-inflicted in the case of Juste. So I do think the playbook is solid. We've seen it win. I mean, it's the Chiefs we're talking about, but just how the Buffaloes has been just a little bit more resourceful.
Yeah, and exactly, resourceful. Read my mind, Navanta. This is literally the word that I was going to use because they're using what is at their disposal a lot better, given that neither of these teams are are being given a whole lot of opportunities. There's not just like, yes, there's been a couple bomb plays. These have been methodically weaved into a series of plays in an offensive drive, where it is almost always the least expected thing to happen. They're attacking and their opponent least expects it, and that is how you win Madden games.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what got Kansas City still in the game was just throwing caution to the wind, and that happened a lot on offense for them. But did a little bit out on defense, it might be even kill. But that said, at 31-21, the better team did win. It did feel like it could have been a much more emphatic scoreline because when it came to both sides of the ball, it was all Juste.
Indeed, it was. Indeed, it was. We're going to be looking at this game 2 coming up in just a little bit. We will be taking a look. Okay, so we already talked about Umpy and kind of what they needed to do. Taking a look at Juste, what they needed to do. Same exact defensive performances, honestly. The same exact amount of pressure. Same exact times called when you're just sending players named Von Miller, playing players named Jordan Poyer, even up from the safety type position for these blitzes, because when it happens and Umpy is just like kind of put that pressure on, they've frequently been unable to get the ball out.
Yeah, I think we're ready once again on a neutral side. No, we're playing at Arrowhead once again, and now we have Juste with the reception, run them upfield. But you're absolutely right there. Talk about we have so many different options, so many different ways to do this, so many different universes. But even though you say there is only one, but I will say Juste has to keep doing what they're doing.
Absolutely. We're going to be looking at Juste's perspective now as well, folks, just in case that was a little bit back and forth. 31-21, Juste took it down in the first, even off the back of the onside kick reception, the successful onside kick attempt, I should call it, for Umpy and the Chiefs. And the ball first is Juste. Generally, I'm going to be looking for the other one. Here we go. There's Davis now drilled down right side, 14 yards on it. That's a great way to start this game.
This is what we're saying. Like you're saying, the yards after contact, you have a little bit of contact, and you kick a couple yards here and there. Not only does it frustrate the defense, it puts you in a better position.
Josh Allen now in the same position that Patrick Mahomes was put into last time. A hit, and Ball pop out, dangerous situations, quickly and expertly gets this ball out of it as we are lined up now. The right side, hash mark, audibles upon audibles called, trying to draw information about zone or man. Lot more. That's a fat sack. Cook getting into the kitchen.
Yeah, what we saw that was different this time than the last game, right? Just going a little bit forward, right down the middle, putting someone across the line to do some of that arcade dirty work, and that's what we saw right there.
Got to get the ball out there. It does. That's going to be Kincaid, Dalton Kincaid, the tight end right here for the Buffalo Bills. Devonta, whereas I'd say the Buffalo Bills have a slightly better defense, the tight end lineup cannot be compared. Travis Kelce, Dalton Kincaid, Travis Kelce all day. That is, however, what Kincaid can do, because as we know, they're not on the field at the same time. Cook with a monster run, one attempt for 30 yards. Juice Tay is coming out swinging.
Well, I got to be honest with you. I'm with you. I mean, Dalton Kincaid isn't really as famous as Travis Kelce, and that was before the Taylor Swift contingent or quotient. But when you have a fight, every hit doesn't have to be a haymaker. You can jab, you can feint, you can give me a hook. And there you go. There's a first blow. Touchdown, Buffalo.
First drive knockout punch delivered here for Juice Tay, forced to get back up off the mat and see what they're made of. Is Umpy here and early, 2 minutes into this one. So Umpy will be taking the field, facing down a 7-0, barring, of course, a mishap from the extra point, a mishap that we have not seen on the day yet. Perfectly timed, perfect power, split the uprights perfectly, 7-0. It's just, oh my goodness. I want different point after attempt rules. I want different point after attempt rules. I want different kickoff rules. It's just so methodical and boring, right? Like I get that this is like when you take something in real life and you put it on a video game and make it like more calculated, methodical, and then it comes out with the most boring thing in Madden competitive, then I think that the writing is on the wall there. The point is obvious, right? The rules in the NFL need to be changed.
Wow. I like it. I do think it should be a lot more fun doing the both the spring football leagues in their attempt at points after touchdown. But I'm with you. I just want to say that last drive from Buffalo is not so much they got it and they got it. One, how quickly they got it, but it was the variety of plays and how fast they did it back to back to back. It's what making them lethal right now.
And it's about that back-to-back pressure, right? That's what's won the day so far. We were following, yeah, that was King Lon. We were following all the way through. There's shellacking of Demolander, excuse me. A little bit of back and forth between Umpy and King Lon, now resulting in Umpy here in the finals. Umpy down 1-0 in the series, down 7-0 in this game, but there is plenty of clock. That's a delay of game.
So it looks like, huh? Oh no, it's first and 10
some
still.
Connection issues.
Hard to say.
Apps.
I guess we're back at it.
Okay. Well, we were looking at it from Juice Tay. Whatever happened here, we're back to it. Ready to get this one going. Swapping a lot of the trips from the right to the left right here. So what this tells me is that player to the right, I believe that's Kadarius Toney, just a feint. Yep, and there's the same exact play we've seen so far. Kind of an easy screen with two defenders right there. It was Gabe Davis taking these earlier. And it's going to be Mecole Hardman Jr. continuing to take that responsibility.
It's definitely effective yet for them. Got themselves some yards, but we're seeing a little bit of a slower, methodical pace. That was dangerous.
Kadarius Toney, thankful to get this baby delivered because that was Damar Hamlin right on the other side that was looking to pluck it out the nursery.
Yeah, that could have been a really critical mistake, but I guess completions make everyone feel better about what they're doing.
Comes a scramble right upside. Okay, so Juice Tay came out with a hard-hitting offense. Umpy responds in kind and getting it going with the quarterback as well. Pacheco with a huge pocket right up the middle. Have we seen a single-yard play so far from Umpy?
I don't think so, to be honest.
Like a single-digit yard play? You get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I got what you're saying. I think everyone else is pretty much being fluid, a lot more of a hit parade, going back and forth, offensive-minded, both sides.
Well, on the 11 again, definitely ideal timeout here in the beginning, or towards the end, excuse me, of the first quarter. Juice Tay pulling this one. Just want a little bit of time to kind of go over this, figure things out, see if they like the look of it. 3-4. Nope, excuse me. Move this one into nickel. Umpy And off, Pacheco right up the middle, tries to get there and gets about 3 for his reward.
Started off strong, kind of ran out of road and just got flattened for their efforts.
Checo, okay, another attempt. A little bit of wonkiness there towards the middle, but only a single yard in this time.
Got stopped by their own teammate. That's something any kind of defensive coordinator would be shaking their head at.
Yeah, I especially with a scrum like that in the middle, this is prime strip sack territory as well. Without all that, it's just simply hard to make positive yardage through it. So definitely be scratching the head a little bit on that one once you decide to join a sea of red and blue. Another
Oof.
rush, nada. Umpy's offensive drive momentum just air out of the balloon on this one, and they're now going to be fake? Question mark.
I don't think so.
Okay, just going to be taking the yardage out to there after the offensive drive dies on the vine right here, ripens up in the sun and fails to be plucked. 3-7 right now after, I mean, we have not seen a whole lot of field goal attempts, so don't be surprised when I'm, or don't be,
Well, I
surprised at my
can't. I
surprise.
can't
I don't
blame them. I
know.
mean, Pacheco hit a wall multiple times there. In fact, that last time getting flat, I thought they lost the ball in total. But so many games, at least today, have ended with having that touchdown and field goal being almost out of reach. Why not put the field goal in the bank now? And it may benefit them later.
Well, shall see. Shall see. That's been gone forth and been the deciding factor. Umpy was able to take the overtime advantage there with the field goal after getting the interception on King Lawn. Definitely be something comes down to it, but not really gonna have to worry about that one when James Cook is gonna
Oh,
put it to a pylon. Another 6 on the board after the running game has not just been established here for the Buffalo Bills. It is on a stampede.
well, I love the fact it started off with a bit of restraint. Speaking of the robot, but then the afterburners
Okay,
came
got
on.
it. Got it. Okay.
Look at that. Look at the stop. It was like, I'm going to wait. And then, bam, there's the afterburners all the way down to the end zone.
Last play of the first quarter going to result in 7 here for the Buffalo Bills. Umpy going to have to respond in kind for the second quarter of this football game. Juice Tay also up 1-0 in the series, up 14-3 near at the end of the first quarter.
Yeah, it's only the first, even though it feels like the first half, but to get on the board there for Olympia, I think that's really important for them. A 14-0 scoreline would be a different story altogether.
That's an entirely fair point, Novanta. Just simply getting on the board right here and making and proving that you're going to get something done, no shutouts capable, and making this, an 8-3, right? A touchdown, extra point conversion or 2-point conversion, excuse me, and then another field goal. Yes, it's still 2 scores. Yes, it is still doable.
Yep, and that's all it is. All you need is a hope, a prayer, and a dream.
We're in a dream.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it. Got to keep hope alive, man. That's a corner. Biggest play of the Umpy offense so far here is that's the 30-yard. Yeah, they had 27 before that or so. Valdez Scantling brings that one in. Getting the ball out is I said it earlier. Getting the ball out here is crucial. Nicely done. The cut and the run. Pacheco forced out at the 10-yard line.
Oof, that was a good plan, a good route, and it was so many. All it took was one more extra dive, and that could have been an easy 6.
Yeah, I mean, this was also just such a great job from Umpy to purchase that extra wiggle room afterwards, just showing off right here. That's a huge pick going right down the other way. Even Travis Kelce isn't getting anything on numero 27. That's the 5 and inside a defensive pick 6 for the Buffalo Bills and Juice Tay.
We're talking about afterburners. You had the whole rocket on that one. It was just pilfered, stolen, take it back to the bank. Yikes.
Yikes. Yikes. Last play of the first quarter resulted in an offensive 7, and the first drive of the second quarter results in a defensive 7 for Juice Tay. Umpy coming through. Got to have a huge answer. At least, I'm going to say at least once. If Juice Tay scores again, this goes 28-3. There is not a marked difference between a 28-3 and a 28-0.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised with the scoreline as it is right now. Like I said before, I think the last game, even though 10 points separate them, Juice was the stronger side. What worked out for Kansas City was being able to go for broke, and we're seeing a lot more conservative attack on offense, and that's what's costing them. Because that pick six shouldn't have happened because you should be doing something else on the other side, the weak side of the field.
Yeah, 100%. Like the whole point of this with this trips little bubble at like screen here that they've been trying to employ both sides multiple times is that once you do it enough, it's going to get red like that. Not going to be too shabby given that Kadarius Toney just caught a 70-yarder though.
Oh yeah, it was kind of a blown coverage, almost hitting the wrong guy, the wrong side, causing a screen. But hey, I see get yourself back in the game and get yourself on the board.
Wait, we're playing in London, my friend. We're playing in London. You see that?
Ooh.
Took the yeah NFL London games. Oh no, this is Arrowhead. Sorry, we already established that earlier. Sorry about that, guys. I thought that I thought we were going mega neutral territory.
Mega neutral. I just regular neutral. Mega.
Mega, super, gargantuanly neutral. I don't know.
Kick off here. It's probably gonna get waved off. Or not. Oh, finally. I'm surprised. Oh no. Maybe not. Maybe you should have waved it off.
Here actually puts the helmet down right there to get up to the 25. IRL would be dangerous. Video game, who cares?
Yeah, some of the
Gonna be,
medics.
yeah, right. Some supports out there, even some healers on the field.
I just got that.
Cook.
Ooh.
Yeah, single rush here, but 4 on 101 will forgive that, given the two of these scores offensively, the only offensive scores, I should say, for the Buffalo Bills, have come at the hands of a man named James Cook. Now, back in the gun here. A couple more audibles, trying to read a little bit more about that defense. That's going to be a pitch out to James Cook. He's going to get the first and more. No stoppage of clock. If you're ahead, there's no reason to stop this clock. There's no reason to get the outside.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you gotta say a little bit of redemption to her. If you get stopped in that running play, being able to be a target, that's pretty dope. Feel good for morales wise, you know?
Gotta agree. Gotta agree. 3 on the play clock. Gonna snap it before James Cook. Rush right up the middle. This should take us to the 2-minute warning. And now the Buffalo Bill. Okay. They're gonna run a play before the 2-minute warning, it seems.
Yeah, why the heck not?
Oh, okay, maybe even trying to draw the offsides or something like that. Encroachment, neutral territory, something like this from the defense. Not going to happen. 2-minute warning. We go with an 11-point difference between the Juice Buffalo Bills and the Umpy Kansas City Chiefs.
I'm not sure if being up by just solely 11 is enough to run the clock as much as you do, but you don't want to be reckless either. You don't want to go for Hail Marys if you don't have to.
This is a good point. I mean, you want to burn off some of this time, but you just don't want to give Patrick Mahomes and the KC the ball back with, more than, I would say, 30 seconds or so. Josh Allen going to be rushing this one. Gets out to the 3rd and inches, so you're going to have 2 plays for a couple of inches, and the worst thing that happens, or the worst thing outside of a turnover on downs or turnover on fumble, something like this, is that Umpy gets the ball back on the 46. That's a pretty good gamble.
Yeah, absolutely. That's almost 2 chances because if you're 4th and inches, you'll probably go for it again anyway. But no one expects Josh Allen to run. He does. Oh, there's a loss, unfortunately.
Yeah, loss of 3 right here, and that's a timeout called now for the Umpy-controlled Kansas City Chiefs. Decision time, an honest decision time, given that you're ahead by 11, which is 2 scores and is a little bit comfortable, but that's not a whole lot of breathing room.
No, I mean, it's not the 4th. I mean, it's only the 2nd. We've seen these scorelines flip-flop all the time.
we saw the writing on the chalkboard right there for the bubble screen yet again, but that would have been easily picked. Whoa, what was that? Gabe Davis runs a really, really weird route incorrectly, and the ball was there. Gabe Davis was not. Turnover on downs here for Umpy. This game just got a lot easier.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I thought the confusion would have been for the home team, but the the away team struggled to make that any kind of thing.
Out. That one's on the run and a little bit of pass. I believe that was Kelsey with Valdez Scantling right behind him. 2nd and 10 here, and clock stopped for the Umpy, for Umpy and the Kansas City Chiefs. The Umpy.
The Umpy, bruh.
The Umpy.
Yeah, I mean, it's still late in the first half, but I wonder if that last drive, the one that got pretty much ended on that overthrown pass, would be a very critical moment there for Juice.
And gets this one out. Kelsey once again left there. Hurdle, a hurdle to like real. That was more so just to kind of cut an angle, and less so for a for some kind of premature uh like evasion of a defensive player. But
Yeah,
I
definitely looked
have
like
to.
Kelsey was doing for style points. So.
would be on brand, we'll say.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the gun. Lots of time here deleted. Makes sense simply that Gumpy doesn't want to give Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills back with any kind of time. There's the screen yet again. Tony trying to get to the outside, not going to happen. Last time out called here for Kansas City Chiefs. Or another time out called for Kansas City Chiefs.
Whew. Timeout called. Chance and a little briefly, probably go in the deep, dark back page of the playbook for this one.
But I mean, you don't get it. Like, say you run a longer 2 plays right here, you're 4th and say 6. Like, you take a lot, like incomplete pass, and you take a mild loss. Call your last time out. You even go for 3 to put this into a 1-score game, barring the 2-point conversion necessity. Throw out. This is nothing doing. 3rd and 4th coming in right now.
I thought that was going to be a sack because it was there forever. But
That's
hey,
fair. That's
get
fair.
it out there.
Only 2 more plays really possible here. Pacheco coming up, not going to be able to get it, so it is now decision time. Last play. There's the timeout. I was about to say. Okay. And now do you take 3? I'm gonna have to say yeah, because like you need a touchdown regardless, right?
Absolutely.
You want to at least give yourself the opportunity, because onside kicks are just not something that you can rely on.
No, even though it worked out for them in the last game, it's definitely not something you're gonna put up to the bank. Onside kicks are pretty much like saying to win the lottery will be your retirement fund. But
Yeah, exactly. Like, because it's not just the onside kick. It's saying like, okay, like the score beforehand, especially if it's a field goal. Okay, got it. Like we're down by 10, down by 11. Gotta get that one. But you're like counting chickens before they hatch, because you have this massive effort in front of you in the form of an onside kick recovery, and then you have to get a touchdown, right?
right.
There's reasons why it ended 21-31. Could have been 31-24, but same difference. Same difference coming in that one.
Talking about differences in pressure. After having that lead, Buffalo seeing it chipped away. Let's see what they have in the back pocket. I think another interception would be good for them right now.
Plants the feet and gets this rocket out there, but that's a defensive player up, ball in hand, but drops to the ground. Loss of down, but no further negative effect here for the Yumpy. Oh, Kansas City Chiefs. Why do I keep saying that?
Yeah,
it's been a long day, guys. Sorry.
The Yumpy. It looked like it was going to be
Yumpy.
another just easy pass interception. I mean, it was squared up on the circle, on the ring there.
Oh, barely gets this one out. You saw the zone coverage coming, or like it was more of a spread field type situation in the zone, like a lot of players playing closer and up, and immediately called that one a little bit closer, a little bit tighter on the center of this field, and that was a perfect decision, because it allowed for a little bit more pressure and the player to get to Patrick Mahomes.
It was a good idea. Oh, whoa! I thought.
Yeah, I thought that was Douglas right there with ball in hand. There's a timeout called, but there's no. Game's just being a little bit weird. It's all good, guys.
It's all good.
Mahomes nowhere. Von Miller gets to Patrick Mahomes, puts him down. Clock running still. Umpy down by 8 and playing like it.
Yeah, I love a little bit of desperation. I love a little bit of energy.
Got to. Comeback kid. Don't call it a comeback. Umpy has been here the whole entire time on broadcast now for 2 full matches. Third game coming in here. Hardman Jr. like shimmy shakes the head, tries to point it to the inside, and then goes to the out. Nothing doing. No bites right there.
Kind of interesting. You do something creative and your opponent's not even fooled. And look out. Surprise. Another trucker being knocked down.
And Mack truck coming through. Got to pay attention to it when it does. Barely able to get this one out is Patrick Mahomes. So now just forcing this out like a little bit more. That's the same trips play. He's forecasted. Nope, they're going to get this out. And that's actually big passes coming in. Wide open as Travis Kelce gets it with a clock stoppage as well.
What an elbow. Just a smackdown level right there.
Slings him to the outside with the elbow, like you said. Well, deep corners or deep safeties, excuse me, playing this one all the way back here. They'll probably fall even farther back. No, one's got to bite up on this, but given that, yeah, so that was such a fantastic play. If we could get that on the replay, I'd kind of pointed out a little bit more, but basically because the coverage was lesser on the front, Johnson had to pull up forward, and the corner on the right side had to crowd the middle of the field just a little bit more. That allowed for a right side pass and a first down when it was most crucial. Humpy now on the 3-yard line.
It was most crucial to say the least. I remember it seemed like, what, 2 weeks ago or 2 seconds ago or 2 milliseconds ago, it was going to be a lopsided victory for Juice Day, but the Umpy, as we're calling them now, has found a way to get themselves in this contest here. That right there is a test of how many ideas, how many mental strength they have.
Kadarius Toney on the attempted rush. I like the misdirection right here, but you said it best, Novanta. Umpy, it seemed like just a little while ago that their efforts were giving them almost nothing, and 3 points sat next to their name, but now a single possession is the difference here between a tie, possibly some more overtime. We've already seen it on the day, and Umpy giving the ball back to a Juice Taste squad that has proven they can score on almost every single one of their drives.
Yeah, crunch time, gut check, whatever euphemism you want to use for Juice Day. You've seen your lead erode. What do you do to make sure you're back in this one?
It's so easy just to say bring the blitz and whatnot here, and like leave it to the user to try and pick something up across the middle of the field with otherwise coverage on the outside. Here comes the blitz, but yep, that's exactly what is going to happen.
Interesting. I think if it had just a little bit quicker on the draw, that would have been a different thing altogether. But we're just one field goal away from a 21-20 scoreline.
Comes a 2-point conversion.
Or not. What?
Checo is going to get there. Wow, he gets hit a couple of times right before and just almost reverberates his way inside. We got a tie ball game. Singing, there you go, playing the violin.
Well, what do we say about getting those field goals when you need to? They come in handy, and that's why it's there.
Absolutely. This is another penalty and going to be given really good field position to Buffalo. Is this the idea that I want to give them less? Like, I'm assuming that they're going to score, right? I just want to give them less field position at this point. That's the second time this has happened in this matchup.
Yeah.
Or is it just a mistake and I'm overthinking it?
I think you're always overthinking things. That's a make tugboat, but I
on brand.
it's something
On brand.
Yeah.
I'm outside. Kincaid gets it in. Nicely done. There you go. No huddle necessary for this Josh Allen-led offense. Juice Tay, seems like it's been a while since he's really been in the offense, and he is ready to get this one going. James Cook running with a convoy. Gets up to about the 9-yard, and again, the most ideal situation there. 2nd and inches.
2nd and inches, let's see if they make it happen. I mean, I feel the momentum shifting if the whole crowd out there doesn't feel it themselves.
James Cook, now the right side, a little bit of a hole, gets about 6 on this one. They're going to be starting this next set of downs on the 17. Ideally, they'd be like the 14, but not too shabby regardless.
Somewhere in between there, and looks like that's going to be the case late into the 3rd quarter. Let's see what's going on with Josh Allen. Maybe a short pass on the right side. Maybe triangle is where I would go. Number 10.
Shakir out. Shakir's out of the corner. Speaking of the other one, bad selection, and Edwards gets it. End zone pick. Oh no, he ran this one out. He's on the 1-yard line.
Interesting.
Brutal. Oh my God, is the safety going to determine this game?
That'd be hilarious. That would be the case.
You got to bring a lot more pressure to the inside right here. There's nobody receiving except for Kelsey coming to the right side here. That's the only player. You should pull Douglas over to the right side probably.
Talking about all the blitz. Give me the blitz squared.
Yes. Okay. Wise decision. And still got plenty of time on the play clock. Spreads his field a little bit more. He was about to get swallowed up from the right side.
Yeah. Let's see what happens here. Oh, there you go. Timeout.
Okay. A lot more time to determine this one. That honestly, that's a wise decision. Like, you're going to be kicking yourself for the mistake, but you just have to forget that and accept the reality that you're in right now.
Yeah, I'm with that. I mean, imagine letting the emotions roll into you that costs you the game by safety. I was something that'll be give me nightmares.
Oh, he's inside. What? That's a safety.
Oh my goodness me! That is not what you wanted at all.
Dude, the same play over and over and over again, and Umpy is now going to be the one punting it to Juice Tay. The worst thing possible has just happened, people.
Well, it's a good thing this happened in the third and not the fourth, because that would have been a heartbreaker to say the least.
We're just looking for score differences at this point, you man. Like, and especially given that this is a punt, now you're giving it up on the 32. That's brutal. That's brutal. Look at this. Look at this. 8-2. Like all of these score lines coming in by quarter look like 14-3, 7-10. Okay. Third quarter 2-8. Like
Yeah, it's like a trivia question answer.
like almost a scoregami for well I guess that'd be a scoregami for us for a third quarter for so far for sure across 6 weeks now.
Right. It's like you made it
Most
up.
unique quarter. Hook. A little bit of run to the outside. Is there a world in which you don't just run the ball a whole lot coming from the 35?
Say that one more time.
Is there a world in which, as Juice and the Buffalo Bills, you don't just like run the ball a lot, maybe even with a man named Josh Allen, right? And then just like, throw it to your tight end and throw it to like Davis, Stephon Diggs, something like this for like a little 8-yard, 12-yard, something like this if you absolutely need it.
You can, but it's so early in the quarter that you have to at least drop back to run some time, and then maybe you can go with the short running plays.
There's Diggs.
Broke his ankles. Oh my goodness me.
There's first down and plus some. But I mean, every single one of these plays, you're getting 30 seconds off this clock. There is only 4 minutes left. That's 8 of those. Quick math. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just 2. Yeah. Smart.
Yeah.
Not like they say.
Yeah, you're a smart guy. Yeah.
Josh Allen steps way back and barely gets out of the pocket to throw this one away.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about universes and worlds? There's many of them where this game is still 21-21.
I can't believe it. It was like a half step too. It wasn't even like deep in the end zone. It was just could have been if he fell the other way. But now Buffalo's clearly the driver's seat. Hopefully that's caught. Oh no. Oh no.
That's a fat pick the other way, but of course, Umpy is still going to have to earn this one. Now it's Umpy that can come down, march down the field, utilize timeouts or not. Doesn't matter if I kick a 3-point field goal and end this game 24-23.
Yeah, I mean, I understand having to drop back to run the clock, but man, I would throw it away. I would do whatever I could. You got some yards back, but that's not cool.
Pacheco right up the middle here, 6 yards on that one. Umpy's got to be feeling great right now after that pick and starting this one. Not on great field position, but with the ball nonetheless. They have marched down and gotten a lot more with a lot less.
That's for sure.
Either way, dude, if this game ends on a 2-point difference, like with Juice, I'm just going to lose it.
I mean, look, you don't want a game to be ended by a safety. You want to be able to get that emphatic exclamation point or come from behind win. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And talking about momentum, it looks like it's Kansas City. I'm not sure if they're going to run the clock before trying to go to score last, or it's going to be a thing where they're going to try to score as quick as they possible, score twice.
Now they got to at 2 points now, or at 2 minutes now, and with looking at Buffalo with 3 timeouts, you got to run this clock out as best you can. This should be a run for the first, and then if you don't get it or not, if you get it, then just run it again. If you don't, then try and go for a pass on your second or third down. Nope, gonna keep this clock stopped, barring the touch. That's not gonna happen. Throws it right into the dirt. 2nd and 10 with 4 seconds burned off the clock.
Well, it's 4 seconds, a very generous 4 seconds. Felt a little longer than me there, but had that been completed, that'd have been a whole different story.
Indeed, DeMar Hamlin getting controlled right now. Pressure up until he decides better of it, covering other parts of this field. That's going to be thrown out yet again here for Umpy and the Patrick Mahomes-led Kansas City Chiefs.
I think the gravity of the situation is finally baking into under the skin of Umpy of what they have to do.
It's out. Oh my God. Kadarius Toney snapped this one out of the air. Got to get it down. There you go. So I'm still taking the full 6 if I get it, but Kadarius Toney brings it back closer towards the middle of the field and just kind of takes short yardage as far as they can instead of trying to make it all the way, given that this still runs the clock as long as Pacheco. There you go. Takes the ball. Here's the timeout. That gets out to 2nd and inches as timeouts probably want to start to get utilized here.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, well, I forget about that time jump. That makes it a little bit more complicated now.
Burns this off. Pacheco gets drilled down in the back. There's the first time out here, but they're still happily within the I mean, they could just run the ball 2 more times, take it down to the, take the play clock down to the 1, and then kick the field goal for the dub.
Yeah, imagine that, having a safety be your threatening, but you respond in kind with a field goal.
There'd be a low-scoring fifth or fourth quarter, but that's all that's necessary here. Juste, even after taking this ball back, right? Getting it all the way down, throwing the pick, yes, but Umpy with a mistake to bring this one out to the 1-yard line instead of just taking knee down, thus yielding the safety.
Oh,
Swallowed
ooh.
alive right here, 4th and 3. Ball did get out, so clock does get stopped. This is unideal, but you got to go for the field goal if you're Umpy.
It looked like the ball was going to be juggled after impact.
Oh,
though.
my.
Ah.
Game on the line right here, people. Juste is up 1-0 in the series. A heavily loaded right side. We've seen how this one goes before, and now we get a little bit of a different look. The man coverage being forecasted as of right now, we'll have Johnson or maybe... Nope, so it's going to be DeMar Hamlin, now the floater, probably providing a little bit of zone coverage towards the left side, but mostly centered. 10 seconds to go right here as more audibles getting called. Patrick Mahomes steps back. Lots of coverage. That's Kadarius Toney for 6.
That was critical. There was so much space, so much opportunity here, and that changes everything.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Extra point coming in. That's going to make this a 5-point game, meaning a touchdown necessary for Buffalo to come back. Barring, hey, we got one safety, wait on a field goal, and then a safety again. It's not going to happen, people. We need a touchdown or not here for Juste.
Yeah, I mean, in 20 seconds, you get like maybe 1, maybe 2 opportunities, if that.
And this is also like, he's going to put it in ideal position, so Shakir going to be accepting this one, but still nothing on the 25 is where they'll start.
Well, here's what's kind of interesting. You have to go deep, you have to go long, but I mean, I think it's been pretty obvious those long passes have been easily read, so that is an issue.
Josh Allen all the way back. There you go. There's the deep coverage that I was looking for here from Umpy. Rolls to the right side. Now spanning the field, throws this one away. 5 seconds or so burned off. 5 and 11 goes Josh Allen.
Josh Allen running out of options, running out of bodies, running out of time. Maybe 2 plays, if that.
Every resource in the book right now is going against the side of the Buffalo Bills. They spread but load the left side right now. And K, the tight end on the slant, or on the post route, almost does not get this one out. Here's another timeout as we go 12 seconds left in this game.
Wow, whatever it is, it's got to be a touchdown. And if you're Umpy, if you let that happen, that's going to keep you up late at night.
Those 2 mistakes. If there's a touchdown let up right now, and then the interception returned to the 1-yard line instead of the 25. Allen steps back, fanning the field. No, drilled down right now. He's on the 1-yard line. Could there actually be 2 safeties in this game?
No, please no.
No,
that would
can't happen, right?
That would be a trivia question answer, right? It would be like, what? Name one Madden series where
there's not 1 but 2 of them. Not a whole lot of pressure up front, though. This is just Umpy who's trying to defend against the 34-yard pass, basically. All the way back, all the time in the world. Got to give his receivers time to get there. Fanning the field, spinning this one out. That's Kincaid that's more, but now he's got to get all the way up. That doesn't happen, and Umpy takes this 28-23. That's going to be enough to push this to a Game 3 situation.
That's the first time we saw happy Andy Reid and not sad Andy Reid right after. Right? So there you go.
That's funny. Andy Reid always, they seem to always pan to him, winning side or losing side when you're talking about 2 Kansas City Chiefs teams there. But what an exciting finish right now. So awesome. Umpy with 28, Juste 23, a 5-point game. This would be a 21-28 point game, of course, barring that safety. Absolutely love it. Any changes you see really need coming out? Like maybe the pressure getting to Umpy a little bit. Got to have like the more cooler head that's going to prevail in these clutch situations. Or
we talk about concentration. I think you look at Juste did everything right, but you can't score and stop, right? So what we saw exactly what happened was there was a long drought in the middle of the game, and when you have your opponent on the ropes, you owe it to yourself to clamp down on the neck. It didn't happen. Let the opponent in by field goal, hook it by crook, and now you have a game three situation.
That's a really, really good point because if you look back at across like the scoring quarters, right, all of the offensive points scored by the Buffalo Bills were done in the first half. They got the single safety in the second half. That's it. That is it right there. Yes, that was to take the lead from a 21-21 tie, but and then to put pressure onto Umpy. But then what did they do with it? They got a first half that was absolutely completely fine, and then there was a little bit of a rest on your laurels type situation for the Buffalo Bills. Well, that situation is over. It's game 3. We're heading in here, and the winner of this will be punching the last ticket in these open qualifiers towards the opportunity to make a little bit of cash.
And imagine that trip to Detroit to see the NFL draft. Ooh, we can't wait to see who gets the winner here.
Absolutely. We're getting word now here from our awesome production staff, Aster, and everybody else working with them. Really, really very much appreciate our production staff making our jobs as casters that much easier. They're saying it's ready. Let's hop on into it. This is the last of the day here. The cream of the crop. It will rise to the top. Will it be Juice Tay? Will it be Umpy? We will find out after a 20-minute game of in-game time, kind of, sort of, because the clock is accelerated, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing. It's like it's 20 minutes, but it's not 20 minutes, you know?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah, let's get back into it. Juice Tay, Umpy, let's go all for all the marbles and then moving on to the championship.
Yeah, so can't imagine there's going to be a change of teams as well. Both of these first two games, a 10-point differential in the first game. That was obviously going towards Juice Tay. Very easily could have been, a 24-point game, given that they could have gone for the touchdown, field goal, yada, yada, doesn't matter. Then a 5-point differential. That's what I'm saying. Both of these games feel like 3, 4, 5-point differentials. Obviously, one going one way and one going the other.
Absolutely. This is why it's been so fun to watch this and seeing the different teams and how one team responds to the other.
Yeah, so keys to victory, thinking about this one. Umpy has not taken the lead yet, like early, like a definitive lead, like 3 points on the first drive. Okay, yes, technically that is a lead. I mean, a touchdown, especially a touchdown that comes off the back of you not getting the ball first, right? Shut down Juice Tay here on their first drive if they're the ones receiving, and then go forth, put some points on the board, and really put it into Juice Tay's court right now, because this feels like an overtime win, because that's essentially what it was, right?
Yeah, definitely. Find the way to come out, especially after the safety. I thought it was all for not at that point to find a way to run the clock, the best way to do it. That's what you're talking about, getting yourself and make yourself present in the game.
Exactly. Make yourself present, make them feel that presence and feel the pressure that comes along with that, and you just being really confident within yourself and within your abilities. Now, essentially a $500 game on the line right now, right? 4 open qualifiers, top 4 people. And so at least getting into this one, you win this game, you'll be at least getting $500, if not, $2,500 if you win it under the bright lights of Detroit, Michigan. Guys, we're going to do a very short break. Get this one set up. We'll be back with you in just a minute. welcome back. We are here, Juice Tay receiving here in first, folks. From the 25 on out, Avanta's hopes and dreams once again dashed as we take it now to the Caesar Superdome.
My hopes and dreams are dashed since when?
And kickoff return, no kickoff returns, man.
Oh well, I figured I'm out of dreams and or hopes. I was like,
No more hopes nor dreams. They don't live in the land of Los Angeles.
They don't have broken trees and palm trees, my friend. Yeah, 5 more minutes on the clock, and we're gonna figure out who's gonna be this one. Juice Tay had the game 1 pretty much locked up. Game 2 was in hand, but let us slip away. So the storyline for me is whether or not they can get back to that game 1 form.
There's another screen. Diggs is gonna get broken up about 4 yards out. So reasonable play, an expected advantage, and starting decent little start, not a flashy start, but a decent little start here for Juice Tay.
So the name of the game here is scoring early, often, and consistently throughout. I mean, look, we saw them getting pecked to death by field goal after field goal, but nothing beats field goals rather than touchdowns.
I gotta agree with you there. Josh Allen going back from the gun a little bit. Reversing this side, so now trips left side. Goes out, no screen on this one. Square is decently open. Josh Allen rolls way out to the right side and throws this one away. I gotta say, Juice Tay, I think they're a little gun shy here.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like after that interception into the end zone, they kind of threw that other game away. They are only going for like the most definitively safe receptions on this. Like there was a couple of different options towards the middle. Like, yeah, player was running, but there's really wasn't a whole lot of coverage otherwise. And see, even that right there, like even if you drew that up like this, James Cook has like nobody else around him, and that's just the immediate toss. Now it is for a first down. Not saying it's a bad play, but I hope we do not continue to see Juice Tay, who is only going to throw it into wide open coverage, because this is just not going to happen that often.
Look, I understand the idea of the safe plays, to your credit. I mean, a lot of times when confidence is shaken, you kind of go back to the basics and try to do small things to build up something. And if I was in a situation where I felt like I was unstoppable in game 1, I slipped in a banana peel in game 2, yeah, I'll try to be a little bit snake bitten, as you would say. But hey, maybe it's something that works out for them. Maybe a couple things start linking up and they can put it on the afterburners in quarters 2 and 3.
There you go. Speaking of the afterburners, James Cook, that within a man. 6 points on the board here, coming up for Tyler Bass in the 7th.
Well, they score first, but that's not the whole story. And now it's an even 7-0. Kansas City, what's the strategy going to be? You're going to go back to game 2 and try to score by any means necessary, or are you going to try to go tit for tat?
Really gotta force out maybe not a full 3 and out here from Umpy. Obviously, punting is not really in the stars so much, but it's putting pressure on. Umpy has also shown that they're willing to go for 3 sometimes, Devonta.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not pretty, but you saw how effective it can be, so I can't knock them for that.
Adding a couple of different options here and changing up defensive stuff. Of course, we're still watching on with Juice Tay here. They're taking a lead about 2.5 minutes into this first quarter.
First time with the ball. Let's see what's going to be a little bit more of that game 1 magic, or that game 2 sure but steady wins the race.
Barely getting this one off. That's going to be, whoa, that is really dangerous. It's going to get completed, but at what cost, given that was into a lot of coverage. This is where Umpy lost the first game on a throw like that, and a pick 6 that was taken to the house. That was Rousseau that was able to bring this one down. Big play. Tony almost gets there, as does the defender here. Talking about dangerous interception potential. That's 2 for 2 now.
Yeah, 2 plays back-to-back, pretty reckless, but I think it was a little bit of the opposite, right? We worried about Buffalo and Juice Tay being a bit gun-shy, but if you're Umpy and you're feeling yourself, the fortune favors the bull, like I said earlier.
Somehow gets this ball. Okay, so I was going to say, that was just a pitch-out type situation. 3 and, well, basically out. I guess they got a little bit on the first play on that screen again that both of these players have leaned on a whole lot of, but really not something you want to rely on.
Yeah. A little bit of stutter on my machine here, but has an opportunity. Well, this one's clear and away from coverage, huh? Wow.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Travis Kelsey, once again, picking that one up. Or no, excuse me, that was Checo, wasn't it?
Yes.
Not my bad. Look away for 2 seconds. Blink and you'll miss it. It's Kansas City offense, folks. You say, Bumpy, both haven't lost a game in like 4 rounds. This one goes. That's up. That's broken up. Nicely done. Kansas City is not getting a whole lot done in the passing sphere. I say run the ball while you can, right? 3rd and 10. This is not a time when you're trying to hand this rock to Isaiah Pacheco.
Yeah, I love the fact that they stepped running like he caught the ball anyway. It gave us all hope here in the booth.
Mahomes rolls the outside and gets this out. That's over the head of Valdez Scantling. I guess the best news here for Umpy is that there's not a whole lot of time being wasted here because they're throwing consistently with inside, even if they are incomplete.
Yeah, which is good. But any season ticket holder is like, come on, beat passes.
Okay, so Valdez Scantling, it's a nice little big one, but Kansas City and Umpy mostly relying on the, throw 3 big throws. If one of them lands, well, that's a first down.
True. And first downs are good for everybody. Am I right?
Everybody on the offense, sure. Darius.
Ooh.
Okay, I was gonna say that I would have been amazed if that was the breakup. A shot to the end zone. First one here for Kansas City on this drive, gonna get broken up. Well, why does something tell me we have a second attempt coming in a second?
Yeah, that was a shot in the end zone. Now it was a drop. It looks like on the way down, hit his neck. So good thing injuries aren't on. But hey, why not try it again? It was close enough.
A little bit of blitz action as well. Pacheco blocking away this offensive pressure, or the defensive pressure, excuse me. Travis Kelsey out to about a 9-yard catch and run.
Yeah, I like how Travis Kelsey always has to do a leap for nowhere in particular, but didn't work out for them then.
No huddle, no need for it. Mahomes in the backfield. Switching players around. That's Travis Kelsey on the inside. There's Tony and Mecole Hardman Jr. Hardman Jr. has not really been that much of a factor into this game. Throw right across the middle. Kadarius Toney trying to get to the end zone. Can't quite. 1-yard line is where this fresh set of downs is going to start.
Interesting play. It could have been either way. I'm surprised it was caught, but you could imagine if you had that statement with that catch bringing it down for the touchdown.
Not really close, but like you said, not going to happen. 2 for 2 rushes for yards for Isaiah Pacheco. This one's not going to get inside, and they're probably pushed back, half a yard or so from the 1-yard line.
That's definitely true. Second period now, Buffalo with a 7-point lead. That's a lot going on for them, but definitely a little bit of a respite here, having that in hands. But I know the specter of game 2 must be in the back of their mind, so hopefully they can pick up the pace just quite a little bit and use the width of the gridiron to move that ball forward and move those chains.
Yep, move the chains. That's what the end of the game is here. Those guys are moving. Pacheco barely gets touched on his way to the inside, then hits a brick wall. That's going to be the half yard that they just lost, regained here. Not quite 3rd and inches, still a single yard being reported as the distance.
Here's another chance at it, and there it is, finally breaking through.
Falling inside right here. Yeah, no, something like that. Hey, it finds a word in edgewise and going to speak a sentence. Right on the 0-yard line, basically. Wise decision. Juice showed they're willing to bring this one out if you give them up, kick to the 15 or so. That 10 yards, easy peasy. Plus, again, another potential for a play. Trips right as of right now. Kincaid on the inside. Fake handoff there to James Cook. Gabe Davis picking this one up. A wise decision getting this ball really lofted out as well. This has been the result of a pick a couple of different times, one for each side.
And this one here's a different flavor of this matchup, right? We saw the lopsided lead evaporate. Now we're getting that hit for hit action, but it seems a little bit more smash mouth. It seems a little bit more
Ooh.
earned runs or earned points there. Bring it down for the first down.
Perfectly timed, perfectly placed, perfectly received. That's going to be marching down the field for Juste. I just feel like this is coming a lot more easy for Juste than it is for Umpy.
In this game, surely, but the scoreline doesn't lie. You're still tied up, so don't do too much. But maybe you're right there, Tugboat. What a catch!
There you go, Dalton Kincaid. Allen's missed one so far. That improves them to 106 yards. 30-yard reception there for Dalton Kincaid. I constantly talk about how Travis Kelce is the bailout factor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Once these checkdowns come and nobody else is open, well, that's Dalton Kincaid coming up with a big one.
Now that's your boy, right? Kincaid, you got a jersey of his? I saw.
I do not. I do not. We talked about this a little bit earlier. I am not much of a jersey man. I don't appreciate you assuming that I am otherwise.
How can you not have a jersey? How can you not have a jersey? Okay, if you were to get a jersey, would you go old school? Would you go current? Would you go childhood?
Oh, that's a really good question, actually. It'd probably be from an active player on the University of South Carolina's roster, honestly. If I was
Oh,
going to get a
come
jersey
on.
of any player or an XFL jersey, that's mostly just for support, though. Honestly,
Sure, I get it. I mean, we are playing Madden,
let
and
me
Madden's
think.
NFL.
Favorite player back in the day? Well, James Cook is going to make an argument for favorite player as of right now, as if he gets the handoff here and run all the way down. I'm really thinking about this right now. I mean, I really like Jalen Hurts as well. Back in the day, I mean, Philly quarterback stuff, right? Michael Vick, obviously a great one. Calvin Johnson, little Megatron action for the Lions back when they were just anemic outside of him.
Wow.
That'd be a good one. I didn't really like. My dad didn't watch very much football, so I didn't watch a whole lot of football when I was like young. You know what I'm saying? Like single digit age.
Right. Man, that's crazy. The biggest cop out answers ever.
Cam
I love
Newton.
it.
So there you
That's a
go,
good one.
kid. What? Yeah, I mean, yeah, dude, Cam's awesome. Well, I think Jalen Hurts actually broke his record for quarterback rushing touchdowns, right?
I can see
Well,
that.
I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, one of those is a lot more earned than the other ones, and if we can say that fairly, right? Tush push not exactly the same thing as Cam was doing back in 2016.
Right.
Cop out answers.
It totally is. I think I bought when I was a kid. I had a Testaverde jersey, but then the Jets broke my heart, so I became a Texans fan. But that's besides the point. I have my
That's fair.
homes. I know where to go.
That'd be a good one. Get a Bryce Harper or Bryce Young jersey, excuse me, just to discard it and go for the Texans quarterback. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I have right
God,
now. I got a
I
Stroud
wish,
jersey.
dude. I wish. Also, can we talk about the wide receivers on that team? Like Nico, Tank, like these are some of the coolest names ever. They actually just changed up their. They just announced some kind of change a couple days ago. I was reading about it.
Oh, really? Well, Nico's been a godsend there for them.
No,
That
they didn't
team.
get rid of either of those. I think they added another weapon with trading a pick, I believe. But we'll figure that one out.
Oh,
Easiest pick
whoa!
of Douglas's career as Juste just puts a huge foot forward into this one. Still in the first half now, folks. So this is oddly similar, right? The only difference here is that Kansas City only got 3 points, but this was the same exact situation, right? 21 points for the Buffalo Bills. They give Umpy back the ball with a little bit of time. Last time Umpy didn't do anything with it, right? But
Right.
then the Buffalo Bills came forth and only got 2 points in the form of a safety in the second half. It was like the slow steam just got evaporated away from whatever momentum the Bills had. But this is their second opportunity to do it. The ball is in their court.
Yeah, I mean, the momentum meter is firmly in the blue there. Look, I know not all points are the same because it does feel different to go around having a little bit of that waking up of that offensive attack from Juste and company.
Love it. Love it. More right here. Is going to take this one off. So DeMar Hamlin actually shoved out to the outside. Now drumming, beating feet down. 27, 2 extra yards going to be the reward.
Beat the feet. Tush push, beat feet. Love it.
Push, push, beat feet. We're out here rhyming, y'all.
Yay. All the
Patrick
time in the
Mahomes.
world.
Wow. Okay. Looks like he run it. What a spin move around the defender. Mecole Hardman gets this one out a little bit more. This is the kind of like really good, like definitive offensive play that we've been looking at from the Kansas City Chiefs instead of like the, oh my God, it's 3rd and 13. We just need to like get the ball out. There's another one. Kadarius Toney on the receiving end of this one.
Looks like the Chiefs are never saying die. The last thing you want to do is, again, if you're Juice Tays, let your opponent into this one.
7 before the half ends would be absolute Armageddon here for Juste, especially considering what Umpy has shown they can do in the second half. Swallowed alive. That's really, really good.
The idea of how much time Pat Mahomes is getting is just such a difference than in game one. It felt like Mahomes was always under pressure, always had to come off the gun, and now he's hanging out in lawn chairs, like, watching TV. Just crazy.
Hanging out, dude. Just hanging out. Listen to the voices in the radio, dude.
Yeah.
Like, literally all the time in the world. And that's actually a really big mistake that the Buffalo Bills are committing. It's either like all the pressure in the world and we're up close in your face, but then if you get the ball out, then, say like the only touchdown that Kansas City has so far, that's what's going to happen. Or there's just like no real pressure whatsoever. And Umpy is like almost shooting himself in the foot if they like even leave the pocket or go back longer than like 5 yards.
Absolutely. I guess they'll try to wait to see and get themselves an interception. It works out for them, but not often enough to make that the strategy number one.
Comes timeouts here from Juste. Stopping this one down. Hoping they can get the ball back, something like 15 seconds or so. Get marched down the field a little bit and maybe at least kick a field goal, if not the bomb out for 7. Of course, this is all going to come off the back of Umpy scoring right here. Fanning the field right into the middle of Douglas. That's going to be the second pick. And the Buffalo Bills are looking fine. They get it back with 21 seconds to go.
Well, that shut me up. I'm sitting there being like, you can't sit back and wait for a pick. On the very next play, pick city.
Crazy stuff.
Toto Dar. Look at that. Wow.
Yeah, that was right into the hands of Douglas like he was playing for Kansas City.
Yeah. Imagine if he was.
Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Allen, all the way back right here. Again, we're looking for 2 moderate passes in the field goal on the conservative side. You want to gamble. This is going to be like a moderate pass and the long pass, or maybe long pass attempt, moderate pass after that, as long as you make it, and then whatever you can get for a first down.
Yeah. Well, you know what they're talking about? If I was playing for Kansas City, I would probably quit. No, I'm kidding. If I was playing for Kansas City, what you would do is try to go back to what's working for you. You understand that Pat Mahomes has a lot more time in their hands. I'm talking about a lot more of those scrambles. Why not do those wide passes? Put everything out there now.
There you go. Now Cook onto the receiver duties. Gets this ball out, and that's going to be way, way, way outside. Maybe a little bit more farther inside in the completion to give them a fresh set of downs, a little bit more breathing room, probably up to about the 40 would have been nice. But hey, again, hindsight 2020.
Yes, sir. That's all it's all about. Hindsight's perfect vision.
Doesn't like the look of it. Josh Allen changes up a couple of things and makes a new construction of trips right. Cook is back here. Probably going to stutter step his way up and get blocking duties if necessary, then hoist his way out to the left side. Now he's there for the bailout. Nope, it's going to be Kincaid across the middle. But this isn't going to be enough time to hike this ball, I don't think. No, it is not. Juste again. Poor clock management, man. Poor clock management.
Well, yes, it is. It's not the most efficient way for anyone's involved, but even though that Juicy has the lead, the Umpy and company is not out of it yet. We've seen them find a way to make things happen in a half, and that's what they have to do if they want to win this one.
100% agreed. 100% agreed. Going to be looking at second half coming up here in just a little bit. Do you remember, not the 21st night of September, but who started off this game? Who got the ball first?
I believe it was Juste, if I remember correctly, but I've been wrong before.
Yep, it's going to be Juste kicking this one off. Thank you, sir. I need to start writing this one down. Rob and I found ourselves completely unable to like either of us to remember like across several different games, and then we forgot to write it down until the very last game, and I was like, all right, I'm writing it on my hand, dude. I'm not gonna
Right,
forget this one.
right. Hear that? I'm all about that. 5 more minutes on the clock. Trying to see who's going to be the one to walk away with the dub here. Best of three, game three. Both of these fine, gentle players have a game in hand.
So they do. My home's backfield right now. A little bit of a loaded up right side. The solo wide receiver out to the left. Be Mecole Hardman Jr. Steps back, surveys field. A lot of pressure. Barely gets this one out. Gonna stop the clock, but avoid sack and loss of yardage.
Well, this is not looking pretty good. I mean, you want to be able to move forward, and then there's another of those sacks I talk about all the time. Pat Mahomes had, I guess. Juice figured that out and cut that off pretty quick.
Hyde running along with it. Then still gonna go to him. So Hyde, the user, actually was running alongside him, pulled him off right there, and relied on the solo coverage on 2 players there. That's gonna be enough to get this batted down. 5 seconds on the play. 3rd and 10 on the day.
3rd and 10, and I wonder what's going to be on the minds of everyone here. What other plays have not been tried? Is now's not the time to be shy.
There's a little bit of a blitz. Tony, though, threading the needle. There's 3 players all the way around him, but this zone was not tight enough.
It was closed in after. Couldn't do much after catching it, but by then the damage was done.
It was. Back into the gun right here. Blocks coming in, barely gets this out. Is again, dude. I believe that's Elamu. Came through, just absolutely met with the defender, got Mahomes down on the ground. Again, just lucky to have gotten this ball out.
Yes, sir. I love that. I mean, sometimes luck works in your favor.
$500 match continuing, man. Nobody's given this one up yet. 20-yard line. Oh no. Oh dear. I literally said that wasn't gonna be the name of the game. I really hope that was just a disconnect. Now that was 21-7. There was about 4.5 minutes or so left into the 3rd quarter. I can go ahead and put that one down.
Yeah, it was a 21-7 favoring Juice. It could be a concession. It could
Just
be
write
a
it down.
disconnection.
Yep.
Yeah.
Could be a concession, could be a disconnection. We're going to go to a very short break so we can kind of tune in on this one. Like, because we don't, know enough, I don't want to like give you guys the incorrect information.
Sure,
Regardless, they're going to have to recreate this one. Logic would follow that bringing it back, with Buffalo Bills in like the 25 or wherever they were at with just a single half would make sense. If it was disconnect, it was a forfeit, obviously, a different story. Back with you guys just a little bit after we figure this one out. Hey guys, quick answer. Yeah, so just the defensive prowess of the Buffalo Bills just proved to be a little bit too much. That was a forfeit. We are going to have your tournament winner. That is Juice 10 coming in for our 4th open qualifier. Absolutely love it. Big shout out to this player. 100% earned all the way through. These were picks upon picks upon picks. Even got a safety in there. The defense really, again, shining strong there for this Buffalo Bills player.
I was looking at the score line here, and I did think with the time allotted and the kind of play, there was a lot of options there for Umpy to come back, but I guess it was just too much to bear, and it's kind of tragic because I felt like the second game was really their momentum. I guess it was just too much.
It was a 2-score game, 7-to-21 right there. But hey, that is the player's decision on the day. They're grown adults just like the rest of us. At this point, I want to give a big shout out to our big sponsor here. That is going to be the Army National Guard, folks. If you're looking to get involved, tarry not. It is not something you have to dedicate 40 hours your regular work week to. In fact, most people go and work full-time jobs and other ones. Almost everybody within the National Guard at least has a part-time job that they're working on, or of course higher education. There are both state and federal tuition assistance programs the Army National Guard Guard can provide people who go forth and sign up with them.
Yeah, absolutely. Soldiers in the Guard have the opportunity to gain transferable skills and leadership qualities outside the workplace or classroom while pursuing their full-time job or going to school full-time. So thank you so much for sponsoring this event. Learn more at nationalguard.com.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I want to give a big shout out to our production staff here on the day as well. That is Rally Cry. That is Aster. That is there's a whole lot of people involved in this one as well, and we're getting tagged. There you go, Morak and Friggy. Yeah, really appreciate you guys. Everybody, honestly, if you're working behind the scenes here for Rally Cry or with our tournament organizers, we very much appreciate you putting this one on. Once again, guys, I always say it, Navanta and I are just two guys screaming about esports in our rooms without our production staff. Makes our jobs that much easier. Very much appreciate you. Big shout out to you as well, Navanta. Been an absolute blast. We'll be back with you guys in a week or so. Do you have anything else for the good people before we bid them adieu until next week when the culmination of our finals and whatnot, and that figuring out of the top 4 does come through?
Oh, absolutely. If you're watching right now on the stream and you haven't hit subscribe, what are you doing? Make sure you do it. Don't fumble your opportunity. See what I did there? Hit that subscribe if you want to.
Absolutely. Playoff next week, guys. We'll see you then.